more beautiful because we're doomed. Homer, The Odyssey. We lovers fear everything. Ovid, Metamorphoses. My vengeance is my guilt. Ovid, Metamorphoses. Chapter 1. Hades. Hades stood a few feet from a burning farmhouse. All that remained was the frame, a faint outline of what the house once was, and yet the flames still raged, filling the night with smoke and ash. At his feet was the corpse of an old man, the farmer who had lived within, his back full of bullet holes. Nearby, his soul drifted, unaware that it had departed his physical body, executing what Hades could only assume was his nighttime routine. That was usual for any mortal who experienced sudden death. The old man had not seen this coming. Not that he should have. The only thing this farmer was guilty of was seeing the Ophiutorus, a half-bull, half-serpent monster that was also a prophesied god-killer. Someone had caught wind and visited the farmer to learn more under the guise of authority, and once they had what they wanted, they killed him. Hades felt Thanatos' magic flare as he manifested beside him, a slice of shadow that blended in with the night. Even his pale hair and face caught the reflection of the flame. Neither of them spoke. There was no need. Nothing could be done beyond guiding the farmer's soul to the underworld. Once he was settled in Asphodel, it was possible he might be able to give them information on who had murdered him. But Hades worried it would be too late. By then, there would be more sightings of the Ophiutorus, and whoever was after it would continue to leave a trail of bodies behind until they caught up with the monster. I mourn deaths like these the most, said the god of death. Murders? Hades asked. He did not have long left on this earth, and yet his life was taken away. Hades said nothing, but he agreed. This farmer's death was not necessary. The only useful information he might offer was confirmation that the Ophiutorus lived, but there were other ways to validate that rumor, and they did not involve killing. Hades would find whoever had done this, and their punishment would be swift and fitting. His eyes shifted from the fire to the farmer's soul, which was now frantically trying to enter the burning barn, likely attempting to reach the animals within, but they were already gone. Give him peace, Hades said. At this point in his long life, he did not often feel sympathy for the dead. But in these moments, when the cruelty of humanity was most evident, the burden of granting relief weighed heavily. Thanatos nodded, stretching his wings as he made his way toward the soul. Hades left the scene, wandering into the vast field beyond the farmer's home, far from the glow of the fire. Overhead, the stars glimmered so bright they cast shadows, his the greatest among snow-dusted blades of grass. It was freezing, though it was summer, an untimely gift from Demeter, the goddess of harvest. There were no coincidences. On the night he had officially proposed to Persephone, and she accepted, the storm had begun. It was Demeter's declaration of war, and the weapon she would use to tear them apart. It seemed insignificant, just a few frozen drops, but it was just the start of something worse to come. People would die. It was a matter of time. And when that happened, would Persephone fight for their love, or would she give in to her mother to save the world? He hated that he believed the latter. He realized it was a horrible position, an impossible one. If Demeter truly loved her daughter, she would never have given her the ultimatum. Hades considered these things as he searched the sky, eyes connecting stars. Among the sketches they made, he noted Cetus, the sea monster slain by Heracles, Auriga, the Greek hero raised by Athena, Ares, the golden ram whose fleece could cure any living thing, and Orion, the hunter who dared to cross Gaia. But Taurus, the constellation set at their center on the Ophiutorus' death, during the Titanomachy was gone. It was the evidence Hades had been looking for. What Ilias had said was true. The monster had been resurrected. Not that he hadn't believed him, but rumors did not make something true. Fucking fates, he growled, and he was right to curse them. Lachesis, Clotho, and Atropos had orchestrated this resurrection, though he knew it had only come about because he had killed Briareus, one of the Hecatoncheires, the 100-handed giants who had aided the Olympians during the Titanomachy. Hera, the goddess of marriage, had seen an opportunity for revenge against the giant who had helped Zeus escape his bindings when she, Apollo, and Athena attempted to overthrow him. A soul for a soul, the fates had said. He felt a pang in his chest, remembering how Briareus had died. There had been no grief, no begging or anger, only peaceful acceptance. Perhaps that was the worst part, the trust the giant had placed in him, that it had been his time to go, and not that his death had been ordered by another god. And even as Hades had taken Briareus's hand and drew his soul from his body, like a slice of shadow shaken from the darkness, he had known the consequences would be far-reaching, beyond even what the fates could weave, because once Zeus and Briareus's brothers, Gyges and Cottus, discovered what he had done, he would no longer have their support or allegiance. Not that he believed either brother would choose him over Zeus. He was not the one who had rescued them from the darkness of Tartarus. Still, they had been allies to the Olympians in the war against the Titans, helping drive the elder gods into the depths of Tartarus. It meant that if Hades found himself in opposition to Zeus, as he was certain to, especially given his engagement to Persephone, he would not have the help of the two remaining giants when things came to a head, and he could not blame them. Hades had repaid their loyalty with an execution. The god of the dead left the field, manifesting in his office at Nevernight. As soon as he appeared, silence descended, thick and heavy. He looked at those gathered, Ilias, Zophi, Dionysus, and Hermes. Hades' eyes dropped to the god of mischief, who was reclined in his chair, feet propped on his desk. Their eyes met, and a sheepish smile broke out across his golden face. Hades scowled, showing his teeth, and sent the god scrambling to his feet. "I was just keeping it warm," Hermes defended. Hades glared and took his seat. It was indeed warm, which only made him stare harder at the god. "Nothing but the best for the king of the dead," Hermes added with a cheerful grin as he moved to sit on the edge of Hades' obsidian desk. "If so much as one of your ass cheeks touches this desk, Hermes, I will turn it to lava." "It's not as if they're bare," Hermes argued. Hades gave the god a withering look. "You know what? The couch is far more comfortable anyway," Hermes said, perching on the armrest. Hades turned his attention to those gathered, in particular Dionysus. He hung back, not quite part of the group, likely because he did not wish to be. He was dressed far more casually than usual, in dark trousers and a beige sweater. His thick braids were tied back, and his arms were crossed over his chest. He looked frustrated, and if Hades had to guess, it had little to do with his summons to Nevernight, and everything to do with the mortal detective Dionysus was harboring at his club, Ariadne Alexiou. Hades was surprised he had come, though it likely only had to do with his curiosity. Dionysus had a strained relationship with the Olympians, mostly due to Hera's hatred of him, which was why he had finally decided to take a side. But Hades was not stupid. He knew that did not mean Dionysus was loyal to him. It only meant that the god of madness was loyal to himself. "The Ophiutorus has been resurrected," Hades said. "Its constellation is no longer in the sky." There was a certain amount of dread that came with saying the words aloud that Hades had not expected to feel, but he was responsible for this, which meant he was also responsible for the fallout if the creature fell into the wrong hands. "Ilias," Hades said, meeting the satyr's gaze. He stood beside Zophie, hair as curly as the horns jutting from his head. "Tell us what you have learned about the monster." "So far, there has only been one sighting. A farmer outside Thebes claimed he heard a strange bellow in the middle of the night. He thought one of his cows had been injured, but when he went to investigate, he found a half-bull, half-serpent creature coiled around it. Once it had spotted him, it slithered away into the grass." Ilias paused and glanced at everyone gathered. "The cow did not make it." There was a beat of silence as Hades added, "Neither did the farmer." Ilias's jaw tightened. "He was perfectly well yesterday." "And today he is dead," Hades said, "full of bullets." "So someone other than us wants the creature," said Dionysus. "Not surprising, but who? Isn't that the question of the hour?" Hades stared hard at the god of the vine. Not that he suspected Dionysus had anything to do with the farmer's death. He was, however, aware that he enjoyed collecting monsters as much as Poseidon. It was one reason he preferred keeping the god close, even with their new and fragile alliance. Dionysus narrowed his eyes. "How did the creature come to be resurrected, Hades?" The god of the dead did not like the accusation in his voice. But Hades was not Dionysus, and he would not hide from his responsibility. "Because I killed an immortal." Dionysus's harsh features softened, but not out of sympathy. It was shock. "This is the work of the fates," Hades said. "So, you summoned us to handle the aftermath of your actions," Dionysus said, his voice dripping with disdain. "Typical." "Do not act so superior, Dionysus," Hades said. "I know how you like monsters." He could have attempted to explain himself. He knew the god hated Hera, and one mention of how she'd had a hand in all this would quell Dionysus's judgment. But in truth, he did not feel like it mattered. Either way, Dionysus wanted to be here, and he would want the Ophiotaurus in his possession, which meant he would search for it, even if he chose not to help Hades directly. "If this is the work of the fates," said Zophie, "can you not just ask them what they have woven?" "The fates are gods, just as I am," said Hades. "They are no more likely to tell me their plans than I am to admit mine." "But they are the fates. Are they not already aware?" Hades did not respond. There were times when he appreciated Zophie's naivete. Tonight, it was frustrating. It was difficult to pin down how the fates operated. Much of their decision-making was based on their mood, as with most gods. It was possible they had only orchestrated the resurrection of the Ophiotaurus to fuck with him, but it was also possible they wanted to see an end to the Olympians. Hades could not say which, or even if they had chosen. He only knew one thing to be true. Fate could not be avoided, just prolonged. "Whatever their plan, we must have one too," he said. "I do not understand," said Zophie. "The fates have already chosen an end. For what do we plan?" "We plan to win," said Hades. It was all they could do, and hope that if the fates had not given him or the Olympians their favor, they could be swayed. But that would never happen without action. He knew better than anyone that the three sisters took joy in watching the gods play into their hands, especially under the weight of suffering. There was a beat of silence, and then Dionysus spoke. "What is the prophecy that makes this creature so dangerous?" He would not know, given he had been born after the Titanomachy. "Whoever burns its entrails will obtain the power to defeat the gods," said Hermes. "Are you certain that's the prophecy?" asked Dionysus, raising a dark brow. "Maybe it's just one god?" Hermes wondered aloud, and then shrugged. "I might have gotten a word or two wrong." "A word or two?" "It isn't as if it hasn't been 4,000 years," Hermes said defensively. "You try remembering something after that long." "You seem to have no issue recalling grudges from that long ago." "I suddenly regret helping Zeus save your life," said Hermes. Sometimes Hades forgot the two had a history, though it was minor. Hermes had helped save Dionysus after he was born by taking him to be raised by the Nisiads, ocean nymphs who lived on Mount Nyssa. "Perhaps it would have been better for everyone if you had not," said Dionysus. The god of mischief blanched at his words, and before a strained silence could descend, Hades spoke. "It's a prophecy, Hermes. A word or two can change the entire meaning." Hermes threw his arms in the air. "Well, I never claimed to be an oracle." "Then we will have to ask one," Hades said. Perhaps the prophecy had changed. Maybe there was no prophecy at all. Just as that thought rolled through his mind, he knew it was too much to hope for. The fates would not bring the creature back if they didn't want it to challenge the gods. "And we must find the Ophiutorus before anyone else." "Who are we racing?" asked Dionysus. "My money's on Poseidon and his offspring," said Hermes. "That fucker is always looking for power." Hermes hit on something Hades had also been thinking. The Ophiutorus could live on land, but it also thrived in water. Poseidon would jump at any chance to overthrow Zeus, but so would Theseus and Hera. Hades already knew the demigod and the goddess of marriage were working together, though he also suspected the god of the sea fed Theseus's desire to overthrow the Olympians. Whether he actually believed his son was capable was another matter. Sometimes, Hades wondered who was orchestrating the game, and who was just playing it. But he knew one thing. If he could become the mastermind, he would. "We cannot let it take refuge in the sea," Hades said. It would be in his brother's territory and virtually unreachable. Even if Hades were to offer a bargain, Poseidon would not give up such a weapon. "Then we are wasting precious time talking when we should be hunting," said Dionysus. "The issue, Dionysus, is where to begin," said Hades, looking at the god. "Unless you have information the rest of us do not." Dionysus did not speak. "We must be careful in our inquiries," said Ilias. "Word has already spread among the market. Everyone within those channels will expect your involvement." And they were right to, though Hades knew that would not be a deterrent. In the seedy world of the black market, few feared his wrath, though he hardly saw that as an insult. It was hard to fear death when faced with it every day. Still, it meant that he would be locked in a competition to locate perhaps one of the greatest weapons ever created against the gods. "Then perhaps my Maenads should make the inquiries," Dionysus suggested. But Hades ignored him and looked at Ilias. "Put Ptolemaeus on the case, but watch him. I trust no one in this matter." "Even me, apparently," Dionysus said. Hades returned his gaze to the god of wine. "Let's not pretend you haven't already sent your assassins to scout. You don't wait for permission, you take it." Dionysus pursed his lips and looked away. Hades could not tell if he was amused or annoyed. "And what is to be done with it when it is found?" asked Zophie. "Will you kill it?" Hades did not respond because he did not know the answer to her question. He supposed it depended on what the oracle had said about the creature's powers, though he doubted anyone else searching for the Ophiutorus would think twice about whether the prophecy still rang true. That creature had a bounty on its head and a ticking clock on its heart. "You're all dismissed," Hades said. He was ready to be back in the underworld with Persephone. It was where he should have been this entire night. curled around her warm body in the aftermath of their lovemaking. It made him irate that he had not been able to remain at her side. Even on the night of their engagement, he had been away while she slept, gathering intel on the Ophiutorus and attempting to discover where Demeter had taken refuge. He tried not to think of this as an omen for what was to come, but he knew a battle lay ahead. He had always known it would not be easy to make Persephone his wife, given that her mother was one of his most vocal critics. And while the snow swirling outside in the middle of summer concerned him, he was more worried about Zeus. His brother liked control, especially where other gods were concerned, and that included a say in who they married. Hades clenched his fist at the thought. He would marry Persephone no matter the consequences, because in the end, a life without her was not a life at all. Chapter 2. Dionysus. Dionysus left Nevernight and returned to Bacchaia, to the suite where he usually stayed despite having an estate of his own on the outskirts of Thebes. It was not that he found one place more comfortable than the other. He found no place particularly comfortable. It was that he could not handle the quiet of his home. Peace did not calm him. It only gave rise to louder, more incessant thoughts. Even now he was not completely free of them, of the endless voice in his mind that told him he had not done enough, that he was not enough. But at least here he could drown it out with the noise, the revelry, the madness. He looked on it all now from the quiet of his suite, which had been abandoned by the usual carousers while he had answered the summons to Nevernight. Despite the early morning hour, his club teemed. Music vibrated his very soul and made his heart stutter in his chest. Laser lights cut through the darkness, highlighting sweaty and flushed faces, illuminating acquaintances and lovers locked in carnal embraces. The musty scent of sweat mixed with the noxious odor of drugs seeped through the vents and burned his nose. He was used to it, the sounds, the smells, the sex. It was part of the culture that had formed around his cult, one he had led with his maenads from town to town, leaving a trail of blood in his wake. And while he had long abandoned that life, he would never quite be free of the madness Hera had stricken him with. Now and then he could still feel it. It was a subtle tremor that consumed his body, and as it spread, it was warm and made him feel pierced through with pins and needles. It made it impossible to sit still, impossible to rest. Just the thought made his fingers shake. He curled them into fists and held his breath, hoping to quell the feeling before it moved up his spine and into his veins, before it consumed him again. But as he focused, he became aware of a sound coming from somewhere inside his suite. It was a panting moan. He turned from the window overlooking the floor of his club and peered into the darkness, but saw no one. The sound grew in rhythm and was accompanied now by a knock. Dionysus crossed the room toward a storage closet behind the bar. He pressed his ear to the door, which was soft, covered in the same black velvet that lined the walls. When he was certain the sounds came from there, he opened it. Inside were Silenus and a woman he did not recognize. The satyr leaned against one side of the closet while the woman rode him, her legs wrapped around his waist. "Fuck!" Silenus said, and they froze. "Gods damn it, Dad!" Dionysus snapped. Silenus laughed, breathless. "Oh, Dionysus, it's just you." It was not as if this was the first time he had caught Silenus engaging in sexual acts. The satyr had become part of his cult after he was cursed to wander the earth. They'd spent days at the center of orgies, giving and receiving pleasure, as was his way of worship. Still, over the years, it had become something Dionysus wished to see less and less from a man he'd come to view as his father figure. He closed the door with a sharp snap, and then plucked a bottle of wine from the selection at the bar and poured a glass. As he took his first sip, the door opened again, and the woman stumbled out. She cleared her throat and pushed her hair behind her ear.
"I am so sorry, Lord Dionysus. I did not mean—"
"Nothing to be sorry for," he said quickly, not looking at her. He took another sip of wine. "Go." She bowed her head and stumbled away. A slice of bright light from the hallway cut through the dark as she left. Behind him, Silenus emerged. "I was not aware you had returned," he said. Though Dionysus was not turned toward him, he could hear the clink of his belt as he secured it. "How long have you been in that closet?" he asked. The satyr paused. "I don't actually know." Dionysus lifted a brow and glanced at his foster father. "Then how did you know I left at all?" "I always know when you leave," Silenus said, "because I feel like I can breathe again." "Fucking rude," Dionysus said as Silenus elbowed his way beside him at the bar. The satyr was a head shorter than him, but taller than any satyr he had ever met. It was likely because Silenus was not just a nature spirit. He was a nature god. He even looked different from others of his kind. Dionysus had seen satyrs with horse or goat feet and tails, but Silenus had the long ears of a donkey and a tail to match, though it was a form he kept hidden mostly by his glamour. "You have never faulted me for honesty before," said Silenus, as he poured a glass of wine, only to down it like water. It was typical of him. He was the god of drunkenness, which was why they had paired so well for so long, their lives revolving only around revelry. "Should I start today?" Silenus finished the last few gulps of wine before setting the glass aside with a clank. "Dionysus, even you know of what I speak," he said. "If you are going to spout wisdom, you need to be far more drunk." "This isn't wisdom. It is true. You have become unbearable." "Why? Because I don't party with you anymore?" "Well, that is a reason," the satyr said. "But it's more than that. You know it is." Dionysus pushed back from the bar, angling toward his foster father. "Enlighten me." "You are not having fun," Silenus said, "at all. How long has it been since you let loose?" Dionysus ground his teeth. "I am not the same person I once was, Silenus." "None of us are," the satyr said. "But that does not mean we cannot enjoy life if we are to live it." "Was it not you who said it is better not to have lived at all, and if we must, then it is best to die soon?" "Well, you have yet to die, so why not spend a little more time having fun?" Dionysus rolled his eyes and stepped out from behind the bar. "You cannot go on like this," Silenus said. "You have let her have too much power over you." Dionysus turned to him. "If we are going to speak about this, say her name." Silenus stared, frustration in his gaze. "This quest for vengeance has made you someone else." "Has it occurred to you that perhaps this is who I am?" Dionysus asked. "And the person you met all those years ago, the one you miss so badly, was created by Hera?" Silenus started to shake his head. "No, I don't believe that." "You don't believe it because you don't want to see it." "I don't believe it!" They spoke in unison, voices raised and vehement, and once the words were out, the silence that stretched between them stung. It was Silenus who spoke first. "I want to see you find happiness," he said, and sighed, running a hand through his thin, graying hair. "Even if it is just an ounce." "Perhaps I am not meant for happiness," Dionysus said. "It's a choice, Dionysus," Silenus said, clearly frustrated. "You have to choose." "Then I choose vengeance," Dionysus said, "and I will choose it until I have secured it." "What about the girl?" the satyr asked. Dionysus felt his body tense at the mention of Ariadne. "She's a woman, not a girl." What about her?
She's pretty,
Silenus said. His observation already irritated Dionysus. She wasn't just pretty. She was beautiful, and he was reminded of it every time he looked upon her face, felt it every time he entered the same room as her.
She hates me,
Dionysus said.
because she doesn't have anything to like at the moment,
Silenus said. Perhaps I do not want her to like me at all.
Your cock tells a different story.
Don't look at my cock, Dionysus said. It's weird.
A cock never lies,
His foster father said.
You like her.
I want to fuck her. I don't like her, Dionysus said.
Sounds like the perfect start to a relationship.
Yes, an unhealthy one.
Have you thought about, I don't know, turning her into more than just another one of your maenads?
I can't turn her into anything.
Of course you can. You have already made her an unwilling prisoner.
To protect her. Whether she realized it or not, though that had initially not been the case. Originally, he'd kidnapped her and brought her to Bacchaia because he'd suspected her of posing as a distraction so Hera and Theseus could abduct the Graiai. While she had done exactly that, she'd also told him she'd only made the decision to do it once she'd met him and found him completely unbearable. He clenched his teeth.
So you care about her,
said the satyr. She is a means to an end, Silenus, and she would be nothing more.
Well, if she is a means to an end, let us hope she ends up on your cock.
Dionysus left his suite and took the elevator down to the basement, which was too simple of a word to describe what the underground of his club truly was. Most of the credit belonged to the maenads, who had made it into its own small city. It was a vast network of tunnels that connected to various parts of New Athens, and through it they spied and killed and built a new life on the ashes of their past. It was the complete opposite of what Ariadne had suspected, which was that he ran a sex trafficking ring. It was not the first time someone had accused Dionysus of such abominable behavior, but the fact that she had irked him, and it insulated the work of the maenads, who spent the majority of their time rescuing other young people from fates similar to the ones they had escaped. He wasn't sure why he was so bothered either. They would not be so effective if their secret was known, and the fact that the world outside his realm believed he participated in trafficking usually benefited his agenda. It meant that people seeking those services often came to him to make connections, eventually becoming the target of his assassins. It was hard work, precarious work, and for some reason, Ariadne's readiness to assume the worst stung. It was not as if he should care either. He had only known her for a few weeks, and yet there she was, under his skin and burrowing deeper. Sometimes when he was near her, he felt as though Hera had struck him with madness again. When the elevator door opened, he stepped out onto the metal platform that overlooked the maenads' main living area. It was large, to accommodate the number of women who had joined over the last several years, though not all his assassins lived here. He expected to find the room abandoned this early in the morning, but a few maenads were still awake and alert, standing with their arms crossed, looking up at the industrial ceiling, where large metal ducts and bright lights hung. Some women looked frustrated, others annoyed, and a few were amused. Despite their mixed feelings, he knew they were listening. He sighed because he knew exactly what they were listening for. Ariadne was trying to escape again. He shook his head and stepped closer to the platform's edge. He wondered how long she'd been in the duct, and when she'd stopped moving, likely as soon as he had arrived. She was probably up there now, cursing him, though he had no doubt she would wait him out as long as possible. Then he heard a soft sneeze and concentrated his power there. Screws popped out of holes, and the structure bent and folded. Ariadne gave a sharp cry as she fell from inside and crashed to the floor. For a split second, Dionysus worried that she had hurt herself during the fall, but she rolled onto her ass and glared at him. She wore ripped jeans, a fitted shirt, and a leather jacket. Her dark hair hung heavy over her shoulders. She was beautiful, even when she was pissed, which was all the time, at least with him. "Leave," he commanded, and the Maenads dispersed, disappearing down one of several darkened archways, leaving him alone with Ariadne. He stared at her a moment longer before taking the stairs to the lower level. As he crossed to her, she rose to her feet, dusting herself off, wincing as she did. "What hurts?" he asked. She froze and glared at him. "If you were worried about hurting me, you should have thought twice before using your powers against a mortal." "I did not use them against you." "Then we have very different ideas of that meaning." He took a deep breath to quell his frustration, but it didn't work. "If you are going to try to escape, you could at least accept my offer of training. Perhaps then you'd be successful." "I am trained," she snapped. "To interrogate and use a gun," he said. "What useful skills against gods?" She reared back and tried to punch him in the face. He wasn't sure if this was her attempt at demonstrating skill or an instinctual reaction to her anger, but he caught her fist before she could even drive it toward him. Her cry of pain surprised him, and he immediately released her. She wrapped her fingers around her right wrist and held it to her chest. "Let me see your hand," he demanded. "I'm fine." "For the love of the gods, Ariadne, let me see it." She kept her teeth clenched, and he held her gaze as she extended her hand. It did not appear to be obviously broken, and when he placed his palm over it, the energy confirmed his suspicions. "You sprained it," he said. "You mean you sprained it," she said. Guilt struck him hard, like a dizzying wave. He met her gaze. "I'm sorry." His apology seemed to catch her off guard, because she blinked. After a moment, she realized he was still holding her hand and tugged it away to hold it to her chest. He cleared his throat. "You need ice," he said, and started to walk around her. "Come." He crossed the main living area and headed down a long, dark hall to the kitchen. He flipped on a switch, and fluorescent lights illuminated a sterile, stainless steel space, made so that it could feed hundreds at a time. Given that his underground network could house thousands if needed, it was a necessity. He crossed to a row of tall shelves, located a box of sandwich bags after some digging, and filled one with ice. When he turned, he found Ariadne standing inside the door, staring. "What?" "Can't you just magic a bag of ice out of thin air?" He tilted his head and his lips quirked. "I don't think that is the correct use of magic." "You know what I mean," she huffed, and tried to cross her arms over her chest, but the pain seemed to remind her she shouldn't. He approached and handed her the bag. "I suppose I could have," he said, "but I can also get it myself." Besides, he'd needed to create distance between them, even if it had only lasted a few seconds. She took the ice and placed it on her wrist. "Thank you," she said, so quiet he could barely hear, though in truth he did not deserve the thanks. He owed her this. "I am not joking about training you," he said. "I don't want to be one of your Maenads," she said. "Then don't be," he said. "But if you are going to stay in this world, you are going to need to know how to do more than just carry a gun." "Stop assuming all I am capable of is using a gun." "Can you use any other weapon?" he asked. She was silent. "A gun cannot help us if we are to go against Theseus," he said. She bristled at the mention of her brother-in-law, though he knew if she ever heard him call Theseus that out loud, she would rage. Ariadne hated the demigod, and from what he knew, she had every reason. Theseus kept her imprisoned beneath his will by holding her sister, Phaedra, hostage. "Where were you going?" he asked after a moment. When she didn't respond, he continued. "Were you going to him?" He knew the answer, and yet the thought of her sneaking away to Theseus in any capacity made him burn with jealousy.
"No," she snapped. "I was going to see my sister."
"Going to see your sister is the same as seeing Theseus," he said. "Do you really believe he will let you have access to her?"
"No," she snapped. "But at least she will know I have tried."
Her eyes glistened with unshed tears, and the sight did something to his chest. He didn't like it, because it made him want to do stupid things for her. "Did I not agree to help you save your sister?" he asked.
"Hades agreed, not you," she said.
He ground his teeth together so hard his jaw hurt. "He might have agreed to the deal, but we both know I am the one who will have to see it through," he said.
"If I am such a burden, then let me go," she said.
"I never said you were a burden."
"You don't have to,"
she replied, casting her gaze to the floor. Dionysus just stared. "I'm not interested in rehashing how we came to be at this point, or even how we feel about it," he said. "What's done is done, and we have work to do. You want to free your sister and take down Theseus, but what you fail to understand is that Theseus is not just one person, and even if he were, he's a demigod, the son of Poseidon. He's thousands strong, and to take him down, we will need more."
"More what?"
she asked. "More of everything," he said. "More time, more planning, more people, more weapons."
"I'm not preparing for battle, Dionysus," she said. "I just want my sister."
"Too bad," he said, "because you won't have her without a war." She took a breath, her chest rising sharply, and he tried not to stare too long so she wouldn't notice how his attention had wandered. "You have no idea what you stumbled into," he said.
"So what do you want from me?"
Her question surprised him, but not because of what she asked, but because of how it made him feel, aware of both how empty he felt and his desire to fill that void. But he quickly quashed those thoughts. "We have to find Medusa," he said. Medusa was a Gorgon who was rumored to be able to turn men to stone with a glance. If true, she would make a valuable weapon. The moment he had heard whispers of her power in the market, he had hired the Graiai to help him find her. But his plan backfired when Detective Alexiou decided to help Theseus and Hera capture the three sisters. She likely had no idea what she'd been assigned to do when she'd arrived at Bacchaia. Theseus had made a wolf into a sheep, and Dionysus hated to see how well she followed him. His eyes narrowed.
"What if she does not wish to help you?"
"It's your job to convince her," he said.
"I thought you said you did not need her power."
"In this game, it is not about needing her power, it's about who gets to it first," he said. "And you want me to get to her first, I promise you."
"Why don't you send your assassins?"
"This is not a job for them," he said. "She must be convinced that it is best to side with us."
"And what if I am not convinced?"
"Then let us hope by the time we find her, you are." Chapter 3. Hades. Hades appeared in his chambers, darkened except for the fire, which was too bright, like the blinding fire of the Phlegethon. He almost wished it wasn't lit, that he did not have to face more flames tonight, because the glow reminded him that the world outside this space did not wish for his happiness. It made him want to become a recluse again, to shut out the world as he had at the start of his reign as king of the underworld. But as he cast his gaze on Persephone, who lay sleeping in a sea of black silk, he knew that was impossible. She was too social, too loving, too invested to leave the upper world behind. She wanted to save the world, even the parts of it that did not deserve her kindness, and because she wanted that, he would want that too. He sighed and ran his fingers through his hair, pulling out the tie that held it away from his face. He crossed to the bar and poured himself a shot of whiskey, downing it quickly before undressing and joining Persephone in bed. He lay on his side and watched her, not wishing to disturb her sleep despite how he ached for her. Even in the shadowed room, he would know her face because he had memorized it, the arch of her brow, the curve of her cheek, the shape of her lips. She was beautiful, and her heart was so good. He was sure a part of him would always be in disbelief that she was his, that she had agreed to marry him, despite everything that he had been and everything he continued to be, though there was a darker part of him that recognized engagements could end, and so could marriages. It wasn't so much that he expected Persephone to leave, as much as he expected the world to tear them apart. Persephone sighed, and it drew Hades from his thoughts. He focused on her face and noticed her eyes moving behind her lids. She frowned then, and her breaths became harsher, her chest rising and falling faster and faster. "Persephone," he whispered, and she whimpered, her head pressing into her pillow, her back arching. Her arms remained over her head, fists clenched as if someone were holding her down. Then she went rigid and whispered a name that made his blood run cold. "Persephone." Hades rose onto his elbow, fear flooding his veins. That man, that name. Persephone had kidnapped Persephone, encouraged to do so by Theseus after weeks of stalking her. Hades could still recall the entries the demigod made in a journal he'd kept at his desk, describing what Persephone wore, their interactions, and everything he wanted to do to her. It was chilling to read, and added another layer of horror to the nightmare that was her abduction. Those same feelings rose within him now, tearing open his chest. It was a familiar feeling. He had been here with her before. Since the day Pirithous had taken her, he had haunted her sleep. "Persephone," Hades said, and pressed his hand flat against her stomach. But at his touch, she whimpered. "Shh." He attempted to soothe, but a sob erupted from her throat. She wrenched away and sat up, breathing heavily. He let her collect herself, fearful that touching her immediately after her nightmare would only upset her further, though he was desperate to take her into his arms, to help her feel safe, to never let her leave. She turned her head and seemed to relax as her gaze fell on him, and he suddenly did not feel so useless. Sometimes he worried that he had done nothing right in the aftermath of her abduction, and that one day he might unknowingly trigger some memory from that night. And then what would he do? How could he atone? It felt impossible to keep her safe. "Are you well?" he asked. Her chest rose as she took a breath, studying him just as intently as he watched her. She was beyond anything he had ever imagined for himself. Beautiful and gracious, far too good for the things he had done in his many lifetimes. And yet she remained, a steady light at his side, a beacon he could follow through the dark. It was in these quiet moments when he felt most overwhelmed by his love for her. "You haven't slept." Her voice was a whisper that slid over his skin. It made him want, which felt wrong. "No," he said, and rose to sit, angling so that he could look at her face. She was flushed, and her eyes were too bright, an indication that she had drawn on her magic as she dreamed. Hades brushed his thumb along her cheek, and her eyes fluttered closed, as if his touch brought her a sense of comfort. The thought made his heart beat erratically. There was power in how she made him feel, and she was the only one who had ever possessed it. "Tell me," he said, though he knew what she would say.
I dreamed of Pirithous again.
He let his hand fall from her face, fingers curled into fists. It was one thing to know, and another thing to hear.
He harms you, even in your sleep,
Hades said. Pirithous haunted her even though his soul was trapped in Tartarus. Haunted him no matter how many times he had tortured the demigod to death.
I failed you that day. How could you have known he would take me?
I should have known. Hades took pride in knowing everything, anticipating everything. He had taken every precaution, ensured Antony took Persephone to and from work, assigned Zophie as her aegis to guard her at all times, even from afar. He had allowed her as much freedom as he possibly could, which was likely more than he should have, given she was a target for so many, enemies she could not even fathom. But he could not keep her locked in a cage, even if that cage was the underworld.
You are not all-seeing, Hades,
Persephone said, her voice a whisper. She was trying to ease his pain, and she could not know that her comment only made it worse. It did not matter that he was not omniscient. He still blamed himself for what happened. He had blamed Zophie, too, and when he had tried to relieve her of her assignment as Persephone's aegis, his goddess had defended her. He was not proud of his actions. He should have been comforting Persephone. She struggled. He knew it. Even when he made love to her, he could feel the tension in her body, highly aware of the time it took to make her comfortable. This man, this demigod, had invaded their most private and intimate space, and it enraged him. And this, he recognized, was the power of the semi-divine. Their power was unknown, their numbers were unknown, and one insignificant son of an Olympian had managed to kidnap not only another goddess, but his goddess. He refocused on Persephone, and what should have been comforting words.
You are right,
Hades replied.
Perhaps I should punish Helios then.
She gave him a look, unimpressed with his comment.
Would that make you feel better?
No, but it would be fun, Hades said. He did not admit that he had fucked with the god of the sun so much over the last few months, Helios was likely to never assist him again, which was not so much a loss as it was a relief, despite the fact that he suspected the god either had or would side with Hera in her quest to overthrow Zeus. Hades had only managed to threaten the queen of the gods to submit to his will, ensuring that when Zeus protested his marriage to Persephone, Hera had to come to his defense. She had agreed, though reluctantly. It was not that Hades did not wish to see an end to Zeus's reign as king of the gods. It was that he wanted Persephone at his side when he did. They were far more powerful together than apart. But then Zeus would know that, which made him the greatest threat to their happiness.
I wish to see him,
Persephone said. It took him a moment to process what she had said, because his thoughts had been in a completely different space. He felt guilty that he had been thinking of Zeus and Hera while she had been agonizing over Pirithous. But there was a determination in her voice he knew he couldn't fight. Not that he would deny her request. He had made this promise to her the night he had rescued her, though not exactly as she had asked. When you torture him, I get to join, she'd said. And while he had agreed, it had not kept him from going to Tartarus that night to torment the demigod alone, or returning nearly every night since to do the same. It was not that he did not wish to honor Persephone's request. It was that he had been waiting for her to make it, because then he knew she would be ready. His only hesitation was that once she visited this part of Tartarus, she would know the darkest part of him. He realized she knew the purpose of his underworld prison, but it was an entirely different thing to see it, and that triggered him, the fear that she might finally understand who she had fallen in love with, and realize she was not in love at all. He held her unwavering gaze and replied, "As you wish, darling." Hades took Persephone to the White Room, one of his more modern torture chambers. It was used to deprive its occupants of their senses. Sometimes Hades would leave a soul in here alive for weeks, and by the time he returned, they had lost all sense of themselves. He particularly enjoyed granting this punishment to those who had used their status and power to wound and kill in the upper world. It made it all the more satisfying when they finally lost their sense of self. It was here where Hades had last left Pirithous, having spent the better part of his time in the underworld cycling through other methods of torture, both old and new. He had broken bones and cracked knees, cut off his balls and his dick, covered him in honey, and let insects and rats mince at his body until his bones were exposed. He had done all that and more, and his rage had not lessened. Even now he could feel it welling inside him as he looked at Pirithous, who was slouched in a chair at the center of the room, only held in place by rope that wound around his arms, waist, and legs. His skin was pale white, almost gray, and spattered with layers of dried blood from his previous torture. He was not a pleasant sight, and Hades wondered what Persephone thought now that she was face to face with the demigod. Beside him, Persephone was still and quiet, her eyes fixed on her attacker. After a moment she took a breath, which sounded sharp in the silence of the room. "Is he dead?" He assumed she whispered for fear that she would rouse Pirithous. "He breathes if I say so." It occurred to him then that her only fear was that this man might be able to hurt her again. His hands fisted as she made her way toward the soul. He was overwhelmed with the urge to pull her back, to keep her near, to only let her observe him from afar. But he knew if she felt she could not do this, she wouldn't. "Does it help?" she asked, turning to look at him. For a brief moment, all he could think about was how strange it was to have something so beautiful in a space like this. "The torture." Hades studied her face. There was something innocent about her question. Perhaps it was the assumption that he used torture to heal his wounds instead of feeding them, as was the case with Pirithous. No matter how Hades made the demigods suffer, it would never be enough. "I cannot say." Her gaze lingered on him a moment longer before she turned and began walking around her prisoner. She could not know what this did to him, how this made him feel. She commanded this place like a queen, and she wasn't even aware of it. She paused behind the demigod, watching him, and all he could think was that she had never looked more beautiful, despite their surroundings. "Then why do you do it?" For a moment, he scrambled to figure out if she asked because she disapproved, but she did not appear to be horrified by him or the demigod restrained before her, so he answered truthfully. Control. It was something he sought daily because it had been the first thing taken from him when his father had swallowed him whole upon his birth, and then, just when he thought he was free of that horrible prison, he faced another 10 years in battle. In the aftermath, control had meant a dark existence. It meant that everyone in his realm had to feel like he felt, wretched and tortured. He had believed no one was deserving of a peaceful afterlife after what he had seen. Over time, his idea of what it meant to be in control evolved, and his empire bled out into the world above. He sought to make the darkest parts his own, feeding the underbelly of New Greece until power and status could only be obtained through him, and anyone who operated outside that did not last long. There were few exceptions, but among them were Dionysus and, most recently, Theseus, who was helped mostly by his father. But not even they challenged him like Persephone. She had crashed into his life and defied him at every turn, and he had not been able to exercise any sort of control over her. She would not be contained, and in many ways he could not blame her. She had only just escaped the confines of her mother's authority, and then to come face to face with him, a virtual stranger who had attempted to give her rules. It was no wonder she had resisted. In the end, she'd only wanted what he had wanted. "I want control," she said, and Hades felt like she was squeezing his heart. He wanted to give her that. He extended his hand. "I will help you claim it." She did not hesitate and came to him, placing her hand in his and drawing in close. He turned her so that her back rested against his chest, his fingers splayed at her hip, possessive and aware that Pirithous would soon awaken. Hades wanted the demigod to be reminded of what he had done, that he had taken the wrong goddess and challenged the wrong god. With her safely in his arms, he summoned his magic like a spear and aimed for Pirithous. The demigod sucked in a sharp breath, as if he'd felt the pain of Hades' power, and at the sound, Persephone went rigid. Hades shifted closer, as if he could shield her from her fear with his body. He let his lips brush the tip of her ear as he spoke. "Do you remember when I taught you to harness your magic?" He had taught her one evening beneath the silver eaves of her own woods. As he recalled that evening, how his body had cradled hers, how he had touched her, how she had slowly grown warm and aroused beneath his hands, desire kindled low in his stomach, and as much as he would have liked to suppress it, to focus only on the point of their visit to Tartarus, Persephone made it just as hard. She shuddered, and her ass and shoulders pressed into his body. It seemed he did not even need to know her answer, her reaction telling him she remembered that and what came after. Still, she spoke. "Yes." The corners of Hades' lips lifted, and as he spoke, his mouth skimmed the edges of her ear down the column of her neck. "Close your eyes," he whispered, as the demigod began to stir, because he did not wish for her to have to look at him. Pirithous' eyes blinked open, brows furrowed in confusion as his sleepy gaze fell on Persephone, at which point he seemed to fully awaken. Then he spoke Persephone's name, and it took everything in Hades' power not to cross the distance between them and rip out his tongue. Instinctively, he pressed closer to her, his fingers digging into her hip. Touching her made him feel grounded and reminded him why they were here, so Persephone could take back her power, and maybe then she could finally sleep in peace. "What do you feel?" he asked, concentrating on her. Everything was about her. He spoke against her skin and felt her take a breath as Pirithous began to beg. "Persephone, please!" His voice shook. The longer the demigod was awake, the more he recalled the torment at Hades' hands, and it made him desperate. I am sorry." Sorry. That word burrowed beneath Hades' skin, calling to the darkness that lived just beneath the surface. It made him feel violent, Persephone said, and he knew it because there was an edge to her power that he had never felt before. Beneath the warmth and the flora was something sharp and desperate. He wanted to taste it, run his tongue along it. "Focus on it," Hades commanded, his hand twining with hers. "Feed it." In the quiet moment that followed, Hades remained still, relishing the feel of her magic as she concentrated on gathering it into her palm. It was a rush, a great wave of power that hit him deep in his stomach. "Where do you wish to cause him pain?" he asked. "This isn't you!" Pirithous' voice turned to a keen whine, and Hades wished more than anything that he would shut the fuck up. "I know you! I watched you!" Yes, he had watched her. He had targeted and stalked her. He had taken pictures of her in her home, where she was meant to be safest. He had felt entitled to her body for no other reason than the fact that she existed. And he would be punished eternally.
"He wanted to use his cock as a weapon," she said, "and I want it to burn."
Hades grinned wickedly.
"No! Please, Persephone!"
Pirithous screamed, struggling violently against his restraints.
"Persephone!"
"Then make him burn." He let her go, and she lifted her hand, which burned with magic, sending a current of energy straight to Pirithous' cock. He began to writhe, his body jerking against the ropes that restrained him, cutting into his skin. His head snapped back, and he bared his teeth. Hades imagined her magic felt much like being electrocuted. Even he could feel the current, like the residual heat from a fire, and it raised the hair on his arms and the nape of his neck.
"This isn't you,"
Pirithous ground out. Hades felt Persephone stiffen at his words, and she straightened, lifting her chin as she stared at the demigod. And while he could not see her full expression, from where he stood behind her, he knew she must look like a queen, because something changed even in Pirithous' contorted expression, something that made him realize just how futile his appeals were.
"I am not sure who you think I am, but let me be clear," Persephone said, her voice clear and resolute. "I am Persephone, future queen of the underworld, lady of your fate. May you come to dread my presence."
Her words tangled in Hades' chest, stealing the air from his lungs. He had never felt so in love and so desperate to protect someone in his life, and while he had desired for so long to hear her embrace this part of herself, the title and power he had to offer, he wished it had come under different circumstances, that it had been born out of a love for the happier parts of the underworld, and not the darkest. But there were few in this world who learned the truth of their power without strife. He and Persephone were no different.
"How long will he stay like this?"
she asked. Hades looked at Pirithous, who was still convulsing. "Until he dies," he said, and for a moment he wondered if she was disturbed by the sight of his torture, if she would ask him to end it. But instead, she turned to him, tilting her head back to look at his face. He knew in that moment she was changed. He couldn't exactly say how, but it lingered between them, as tangible as the violence that had punctured her magic. His goddess was no longer made up of innocent things, and there was a part of him that did not know how to feel about it, that wondered if she had never met him, if that would still be the case.
"Take me to bed," she said.
Hades touched her cheek, and then threaded his fingers through her golden hair. There were things he wanted to know, things he wanted to say. Did she still love him the same way she did before they came here? Would the trauma of this night fester in her mind until she realized she had become someone she did not wish to be? And would she blame him? But he said none of those things, and instead bent to kiss her. She welcomed him, her lips parting as his tongue sought hers, and his desire, which had not ceased, grew stronger than ever. He groaned, and his arm tightened around her back, sealing every part of his hard body against every soft part of hers. And he considered that perhaps Pirithous' greatest punishment of all might be that he had to watch them make desperate love to one another as he died for the 1,000th time. But that was a desire he would not speak, and instead he drew away and met her gaze. "As you wish, my darling," he said, as he transported them away from the depths of Tartarus to their room, where he let her lead them to release. Persephone slept. She lay on her side, her hands folded under her head, her breathing easy and even.
Hades sat on the edge of their bed, watching for signs that another nightmare had taken root within her dreams, but she remained quiet and still. There was a part of him that feared leaving her unattended. What if Pirithous returned? What if he was not here to comfort her when she woke? He felt a keen sort of turmoil roiling within him as he wondered if her sleep would take on a new horror. Perhaps it would no longer be Pirithous that haunted her, but the torture she had inflicted on him. Hades raked his fingers through his unbound hair. He was restless and anxious, and he had only found reprieve while he was with Persephone. His comfort came with her, whether she was astride him or beneath him. He wanted to be near her, inside her, filling her. The need was acute and primal, and in the hours after, it gave him the greatest pleasure to know some part of him remained within her. If he could take refuge in her body every minute of every day, he would. But that was a sign of his addiction. It wasn't healthy, but if he were to have a vice, it was the best of the lot. He sighed and rose. It was too warm, his body still slick with sweat. Unlike Persephone, who drifted off after sex, he remained awake, his body a live wire. He poured himself a drink and then stepped outside onto the balcony, where the night was mild and breezy. The reprieve from the heat was pleasant, and he felt at ease, knowing he was near in case Persephone spiraled into another nightmare. He looked out on a fraction of his realm where silvery moonlight pooled in the shadowed garden outside his palace. It was the garden where everything had begun, where he'd brought Persephone to plant the seed of her bargain. Create life in the underworld, he had instructed, or be mine forever. Gods, how he'd hoped she would fail, because at the time he'd believed that was the only way he'd get to keep her. She'd been so angry, and it had only gotten worse when he'd brought her here, to the underworld. She, like so many, had expected a barren landscape of ash and fire. What she had gotten instead was a lush world full of color and flora. It had also been the first sign that what her mother had told her about him over the last 24 years was not the truth, and that had devastated her. She'd fought him, hard. But the more he'd learned about her, the less it surprised him. She had been so traumatized by her mother's control, she'd resisted the idea of belonging to anyone. The stronger her feelings for him grew, the more she refused to love him. Except there was no way to stop it once it had started. And when she finally succumbed, she'd opened the most powerful part of herself. It went beyond love. It was devotion. It was worship. It was the power that began and ended worlds, and if he had to, he would do so in her name. He knew those words were true because he felt them so deeply it hurt. "Why are you naked?" Hades was drawn from his thoughts and looked down into the garden where Hecate lingered, nearly invisible in the darkness. "Would you really like an answer to that question?" he asked. "I can give details." She scrunched her nose in mock disgust. "I think I can guess. It is not as if you are quiet." Hades chuckled, and Hecate arched a brow, though he could not help being amused at the thought of Persephone's cries of pleasure echoing throughout the underworld. "Come off your high horse," she said. "It is not as if you excel at giving pleasure. Some of us are just sensitive to sound." He rolled his eyes. "Fearful I will become too arrogant, Hecate?" "I do not have to fear it," she said. "You are." "Arrogance does not make something untrue," he said. "No, but it does make it annoying." He could not help laughing. "No one said you had to endure it," he said. "Why are you here, anyway? Aren't there some pathetic souls in the upper world deserving of your haunting presence?" "No one is deserving of my presence," she said. "I am a plague upon men." "You are definitely a plague," he muttered. I heard that, she snapped.
I'm aware, Hades said.
And you? Why are you sulking on your balcony instead of lying with your love?
I am not sulking, he said.
You always sulk, she said.
Hades glared, unwilling to argue with the goddess. I cannot sleep, if you must know.
Worrying too much?
She asked. He did not respond.
Perhaps you should not worry when you are with her, said Hecate.
That is when I worry most, he said, because he thought of what he stood to lose if anyone got in his way.
Trust that your love is stronger than any god, said Hecate.
It's not our love I worry about, he said. It is what I will destroy to keep it.
Since when have you ever worried over carnage? She asked.
Since I decided to marry the goddess of spring, he said.
Foolish man, Hecate said. You never had a choice.
Her words made him uneasy. There was something he disliked about the truth of the fates and their threads. He'd have liked to think he would have chosen Persephone no matter the weaving of their lives, and that perhaps she would have chosen him, though he knew she feared that all they had was what fate had given them. He wondered if she still thought that, or if she had begun to believe their love might be greater than ethereal thread. There was a part of him that did not wish to know.
Do not pretend Persephone does not know who she has chosen to love, Hecate said. She sees all of you. She is the goddess of spring, after all. She is used to life and death.
Chapter 4. Hades. Hades returned to Persephone, but did not sleep, a fact that did not escape her notice. She had risen around noon and frowned at him when she woke. She traced the high point of his cheek. He took her hand and kissed her fingertips. I am well, he said.
Why do you lie?
She asked. To protect you, he wanted to say. What will you do today? Hades asked instead. She gave him a strange look.
I am assuming you are asking because you do not intend to stay?
I have business in the upper world, he said.
On a Sunday?
He knew she did not ask because she was suspicious, but because it was unusual. He normally spent the weekends sequestered in the underworld with her. Sometimes they did not leave this room. Other times he took her to explore parts of the underworld she had never seen. Whatever their day, it was time he cherished with her. And while he hated to give it up, he knew this could not wait. He had to know if the Ophiutorus had reincarnated with a prophecy. I will make it up to you, he said. She did not respond, and there was something about her silence that made him feel like he had hurt her. She sat up and swung her legs off the bed. He kept his eyes on her bare back, mesmerized by the way her hair caught the light, glinting like spun gold.
I will visit Lexa,
she said, answering his earlier question. At the mention of her best friend, guilt and pain lanced through Hades' chest. He had always liked Lexa, but he had to admit he'd had no understanding of the depth of their relationship until Persephone was faced with her death. It went beyond being friends. They were soulmates, and he had failed to understand that Persephone would need more from him in the face of her death than he had managed to give her. That was something he would never forgive himself for, because it had led Persephone to seek help elsewhere, the worst of it coming from Apollo, whose arrow had healed Lexa's wounds, but not her psyche, which had effectively sentenced her to a different existence in the underworld, one that ensured Persephone suffered just as much as Lexa. Her best friend would never be the same, and Hades did not know how many visits it would take to Elysium before Persephone realized she wasn't coming back. The version of Lexa she had loved was dead. How long? He asked, because he did not know what else to say.
Until she gets tired,
she said, and he knew she was trying to keep the sadness from her voice.
Which will not be long. She tires easily. Is that usual for souls in Elysium?
Yes, he replied. It is usual. He did not wish to tell her that Lexa probably tired faster because Persephone challenged her. Though she'd been given instructions not to talk about their past together or speak long on the mortal world, it was something she likely could not help, which meant Lexa's mind was working hard to process or relearn what it had forgotten. Even emotions were a new experience in Elysium. Persephone was quiet, and after a moment she rose, naked and beautiful, and entered the bathroom. The sound of the shower followed. Hades considered joining her, but he had the distinct feeling that she wanted to be alone, so he got up and dressed. This day felt strange, contrary to his usual routine. He hated it. He considered just staying with Persephone, but there were greater things at work, and it made him anxious to delay. The Ophiutorus was not something that could exist for long in the world without consequence. It was not only a threat to his happiness, but a threat to all gods, and while some deserved to die, he'd rather that power not fall into the wrong hands. A cloud of steam wafted into the room as Persephone left the bathroom, wrapped only in a towel. "You're still here," she said. He frowned. "Since when do I leave without saying goodbye?" She did not answer, and he approached, touching her chin. "I know you are upset with me." "I am not upset. I just thought this day would be different," she said, and paused to take a breath. "Yuri and Hecate want to meet about the wedding." "Is that a bad thing?" "No," she said, and hesitated. "I just don't know what you want." He studied her, and when she tried to look away, he brought his other hand up to cup her face. "I want you," he said. "You are all that matters." He did not like the way she looked at him, as if she were searching for the truth of his words in his eyes, but he likely only felt that because of his own fears. Fuck, he had issues. "I love you," he said, and kissed her, drawing away quickly before he changed his mind and stayed. The sounds of playful screaming reminded Hades of the children's garden in the underworld, though the comparison made his heart ache. He rarely grieved anyone who entered the underworld, but children were the exception. He had never gotten used to it, and he never would. He hesitated to even approach this park, where clusters of children played on large, colorful toys, despite the cold and the dusting of snow on the ground, their parents either participating or watching idly. He was not invisible to their eyes, and his presence would likely strike fear. The mortals did not always realize there was a difference between him and Thanatos, one the god of the dead, the other the god of death, and they assumed he arrived to reap souls, but he was here for one person, and he did not require her soul. He was usually good at ignoring the unease that settled on the world when he arrived, but something about being here made it far less easy. Still, he kept his eyes on Katerina, who was dressed in a brown jacket lined with fur. She was one of his employees, the trusted director of the Cyprus Foundation. She was also an oracle. "She's gotten big," Hades said, as he sidled up beside Katerina, who stood a few feet from one of the playsets, watching her young daughter, Imari, play. Katerina jumped at the sound of his voice, then laughed when she saw him. "Oh, Hades, you scared me," she said, pushing his shoulder. Her breath frosted the air as she spoke. He chuckled while Katerina's gaze returned to her daughter. "She is big, isn't she?" she asked, and then sighed. "Can't believe so much time has passed." 6 years? He inquired, though he did not need to ask. He knew. "Yeah," she said. "You're good at that." "Good at what?" "Remembering," she said. "Or is that a god thing?" "Is what a god thing?" "Can you just look at someone and know their age?" "I suppose," he said, though I have never really needed to. Death was death, no matter the age. "What are you doing here?" Katerina asked after a moment. "It's Sunday."
He took too long to answer, and Katerina's smile faded. "I need your assistance," he said. "I would not ask if—" "Hades!" He turned his head to the sound of his name as Imari jumped from the playset to the ground. He laughed and knelt as she raced into his arms. People had stared before, but not like they did now. "There's my girl," he said, and she laughed as she pulled away from him, taking his hand in hers, which looked like a giant's in her small one. "Come play with me," she said, tugging on his arm. "Imari," Katerina began, "Lord Hades is busy." "It's all right, Katerina," he said. A wide smile broke out across the young girl's face, and she pulled Hades along toward the play area. He felt too large and awkward, but Imari was too young to see him like that, too young to know what others feared. He watched as Imari climbed a set of steps to a platform and reached over her head. "Help me on the monkey bars, Hades." "Up you go," he said, and as he took hold of her legs, Katerina approached. "What is it you would not ask?" she said. As Imari swung from bar to bar, they followed. "I need your gift of prophecy," he said. Katerina wasn't in the habit of using her abilities as an oracle to help him outside the work she did for his foundation. She might comment on the potential success or failure of one of his endeavors, or organize timelines for the greatest outcome, but he had never asked her for anything like this. He continued, "There is a creature called the Ophiutorus," Hades said, his voice quiet, his words slow. "In ancient times, a prophecy foretold the death of the gods with the burning of its entrails. I need to know if that prophecy still exists." Katerina stared at Hades for a long moment, and then looked away. "The Ophiutorus," she murmured, and then was quiet. Imari came to the end of the bars. "Catch me, Hades," she said, and let go. He snatched her about the waist and spun with her in his arms. Her screeching laugh filled the park and made Hades smile. As he set her down, she ran for a swing. "Push me, Hades!" As they followed, Katerina spoke. "If a person slays the creature and burns its entrails, then victory is assured against the gods," she said. Silence followed her answer. It was as Hades had feared. The prophecy remained true. Imari began to swing, and Hades pushed. She giggled as she rose higher and higher, a happy backdrop to their somber conversation. "What will you do?" Katerina asked. "Try to find it before anyone else," he said. The creak of the swing filled the quiet between them. "What if you don't?" she asked after a moment. "Then I suppose we will all die," he replied. Hades realized as he vanished from the park that he had left Katerina with an ominous prediction. In truth, he did not know what would happen if someone found the Ophiutorus before him. It was possible that anyone might kill it out of fear, not realizing the true importance of the creature or the danger they would suddenly find themselves faced with. If the Ophiutorus died, it would not be as important as the person who killed it, according to Katerina's prophecy. Whoever slayed the creature must burn the entrails. Then victory would be assured against the gods. The gods. He knew there was no sense in trying to figure out who would be a victim of the prophecy. The fates would not divulge the future they had woven, and it was possible they had only done this for their entertainment. During the Titanomachy, the Ophiutorus had caused such a melee as both sides scrambled to find the creature that would end the war, but in the end, it had all been for nothing. The Titans had managed to slay it, and Zeus's eagles had stolen the entrails, foiling the prophecy. The fates' message had been clear. There was no easy end to this war. But things were different now, and it was possible they wished to usher in a new era faster. He could only guess as to their motives. His fingers curled into fists as he felt his control slipping away. That was the worst part of dealing with the fates.
Their future was final. But that did not mean Hades would not attempt control. He would protect the few who were closest to him, Persephone most of all, if she would let him. Hades manifested in a wooded meadow, and he was immediately overcome by the oppressive smell of Demeter's magic. It bore down on him like a weight on his back. He could feel his body curling in on itself. The only reprieve was Persephone's magic, a sweet undercurrent that called to his soul. Something crunched beneath his feet, and when he looked down, he saw shards of shimmering glass amid blooming carex and foxglove, all sprouting from a bed of green grass, untouched, as Hades suspected, by the winter storm ravishing New Athens. His gaze shifted to the ruins of a greenhouse. It was the source of Persephone's magic. Her early magic, too, for the thing that blossomed from the earth was a strange black trunk with long limbs that curled around the metal frame of the greenhouse, and crushed beneath those branches were many of Demeter's flowers, prisoners who found themselves at her mercy and found none. Now he understood where the glass had come from. He wondered at what point she'd come to wreak havoc on her crystalline prison, and for a brief moment he let himself marvel at how far Persephone had come, from creating life that mimicked the dead to coaxing blossoms from the earth as she stepped. Hades took a step, and as he did, the glass beneath his feet was like thunder in the quiet meadow. He was well aware he was not alone. He could feel eyes tracking him, but was not surprised that fear had driven any living thing from the meadow. He turned, eyes roaming the scattered tree line. "I know you're there," he said. "Come out." There was no action that followed his words. "Come out, or I shall come to you," he said. It was not an idle threat. He knew exactly where the nymphs had taken refuge. Beyond the tree line was a river, and from its banks they watched. They were naiads, like Luce. He waited with far more patience than they deserved as they negotiated.
"Lady Demeter will murder you," said one. "She will turn you into a bird as she has always threatened," said another, "and force us away from our home to the sea." "He would not harm us," another countered. "He loves Lady Persephone." "It is not his wrath we fear," said another.
Hades sighed, vanishing from the meadow and appearing on the bank of the river where 5 nymphs were gathered. They were half in water, their fingers digging into the muddy bank, faces obscured by tall grass. When they saw him, they gasped, and likely would have fled if he had not held them in place with his power. "One of you will tell me what you know of your mistress," said Hades. They shook.
"We know nothing about our mistress, my lord,"
said one who had hair like the sun shining on water. It was not a lie. "When was she last here?" he asked. "It has been quite some time," said another. This one had hair the color of the darkest parts of the river. "Since Lady Persephone left." "Left for the mortal world?"
"No, since the greenhouse was destroyed."
"And you have no idea where your mistress might be?" The 5 of them shook their heads. Hades studied them. "I need you to find her." Their eyes widened, and they paled. "My lord, she will know." This one who spoke had red hair like 2 others. All 3 were crowned with white lilies. "We will already be punished for this," said the one with dark hair. "You ask us to die for you." Hades tilted his head, narrowing his eyes. "You will already die for me, Hersina," he said. "The only uncertainty is how."
"Do not scare her,"
the blonde one snapped, wrapping her arms around Hersina's head, crushing her to her breast. "I cannot help it if you fear death," said Hades. "It is the truth of any existence."
"Lady Demeter was right about you," she seethed. "You have no care for anyone save yourself."
"If you knew what drove me to this meadow, you would choke on your words," Hades said.
Imagine if I had brought Persephone here to witness your loyalty wither in the face of her abusive mother." "You don't know what it's like," one of the three redheads, Pisinoi, Hades remembered, said. "Persephone knew. She would understand." "Perhaps she would," Hades replied. "But I am not Persephone, and I need to know where Demeter is hiding." Their anger reminded him of Persephone's when they'd first met, their opinion of him colored by the way Demeter had painted him. "Let me give you an idea of what you are about to face if you do not help me," said Hades. "Your fountains and wells, lakes and springs, rivers and wetlands will all freeze. You will be driven from your homes, you and all your sisters and friends. You will attempt to find reprieve from the cold, but will discover that the whole world is frozen, and in that state of despair, you will know what it is to beg for death." He paused and let his words linger in the air between them. "That is your fate, brought about by none other than the goddess you protect now." The five exchanged looks, a different kind of fear present on their faces. It was the acknowledgement he needed, that what he said was already coming to pass. "I will do it," said Hersina. "No," the other four said in unison. "We will all do it," said Cyane. She looked from her companions to Hades, her eyes alight with anger. "Even if it is only to inform her that you are looking for her." "I imagine she already knows," said Hades. "I'll be waiting." Hades returned to the underworld. He found Persephone asleep, so he undressed and poured himself a glass of whiskey, hoping it would ease his anxious thoughts. Katerina's prophecy was still at the forefront of his mind, but so was Demeter. He thought of the task he had assigned to the five nymphs, biting back the guilt. He knew it was dangerous to send them searching for Demeter. The nymphs were likely to be punished just for speaking to him, which made it even less likely they would return with any news on Persephone's mother. It was not as if he thought he could appeal to the goddess either. He only wished to know where to find her when Zeus became involved, and either demanded an end to the snowstorm or his engagement to Persephone. He felt the air stir. Glancing over his shoulder, he found Persephone had risen, and she gazed at him from their bed, sleepy and flushed, her beautiful body half concealed by the robe she wore. He'd have liked to rouse her from sleep with a kiss between her thighs, but he no longer felt that was possible, given the last few weeks, so he had waited, wondering if she might rise before sunup. "You're awake," he murmured. He faced her fully, and her eyes fell to his cock, which was hard and tight. He needed some sort of release, because the longer he went on like this, the more uncomfortable he would be. But with the way Persephone was looking at him, he did not think he'd have to agonize much longer. He downed what remained in his glass before approaching her, and as he sat, he cradled her face in his hand and brought her mouth to his. She let him lead, and he plied her mouth with his tongue until he could no longer taste the whiskey on his breath. The longer he kissed her, the more his cock throbbed. He might have guided her hand to his length, or pushed her to the bed so he could cover her body with his, but now he feared exerting too much control. When he pulled away, her lips were lush, and her eyes bright with lust. "How was your day?" he asked in a hushed tone. He could not bring himself to speak louder. There was something about this night that required quiet. "Hard," she answered, nibbling at her lip, a sign of her anxiety. He had not expected that answer, given that she had been in the underworld all day, but perhaps things had not gone well during her visit with Lexa. Before he could ask, she spoke. "Yours?" "The same," he said, and drew a piece of her hair behind her ear before planting his hand on the bed beside her hip. "Lie with me." Her eyes were heavy-lidded, her lips parted and swollen. "You don't have to ask," she whispered. He disagreed, but there was a part of him that recognized asking might be more about easing his fear than hers. Now, having her permission, he did not hesitate to guide her robe down until she was bare to him. He wanted so much of her at once, her soft moans and her desperate cries. He wanted to kiss her and be inside her. He wanted to take her slow and then fuck her hard. But his eyes fell to her breasts, her nipples peaked and rosy, and he decided he would begin there. He bent and took each tip into his mouth, sucking them and her soft skin. Her breaths came slow and deep, her fingers tangling in his hair. At this point, he had no real thoughts, only observations of sensation. The way her nails raked over his scalp, the way her breaths deepened the longer he sucked her, the way she shifted her legs wider as she prepared to accommodate whatever he decided to give her. Except that she grew impatient and reached for his hand, guiding him to her center and pressing his fingers into her heat. He groaned at the feel of her arousal. "So fucking wet," he murmured, before his lips crashed against hers and he explored her mouth. He chased her pleasure with his fingers. He liked all parts of sex with Persephone, but this pleased him because he could tell how much she wanted him, and all he could think was how she would feel when he slid his cock inside her. Wet, warm, right. He groaned as Persephone's hands closed around his length, and her touch sent a wave of pleasure rippling through him. Her strokes were slow, and when her thumb teased the tip, his whole body began to throb. He could not take it any longer. He had to be inside her. He left her body, his fingers dripping with her arousal. He planted his hand on her thigh and broke their kiss. Persephone glared, her eyes like fire, scorching every part of him. She reached for his hand again and brought it back to her center. He smirked, eyes falling to her lips. "Do you not trust me to bring you pleasure?" "Eventually," she said, her tone frustrated, but he liked the look on her. "Oh, darling," he said, and guided her to her back. "How you challenge me." He moved her to her side so that her back was to him. It was an odd angle, but he wanted her like this because he would watch her writhe as he gave her pleasure. He loomed over her, holding her gaze as his hand glided over her body until he reached the apex of her thighs. There was something about watching the anticipation build within her body that made him feel powerful. Only he could make her feel this way. Only he would touch her this way. She widened for him, and he entered her again. Her head fell back, pressing into his arm. Her mouth opened, releasing a pleasing moan, and he captured it with his mouth. He moved inside her and kissed her hard, unrelenting as he chased after her pleasure. Beneath him, she couldn't catch her breath. It sounded stuck in her lungs as he built on her ecstasy. And when he tore from her mouth, he whispered near her ear in a fierce and claiming growl, "Is this pleasure?" Because it pleased him. He pulled out of her again, and her only answer was a guttural cry, but he did not need her to speak. He knew what he had brought on her. Beneath his gaze, she glowed, ethereal, and so fucking beautiful. He needed her so badly it hurt. He shifted closer, and she drew her legs apart so he could fit himself inside her. He felt as though he were in a different part of her, angled differently, gripping differently, and he thought that maybe Persephone felt the same by the way she moved. "Is this pleasure?" he teased, his voice quiet and low. She shivered at the sound despite the heat radiating off her body. Together they had grown hot, their bodies slick. He moved inside her, slow at first and then faster and harder, liking the rush it gave him when his balls bounced off her ass. Fuck, he would chase that. He dug his fingers into her skin. "Is this pleasure?" he asked between his teeth, because he felt it acutely, and he needed to know she felt the same. Persephone's hand snaked behind his neck, and as her body jerked beneath his, she managed to speak. "It is ecstasy," Their mouths met in a messy kiss. Hades hooked Persephone's leg around his own and used his feet for purchase, increasing his pace. His hand came to rest on her neck, fingers gripping her jaw to hold her in place. He did not want to look away as he finished this. They ceased to speak, only managing gasps and moans, and the occasional "fuck" whispered viciously into the space between them, which hardly had room for anything else. He knew when Persephone was close. He could feel it in the way she gripped him, the way her body began to shudder. He grit his teeth, keeping his pace as she shattered in his arms, and he followed soon after. His release was draining and never-ending, but he stayed buried inside her, coming deep. It was a possessive thing, but he felt like it marked her as his, and when he would think about it throughout the day, it was one of few things that brought him true joy. They lay locked together until they could catch their breath, at which point Hades pressed gentle kisses across her skin, pausing to meet her gaze. "Are you well?" Persephone nodded, her face glistening with sweat. She seemed distracted, but he knew she was tired. He could feel it in her body, which had become limp and heavy. "Yes." He smiled, a strange relief washing over him. He had always felt it, a moment of fear after having sex with her, that he might have gone too far. But with the knowledge of Pirithous looming in the back of his mind, his unease had only grown. And he hated that he had forgotten, having found himself so caught up in the moment of giving and receiving pleasure. What if he fucked up, and things were never the same again? Those thoughts stole his high, and he pulled out of Persephone carefully, rolling onto his back. He stared at the ceiling, one hand on his stomach. Beside him, he could feel Persephone watching, and he knew she had something to say as he prepared himself for the worst. "Has Zeus approved of our marriage?" That was not what he had expected, and while not as bad as he'd feared, it was still something he was not prepared to talk to her about. In fact, he'd hoped to avoid this altogether. It was not something he wanted her to fixate on or fear so much that she decided not to marry him. He didn't like the way that last thought made him feel, like his heart was being torn from his chest. After a moment, he spoke. "He is aware of our engagement." "That is not what I asked." He knew it wasn't, but it was the only answer he wanted to give. He met her gaze, which was steady and dark. She'd lost that bright gleam that had come with her lust. He wanted that back so he did not have to face this. "He will not deny me." "But he has not given you his blessing?" He hated the frustration he felt at her insistence. Who had planted this in her head? Hecate, if he had to guess. His mood grew darker. No. He did not like the silence that descended after his answer. He knew she was not pleased with him. Suddenly he thought about the feeling he'd had after sex. Perhaps he'd been dreading this, having to explain what it really took to marry a god. "When were you going to tell me?" Though her voice was quiet, he could sense her frustration. But he was frustrated too. This had not been a conversation for anyone else but them, and he should have been given the chance to bring it up on his own. "If given that chance, you'd have never done it, you imbecile." He ground his teeth against Hecate's voice in his head. "Don't you ever fucking leave," he thought. "No," she responded, and her trill laughter echoed in his mind. "I don't know," he admitted, "when I had no other choice." "That is more than obvious," Persephone said, annoyed. "I was hoping to avoid it altogether." "Telling me?" she asked. Her frustration had not ebbed. There was a part of him that wanted to kiss her, both as a distraction from her anger and from this topic, but he knew he had to face it now that it was before them. "No, Zeus's approval. He makes a spectacle of it." "What do you mean?" He wanted to groan, thinking of all the times his brother had arranged marriages, most of which had failed miserably, all because his oracle predicted some kind of potential that would end his rule over the skies and the earth. Aphrodite and Hephaestus came to mind first, but there was also Thetis, a water nymph, who both Zeus and Poseidon had once courted until a prophecy foretold that she would give birth to a son more powerful than either of them. It was then that Zeus arranged her marriage to Peleus, and that wedding was a catalyst of the Trojan War. That was often Zeus's way, though, forsaking the lives of thousands of mortals to protect his throne. While Hades knew there was no child that could be born of their union, he did fear what the oracle might have to say about the unity of their power. Persephone was life, and he was death. They were a cycle that could give and end life, which made them powerful. How powerful was yet to be seen. He will summon us to Olympus for an engagement feast and festivities, and he will drag out his decision for days. I have no desire to be in attendance, and no desire to have you suffer through it. And when will he do this? He knew by the sound of her voice that she was worried, and he hated it. In a few weeks, I imagine. He tried to keep his voice light to minimize her fear, but it didn't work because when she spoke again, he heard the emotion in her voice. Why wouldn't you tell me? If there is a chance we cannot be together, I have the right to know. His chest hurt knowing how much this scared her. She'd had to face the guilt of loving him despite her mother's wishes, only to be faced with the fact that Zeus might ruin it all. He rose onto his elbow so that he could look at her, silent tears gliding down her face. He brushed them away. Persephone, he said, no one will keep us apart. Not the fates, not your mother, and not Zeus. She swallowed and shook her head. You are so certain, but even you will not challenge the fates. Oh, darling, but I have told you before. For you, I would destroy this world. Her gaze was unwavering, and he knew what she was searching for. Any hint that he was not being truthful. And when she did not find it, she took a breath. Perhaps that is what I fear the most. Her comment took him back to his conversation with Hecate. Since when have you worried over carnage? She had asked. Since I decided to marry the goddess of spring. Perhaps he would not have to worry. By the end of this, she might not want him at all. But right now, that was not the case. He wasn't sure what shifted between them. Perhaps it was part of this desperate feeling that everyone outside this space wanted to tear them apart. But the air grew thick between them, and wordlessly, Persephone drew her legs apart, and Hades shifted so that his body rested against hers. He was so easily aroused by her that his cock was already hard. Fuck, it had been hard, and only within a few minutes of his last release. He felt so foolish, but he was also desperately in love, and all that really mattered was that Persephone did not mind and felt the same. He claimed her mouth for the 100th time tonight, and kissed her deep and slow, giving the same attention as he made his way down her body, tongue swirling over her skin and hardened nipples, teasing her hips and inner thighs, before he licked the wetness that had gathered there. He could not really describe how she tasted, sweet but also sharp. Whatever it was, he liked it and wanted more. He buried his face farther into her heat, his eyes meeting hers from where he worked. She writhed in his grasp, her hands all over, pulling at her nipples and rubbing over her clit. She did not seem to have any control over her movements or the sounds coming out of her mouth. He worked in tandem with them, stroking her with his tongue for every breath and moan she took. When his fingers joined, her hands tangled in his hair, and her legs came up to brace his head. He pushed down on her to hold her in place, to drive her to the brink of release. And when she came, she whispered his name and took him into her body once more. Chapter 5. Hades.
Hades lay awake, staring at the ceiling. Persephone was asleep beside him, her head resting just under his arm, her hand flat on his chest. He could feel the weight of her engagement ring against his skin. The metal was cool compared to the warmth of her hand. He wondered if she had grown used to the feel of it on her finger, or was it still new? He could not wait to wear a ring for her. And he immediately felt like an idiot for having that thought, no matter how it rang true. A soft knock drew his attention to the door. Normally, he would instruct whoever was on the other side to enter, but the last thing he wanted to do was disturb Persephone's sleep. "Fuck," he muttered, and glanced at the clock. It was almost 3 in the morning. Something was wrong. He took a deep breath, and then held it as he disentangled himself from her, hoping she was tired enough to remain asleep. She stirred only slightly as he slipped from her hold, but settled quickly. Relieved, he crossed to the door and answered. "What is it?" he whispered vehemently. Ilias stood on the other side of the door. "My lord, we have a murder," he said. Hades' brow lowered. "The Ophiatoris?" It was the first thing that came to mind, considering they expected more deaths to come until the monster was captured. The satyr shook his head. "This is something else entirely." Fan-fucking-tastic, Hades thought. "I'll be a moment," he said, and started to close the door. "Hades," Ilias said, and the god met his gaze. "It's Adonis." That was the last thing he expected to hear. Adonis was most famous for being Aphrodite's favored, or if one wished to be less formal, her fuckboy. But Hades knew him for a different reason. He'd watched as the mortal forced himself on Persephone in the darkness of Aphrodite's club, La Rose. Later, Hades had gone to Aphrodite to threaten the mortal. "Nothing," he'd said, "will keep me from shredding Adonis's soul." Since that night, Hades had heard nothing from or about the mortal, so he assumed his threat had been communicated. Now, it seemed, he was dead. Well, fuck. "A moment," Hades said again, and he closed the door. He sighed and then turned and approached the bed where Persephone slept, soundlessly. He watched her for a few seconds, the fluttering of her dark lashes on her cheek, the part of her pink lips, the soft rise and fall of her chest. He bent and pressed a kiss to her forehead. "I love you," he whispered. She did not wake, only took a deeper breath and buried her face in the silk sheet she kept bunched near her face. Hades straightened and crossed to the door, calling up his glamour to cover his naked body. He stepped out into the hallway with Ilias, fully dressed in his usual tailored suit. "Where are we going?" he asked. "La Rose," the satyr answered. Hades and Ilias manifested on the deserted, snow-covered sidewalk outside Aphrodite's club. As it was late and many businesses along the road were closed, there was nothing to illuminate the mirrored exterior of Aphrodite's club, making it look like a cluster of dark crystals jutting from the earth. "This way," said Ilias, who directed Hades to an alleyway that ran between La Rose and the building beside it. The space was so narrow, the edges of his shoulders grazed the wall on both sides. As they came around to the back of the building, a few people were gathered. Zophie was among them, but also people in Aphrodite's employ. Aphrodite herself had yet to arrive. "Has your goddess been informed?" Hades asked Hymeros, who he recognized both as the god of sexual desire and a close companion of the goddess of love. He appeared very young, as if he were in his early 20s. He had no facial hair to speak of, but he did have a swath of thick, dark hair. "Eros has gone to inform her," he said. Hymeros and Eros were Aphrodite's closest advisors, and were two of the Erotes, a group of gods and goddesses who all represented different elements of love and sex. Hades wondered how the goddess would react to learning one of her mortal lovers had been murdered. He was never certain of Aphrodite's feelings towards those she favored. He knew she was partial to a few, but her love, whether she wanted to admit it or not, belonged to her husband, Hephaestus. Still, targeting a favored mortal was like targeting the god who had bestowed it, and when Hades turned and saw Adonis's body, his blood ran cold. He looked broken. It was the only way to describe it. His body seemed to have been so badly beaten, he splattered where he lay. "This was a bold move," said Hades as he stepped closer. To attack not only someone who had favor, but outside their club. And no one heard anything. "Nothing," said Himeros. "Is there surveillance?" Hades asked. "There is, but the lenses are frosted over. It's impossible to see what really happened." Fucking Demeter and her god's damned winter storm. "But from what I can see," the god continued, "he seems to have tried to come to the club after we were closed. When he couldn't get in the front, he came back here. That's when he was attacked." "Who discovered him?" Hades asked. "I did," said a new voice, Eros, whose magic felt warm and heady, wrong in this environment. He appeared alongside Aphrodite. Hades turned and looked at the two, but he could only focus on Aphrodite, whose expression remained disturbingly neutral. He waited for her to change, to realize what happened and rage, or perhaps even weep. But she did neither, though her eyes did not waver from the dead mortal. "By the time I found him, he was already gone." Hades bent over the body. There were any number of people who might be responsible for this death, but the severity of his wounds was what made Hades so uneasy. This was hate. He stared for a long moment before reaching toward the body. "Do not touch him," Aphrodite said. She took a step forward, but no more, held back by Eros. Hades glanced at the goddess, but ignored her and placed his hand fully on the mortal's back. Instantly, black tendrils shot from his body, wrapping around Hades' arm. They continued to climb until Hades was sure of his grip, and when he pulled, he freed Adonis's soul from his body. And then it vanished, transported to the shores of the Styx, where Charon would greet him and take him across the river. "What did you do?" Aphrodite demanded. "His soul had yet to leave his body," Hades said, straightening, which made everything far more horrific. It wasn't unusual for souls to abandon their body during surprise attacks, to escape the brunt of the trauma that would inevitably be inflicted on them. But Adonis hadn't escaped it, which meant his soul was just as battered as his body. It also meant there was nothing they would learn from him in the afterlife. He would be too distressed to help. A small part of Hades wondered if Adonis's attackers had known that. He found it strange that so much had worked in their favor. The cameras, for instance, and the fact that no one heard this horrific attack happening. It all seemed too orchestrated, like they'd had some kind of divine intervention. "Apollo!" Hades called, hoping his summons worked. "Why call on him?" Aphrodite asked. Hades met her bloodshot gaze. Now he noticed her anger. "We need to know exactly how he died," said Hades. "I do not trust that this was just a few jealous mortals." "What else could it be?" "I don't know," Hades admitted, and he couldn't really explain why he cared so much about figuring this out. He did not like Adonis, but he did like Aphrodite, despite her meddling, and it worried him that someone close to her had been killed. This was a violation. "What is it?" Apollo yawned, appearing in the cold night dressed only in a floral robe. When he ceased to rub his eyes and glanced at the ground, he lifted a foot. "Ew! What is that?" "A body, Apollo," Hades said flatly. "Gross," the god of light said, and yet he approached and bent over it, studying it closely. "I need you to conduct an autopsy," Hades said. "We need to know how he died." "Well, I can assure you the fact that he was beaten to a pulp did not help his case." "Apollo," Hades growled, annoyed by his sarcasm. This man was one of Aphrodite's favored. Apollo straightened, and his head snapped toward the goddess of love, pale with understanding. "Oh," he said. "Fuck." "Yes, fuck," said Hades. Apollo frowned and turned his attention to the body again. His feet were bare, and he did not seem to mind that he was standing in Adonis's pooled and coagulated blood. Hades was not certain what the god was doing, but after a few moments, he reached for something near the body and held it up. It looked like the handle of a knife. "I imagine I'll find quite a few stab wounds." Hades turned to Aphrodite. It was hard to say how to move forward from here. Did they warn her favored mortals of the attack and risk it leaking to the media? It was one thing for the favored to be murdered. Attacks were not unheard of, but it was another thing entirely for it to happen so close to a divine establishment. "I do not think it would be an exaggeration to say this was likely done by the impious," said Hades. Whether they were associated with Triad was another story. Impious did not worship the gods. Some lived quietly in their rejection of cult practices, while others were far more extreme, choosing violent methods as a way to attack the gods. Some had organized under the official banner of Triad, a group that touted a belief in fairness, free will, and freedom, despite terrorizing numerous mortals in their quest for said freedom. Now they claimed to be peaceful protesters, though Hades believed otherwise. But one thing worked in their favor, and that was the chaos caused by anyone who had forsaken the gods. "Protect those in your circle, Aphrodite," said Hades. "I think they want your wrath." "Why would anyone want my wrath?" she asked, her fair fingers curled into fists. "To illustrate a point." "What point, Hades?" "That a god's favor truly means nothing," he said. Chapter 6. Hades. Hades saw Persephone off to work, which felt like sending her into Poseidon's ocean. She did not even have an office. She worked out of the coffee house as if she weren't his fiancée, as if she hadn't caught the interest and attention of every god and mortal in New Greece. The sharks would circle, and the only thing that gave him any peace was that Antony escorted her and Zophie would shadow her. Once she was gone, Hades went in search of Thanatos and the farmer he had brought to the underworld. Despite his harrowing end, he'd transitioned to Asphodel, settling on the outskirts of the meadow that was used for farmland. Several acres were set aside for wheat and barley, grapevines and vegetables, olive and fig trees. Beyond that was a field speckled with cows and goats. Souls wandered about the land, conducting maintenance, gathering food, and feeding and milking the cattle. Among them was the new farmer, who sat on a stool milking a dairy cow. He wore what he had died in, a flannel shirt and a pair of overalls. As they approached, they cast a shadow on the old man, and he paused his milking to turn and look at them. "Georgios," said Thanatos, "this is Lord Hades."
"Lord Hades!"
the farmer said, stumbling to his feet and fumbling for his hat. As he swept it off his head, he revealed a layer of wispy hair that barely covered his bald head.
"Well, what can I do for you?"
Hades was amused by the farmer's stammering. "It is nice to meet you, Georgios," he said. "I trust you are adjusting?"
"Just like home,"
the soul said. It was a lie. Hades could see it in the squint of his eyes and the way they darkened as he spoke. "I hope it comes to feel more like it every day," he replied, a sincere wish he had for all who came to reside in his realm.
"Thank you, my lord,"
said the soul with the tip of his head. "Georgios," said Hades, "I've come to ask about your death." The farmer paled.
"Well, I don't really recall—"
"Do not think of that night," Hades said. "Think of before. Did anyone come around to your house inquiring after the monster you spotted in your field?"
"Well, yes,"
Georgios said.
"a couple of men in nice suits."
Hades nodded. "What did they look like?"
"I don't rightly know how to describe them, except to say they didn't belong. That much was evident.
Because of how they dressed? Georgios shook his head.
It was more than that. They were just different. Different like you.
Different like me? Hades asked. What does that mean?
Godly, I suppose,
Georgios said. Demigods, perhaps, but Hades wondered who exactly, and if they were sent by Theseus. And what did they want?
Said they were there because they heard I'd seen a monster. I'm not sure how they knew. I'd only told a neighbor. But word gets around in the towns outside Thebes. Anyway, I showed them where it had been. It was easy to spot because the grass was still flattened.
What did they say?
Nothing. They just left,
Georgios said. He was quiet for a moment, and then seemed to realize why Hades had inquired after the two men and the monster.
I suppose you think they came back to kill me?
We can't really know for sure, unless you saw them. The soul shook his head.
Later that night, I heard a sound outside. I thought that the monster had returned, but as I stepped off the porch, I was hit on the head. After that, I remember nothing.
Hades exchanged a look with Thanatos. When he met Georgios's gaze again, he offered his hand. I'm sorry to have had to bring this up, Georgios. The farmer shook his hand.
No need to be sorry, he said. Perhaps you will manage to do me justice.
I will, said Hades. That is a promise. Hades and Thanatos left the farmer to continue milking his cow. The two gods walked side by side and did not speak until they were far away from any wandering souls. Do you suspect he was killed by demigods? Asked Thanatos. It sounded like it. An actual god would have concealed their appearance. A mortal would have never been described as godly. If they did not pull the trigger, they ordered it, Hades said, though who had sent them to the farm was the greater question. If he had to guess, he'd say Theseus, but he also knew it was dangerous to fixate. There were countless demigods who roamed New Greece unchecked, their powers unknown. Any of them might have heard about the resurrection of the Ophiutorus and decided to track it. Whoever they are, said Thanatos, I dread the lives they will take. Let us hope they take no more. Fucking female assassins, Hermes said, appearing a few feet away from Hades and Thanatos. As he approached them, he brushed at his clothes and his arms as if he were dusting himself off. Well, he said, meeting Hades' gaze, you weren't wrong about Dionysus. Hades' brows rose, but he was distracted by a reddish mark on Hermes' skin. Did you get punched? Listen, have you seen Maenads fight? They are vicious. I think I'm in love. Hades chuckled. Sounds like you've had an eventful day, said Thanatos with a smirk. Why don't you tell us about it? Hades asked, though he knew he would not need to implore the god of mischief. He had come to perform a drama. I was tracking the Ophiutorus. I'd heard rumors that someone had spotted a large snake outside Sparta, which sounded promising, and it was. I found a trail of blood. Hades frowned. How much blood? Not enough to make me think it was struck by a fatal blow, but something definitely hurt it. What, I cannot say, because I was interrupted by 3 ferocious female demons. Dionysus's Maenads, Hades presumed. It wasn't so much a surprise, but Hades wondered if Dionysus did manage to capture the Ophiutorus first. Would he tell him? And then what? Asked Thanatos. I came here, Hermes said. You try to escape. They have teeth. Most people have teeth, said Hades. That is not true, Hades. Trust me, Hermes said. And by the look in his eyes, Hades guessed he'd seen some things. Anyway, I'd go back, but I'm kind of aroused now, and I don't think those ladies are interested in a foursome, so... Hades sighed. Thanatos let his head fall into his hand. Do you have to be so honest, Hermes? Hades asked. Hermes grinned.
It's why you keep me. Hades rolled his eyes, considering what they should do next. Was the blood fresh? He asked. No, though I could not tell how old. That was not as promising as he'd thought. Still, he wondered if he could send Zophie on the hunt. She was formidable and an Amazon. She would not get distracted like Hermes, who was, apparently, a masochist. His only reservation was taking her away from Persephone. You know, if you really wanted to find this creature, you could ask Artemis, Hermes suggested. Hades bristled at her name, despite the fact that what he said was true. There was no greater huntress than the goddess of the hunt. But Artemis was not the type to help anyone, save those who worshipped her. If given knowledge of the Ophiutorus, she would likely slay it and burn the entrails herself. I'd rather have my dick bitten off, said Hades. Try having it gummed. Hades and Thanatos gave Hermes a horrified look. I told you not everyone has teeth, Hermes said with a shrug. Hades made a mental note to never talk about teeth with Hermes again. I'm not asking Artemis to do anything, Hades said. She will see it as a way to obtain a favor. It was bad enough that he owed one to her brother, Apollo, who still had Persephone wrapped up in a bargain that called her away from Hades' side whenever the god pleased, a fact that made him bitter. Talk to Dionysus, said Hades. If his maenads get to the Ophiutorus first, I want to know. You want me to talk to Dionysus? Hades raised a brow. Yes, Hermes. You're officially his keeper. Do you know if he's still angry about his fiery balls? I don't, but you can ask him yourself. Can it wait? Hermes asked. I have to get ready for Sybil's housewarming party, and, by the way, so do you. Fuck. He'd forgotten about that. What's a housewarming? Thanatos asked. It is a party where everyone brings wood to light the hearth in a new home, said Hades. Yeah, said Hermes. He was already taking a step back, preparing to bolt for the upper world. We'll go with that. Bring plenty of wood. Hermes, Hades warned. Talk to Dionysus. Soon. What's the exact definition of soon? Hermes asked. Hades glared. Hermes grinned. See you soon, Daddy Death. He vanished, and when he was gone, Hades looked at Thanatos, who asked in a very serious tone, Which one of us do you think he was calling Daddy Death? Hades returned to the palace. He would have to tell Ilias what he'd learned from the farmer. There had always been an urgency behind finding the Ophiutorus, but Hades had felt an even greater need to locate it as Demeter's storm in the upper world worsened, and Persephone began to question whether Zeus would allow their marriage. There were too many obstacles in his way to having everything he had ever wanted. The Ophiutorus would make anyone's attempt to overthrow the Olympians far too easy, and Hades would be damned if he lost without a fucking war. As he meandered through the garden, in no hurry to return to the castle, he felt Persephone's magic blossom. She was back, which was strange. When she went to the upper world for work, she often remained for hours. He frowned and vanished from the garden, following her magic to the bedchamber, where he found her naked. She had yet to turn to him as she bent at the waist, inspecting something on her legs. He was content with this and admired her quietly from a distance, though he let his imagination run wild with other things he would like to do to her in that position. After a few moments, she straightened, still unaware he had joined her. She turned toward the bathroom and startled. Hades! His name slipped from her mouth on a breathless shout. He liked the way she said his name. It reminded him of how she came with his name on her lips. You scared me. His eyes dropped to her breasts, which she covered with one hand, as if she could stop her racing heart. You should have known I would find you once you took your clothes off. It is a sixth sense. He guided her hand away from her breast and kissed her fingers, which were delicate and strong. He thought about how they threaded through his hair, how her nails grazed his scalp, how they twined around his hair and pulled as she rode him until he came.
I am fucking insatiable, he thought, even as his eyes drifted down her body. Except that now he noticed her thighs, which were red and swollen. Small pockets of fluid speckled her skin, clear in color but obvious. They were blisters. "What is this?" he demanded, pressing his palm flat against the fiery skin, which seemed to revolt against his palm. Persephone gripped his other arm, her nails biting into his arm as he tried to heal her flesh, to heal her burns. "What the fuck?"
"A woman poured coffee into my lap," Persephone said.
He didn't like the pain that seeped into her voice. "Poured?" he asked, meeting her gaze.
"If you are asking if it was intentional, the answer is yes."
Intentional. It was as Hades had feared in the aftermath of Adonis's death, and even before that, when news of his relationship with Persephone hit the media. He had always been afraid someone would target her, aware that at some point something would happen, and Persephone would realize that she could not exist in the world as she once had, as an unassuming mortal. She was more than that. A goddess, to be certain, but his, and that made people angry. He knelt before her, wrestling with his emotions, which were everywhere all at once. There was a pressure in his head and chest that urged him to explode and seek vengeance, but the guilt kept him anchored at her feet. He should have insisted that she not go out in public. He should have given her an office at Alexandria Tower sooner. He channeled this frustration with himself into soothing her wounds and healing her. Once he was certain she was no longer in pain, and there was no visible sign of the burns, he let his hands slide to the backs of her thighs and held her, his eyes drifting back to hers from his place on the floor. "Will you tell me who this woman was?" he asked, and he bent forward, letting his mouth drift over her newly healed skin, content when she offered a pleasing sigh.
"No," she said, bracing her hands on his shoulders, her golden hair curtaining her face.
"I cannot persuade you?" She hummed when his tongue darted out to taste as he neared the mound of dark curls between her thighs, catching sight of her clit, which was quickly swelling, begging to be touched and teased. He groaned at the thought of taking it into his mouth, sucking it gently. He hardened more, and he was certain it was cutting off the blood supply to his brain. "Perhaps," Persephone said, her breathy reply sending a surge of heat straight to the head of his cock. Hades struggled to remember what he had asked.
"But I do not know her name, so all your persuading would be in vain."
"Nothing I do is in vain." He could take it no longer, and shifted, his mouth closing over her clit, lips teasing. Her sigh was heavy and guttural, and he enjoyed the way her fingers moved to his hair, and the sweet sting when she pulled too hard.
"Hades."
He pulled away enough to whisper against her heated flesh, the taste of her on his tongue enough to drive him mad. If she did not let him bring her to release, he would spend all evening thinking about everything they had left unfinished here. "Don't make me stop," he begged, between flicks of his tongue against her. Another pleasant sigh left her, but when she spoke, her voice was controlled and commanding.
"You have 30 minutes.
It was enough to make him pull away and meet her gaze. And for fuck's sake, she was beautiful and far stronger than him. Her eyes gleamed bright green, as if her glamour was fading, but he knew it was just the power of her arousal, a sign of how much she wanted him. The problem was she could control it, could bide her time before release. Hades could not. "Only 30? Her eyes flashed and a playful smirk curled her lips.
"Do you need more?"
He let his hands drift to her ass, squeezing as he grinned. "Darling, we both know I could make you come in 5, but what if I'd like to take my time?" Her smile warmed, her fingers touching his lips.
"Later."
Though he could not tell if it was more of a command or a promise.
"I have a party to attend, and I still need to make cupcakes."
Is it not a mortal custom to be fashionably late? Hadn't he heard that somewhere before? He felt like he was pouting, but this was important. Pleasure following the pain.
Did Hermes tell you that?
Is he wrong? Her eyes narrowed.
I will not be late to Sibyl's party, Hades. If you wish to please me, then you'll make me come, and on time.
He offered a light chuckle, letting his chin rest between her thighs as he agreed to her bidding. As you wish, my darling, he said, and continued his work, teasing her clit until he felt as though it pulsed in his mouth. Then he drew her leg over his shoulder, and she kept her hands on his shoulders for support, widening so he could taste her. He wanted to fuck her with more than just his fingers and tongue. His cock begged to be inside her, especially when she began to grind against his mouth. But she had given him a limit, and if this was where she was going to spend the majority of his time, he would make it good. He would have to get himself off later while she iced fucking cupcakes instead of his dick. But this was good. It was enough. It was her, and that was all that mattered. When she came against his mouth, he was satisfied with her pleasure, and he rose to his feet and covered her mouth with his own, holding her tight against him, his head spinning at the minuscule amount of friction their closeness brought to his cock. He pulled away when her hands tried to gain access to him, but their bodies were pressed so close she could not manage it. I promise to make you come and get you to Sibyl's on time. If you touch me, I will break that promise. His words bordered on a threat. He knew what he was capable of at this moment. He also knew he could barely think. One touch from her would seal the fucking deal. She looked very much like she regretted coaxing that agreement from his lips. She started to open her mouth, but whatever words were poised to come out never left, because he kissed her again, his hands framing her head. When he pulled away, he let his forehead rest against hers. Go make the fucking cupcakes, Persephone. He released her and stepped back. She seemed a little dazed, which was far better than how he felt. He could hardly contain himself as she slipped into a new dress. At the door, she turned to look at him.
Are you going to join me in the kitchen?
In a moment, he said. She nodded, her eyes darting to his dick, which strained hard against his trousers. It was obvious what he intended to do, and the door barely clicked closed before he had unbuttoned his pants, taken his cock out, and began to jerk himself off. Fuck me, he thought, as he pumped into his palm, which was nothing at all like Persephone's wet and writhing body, but he was out of options. He came quickly, messily, but the release was nothing compared to what he actually needed, and as he washed away the evidence of his actions, he wondered if he could make it through this night without fucking her in Sibyl's new home. Chapter 7. Hades. Hades let Persephone lead, using her magic to teleport to Sibyl's new home since she had been there before. They appeared in front of a green apartment door, in an alcove beneath a set of cement and metal stairs. Hades manifested with just enough room that his head brushed one of the steps overhead. He shifted forward a little to give himself space, his hands settling on Persephone's waist as he did. She shivered, but it had nothing to do with his touch. It was fucking frigid. He had not been outside since last night when he'd left the underworld for La Rose, and while it had been cold, it was evident the temperature had dropped. He should have waited to jerk off. This cold would have killed his boner faster. Fucking Demeter. It was as he feared. The weather was getting worse. Hades felt a surge of power against his palms. It was warm and came from Persephone. He held her tighter, his head lowering so that his lips were near her ear. Are you well? When she didn't respond, he frowned, straightening. Persephone? She seemed to realize he was speaking and looked up at him, the back of her head resting against his chest. She looked adorable and felt so small in his grasp. These were his favorite moments, the ones that felt quiet and intimate, and he craved them more and more.
I am well, she said, but something moved behind her eyes, a darkness he recognized in his own. I am, she attempted to assure him. I was just thinking about my mother.
Do not ruin your evening thinking of her, my darling, he said. She did not need to know that he had been thinking of her too.
It is a little hard to ignore her given the weather, Hades.
He reluctantly turned his head toward the sky, dense with cloud cover. He hated that Demeter was on her mind. He knew it was likely because she'd read all the reports in the media about the winter storm being a form of divine punishment, and she likely felt responsible. Despite knowing very few things about her daughter, Demeter was aware that the way to get to Persephone was through her heart. She would ensure this storm was devastating to the people of New Greece, and when that happened, would Persephone regret agreeing to marry him? He wondered if she was thinking about it now. If she wasn't yet, she soon would be. He ground his teeth, and Persephone shifted from his grasp to knock on the door, her warmth disappearing with her distance. He didn't like it. And he liked it even less when a man answered Sibyl's door. Not because he felt like a threat, or even appeared to be. It was how he felt. Wrong. Deceptive. Hades returned his hand to Persephone's waist. He wasn't sure if he should feel relieved or worried when she seemed just as confused by the blond, blue-eyed man.
I think we might have the wrong...
Persephone, right? The man asked. Hades stiffened. He did not like the way he said her name. It was too casual, too comfortable.
Persephone!
Sibyl cried, running up behind the man who did not move, forcing the oracle to bow beneath his arm, which was braced against the doorframe as if he were some kind of guard. Hades also did not like that. He let Persephone go when Sibyl pulled her in for a hug.
I'm so glad you're here,
she said, and it was impossible not to hear the relief in her voice. Hades cast a dark look at the mortal male who watched them, unmoving. Had he made Sibyl uncomfortable in her own home? His fingers tightened into fists. If Sibyl did not introduce him soon, Hades would send him to a deserted island somewhere off the coast of New Greece.
I'm glad you could come too, Hades.
Hades was surprised and met the oracle's gaze. I appreciate the invitation, he said sincerely. He was rarely invited to anything that wasn't his own event.
Aren't you going to introduce me?
The man standing guard in the doorway had finally moved to cross his arms over his chest as if he were pouting. His voice was grating, and he spoke with a crude entitlement Hades found irritating. He got the feeling the mortal only spoke to draw attention back to himself, and his attention he would have. The god of the dead glared. Did he really need an introduction to death? Sibyl half turned to the man as if she'd forgotten he was here. She gave them a look as if to apologize for his insolence.
Persephone, Hades, this is Ben.
Hi, I'm Sibyl's boyfriend.
Friend. Ben is a friend.
Sibyl interrupted him. Hades exchanged a look with Persephone, who could not hide her bewildered expression. Well, soon-to-be boyfriend, Ben amended. Hades couldn't hide his disgust and glowered, which deepened when Persephone shook the mortal's outstretched hand.
It's nice to meet you,
she said. She was far too nice. The mortal turned to Hades expectantly, offering his hand. You do not want to shake my hand, mortal. First, he would crush it, and then he would force the man to face every fear he'd ever conjured. It would all happen in a split second and drive him to the point of madness. Hades would enjoy watching it, but he felt like Persephone would disapprove. The mortal did not like Hades' rebuff. A kernel of anger sparked within his gaze. It almost made Hades laugh, and he wished the mortal would say something about his slight. He would take any reason to banish him from this party. But in the quiet that followed, he seemed to gain some sense and recovered his pleasant, albeit unnerving, facade. He smiled and then finally moved out of the fucking door.
Well, Shall we go in? Hades was not keen on being in such a confined space with this mortal. They were already off to a bad start, but he pressed a hand to Persephone's lower back as they entered the apartment. He could feel her gaze on him, curious but also observant. "What?" he asked, voice quiet. "You promised to behave," she reminded. "It is not in my nature to appease mortals," he said, especially ones who had a sense of self-importance in the face of actual death. "But it is in your nature to appease me," she said, and her words drew his attention to her face as they came to the end of the hallway, pausing in a small kitchen with a too bright fluorescent light overhead. Still, he held Persephone's gaze and offered her a small smile. "Alas," he said quietly, "you are my greatest weakness." She watched him, a wealth of feeling flooding her gaze. If she looked at him like that too long, he really would fuck her in this house. "Wine?" Sybil squeezed between them as she came into the kitchen, heading straight for the bar. She obviously knew what everyone would need to get through this night, since Ben insisted on staying. "Please," Persephone said. "For you, Hades?" "Whiskey. Whatever you have is fine. Neat." He paused, noticing the look Persephone cast his way, but he couldn't tell what prompted her displeasure. "Please?" Perhaps he should have summoned his own alcohol. "Neat?" Hades could not help but cringe when he heard the mortal's voice. Perhaps it was because he knew every time the man opened his mouth, he would say something stupid. "Real whiskey drinkers at least add water." There was a horrible silence in the room that everyone seemed to notice, save Ben. Persephone and Sybil froze, wide-eyed as they waited for Hades to retaliate. He looked at the mortal, voice dripping with a disdain he felt blacken his heart. "I add the blood of mortals," he said. Which was a joke, except that Hades was tempted to test it and have Ben be the first sacrifice. Fuck, he had never hated someone so much in his life. "Of course, Hades," Sybil said, as if she had not heard Ben or Hades' reply. She chose a bottle from the many cluttering the counter and offered the whole thing. "You'll probably need it." He smiled at her as warmly as he could. "Thank you, Sybil," he said, already loosening the cap to drink straight from the bottle. "So, how did you meet Ben?" Persephone asked as Sybil poured her a glass of wine. Hades considered answering for her. The fucker was a stalker. But before she could even get a word out, Ben spoke. "We met at 4 Olives where I work. It was love at first sight for me." Persephone made a strange sound as she choked on her wine, though Hades had to admit he was pleased with himself. He hadn't been wrong. Sybil gave them both a desperate look. It was evident she had tried to put this mortal where he belonged. The issue was she thought she could make him a friend, but he didn't even belong in that zone. He belonged in jail. Or Tartarus. Hades would take either one. A knock interrupted the awful silence. "Thank the gods," Sybil said, darting to the door. Hades imagined she was eager to fill the house with other people to drown out Ben's annoying voice. "I know she isn't convinced yet," Ben said when they were alone, "but it's only a matter of time." "What makes you so sure?" Persephone asked, and while Hades could hear the revulsion in her voice, the mortal did not seem to notice. Instead, he preened, squaring his shoulders and lifting his head in pride. Hades was already rolling his eyes. "I'm an oracle." "Oh, fuck," he said, unamused. Persephone elbowed him, but it wasn't as if Ben was deterred. He had no ability to sense emotion beyond pride in himself. Still, Hades could not take much more of this. He needed distance from this fucker who he refused to call by name. "If you'll excuse me." He glanced at Persephone as he left the kitchen and wandered into the adjacent living room, sipping from the whiskey Sybil had so kindly given him. His only wish was that he could get drunk because tonight he needed it. He could still hear Ben from across the room as he leaned toward Persephone,
an action that made Hades want to rip his head off. Hades let himself imagine it, what it would be like and feel like, just to calm down. "I don't think he likes me," Ben said. Persephone arched a brow, replying unenthusiastically, "Whatever gave you that idea?" Hades tuned them out for a moment as he observed Sibyl's space. It was cozy but sparse, evident that she was starting over. Despite the fact that they were gathering tonight to celebrate her new chapter, Hades knew none of them were completely happy, well aware that the reason they were all here was because one of them was gone. Lex's death had changed everything. He still felt guilty over how he handled Persephone. He had failed to be there for her through Lex's time in the hospital, failed to prepare her for a death that he had not realized would be so devastating. "You've been the god of the underworld so long, you've forgotten what it is really like to be on the brink of losing someone." But even as she had spoken those words, he had felt like he was losing her. "Sephi!" Hermes' voice tore through his thoughts, and he turned to see the god of mischief enter the kitchen, 2 bottles of alcohol in each hand. He set them down before dragging her against him for a hug. "You smell like Hades and sex," he declared, which, despite feeling a little guilty, made Hades chuckle. "Stop being creepy, Hermes," Persephone seethed. Amusement ignited the god's eyes as he released her and turned to Ben with intrigue. Hades groaned inwardly. Why did Hermes have to be attracted to literally everyone? He supposed it didn't matter. Once the fucker opened his mouth, Hermes' interest would cease. "Oh, and who is this?" "This is Ben, Sibyl's—" Persephone hesitated, apparently uncertain of how to describe the stalker. It didn't matter anyway, because neither one of them was paying attention. "Hermes, right?" Ben asked. Hermes looked bright with pride. "So, you've heard of me." Hades offered a humorless laugh as he took another drink. The comment was absurd. There wasn't a mortal alive who didn't know the god of mischief. "Of course," the mortal replied. "Are you still the messenger of the gods, or do they use email?" Hades tried to hide his smile as he turned toward the window, pulling back a single curtain that had been tacked to the wall as he listened to Hermes' snappy reply. "It's Lord Hermes to you," he said. Whatever followed was lost to Hades as he observed the weather. The snow was heavier, and now and then ice tapped against the window. The storm was worsening by the hour. "Well, well, well," Hermes announced, his voice closer than before. "Look who decided to darken the corner, literally." Hades turned from the window and watched the god approach. Hermes stabbed his thumb over his shoulder. "Can you believe that mortal?" he asked, then spoke in a mocking tone. "Do the gods use email? Fucker." Hades found himself chuckling again. Hermes glared. "Don't pretend like you aren't antiquated too. Weren't you replaced by murder?" "No, Hermes," said Hades. "I mean the audacity." "You know, true revenge would be to not let him know he's gotten under your skin," said Hades. "You're only saying that for your benefit." Hades shrugged and took a drink. "The fucker thinks he's an oracle. Let him offer false prophecies and find himself at the mercy of Hecate." Hades was not certain which god the mortal claimed to speak for, or if he only claimed to see visions. Either way, Hecate despised anyone who alleged false power. "Summon her," said Hermes, and then his voice darkened. "I want to see him burn." Hades did not respond, though he enjoyed thinking about the scene Hecate would make inside Sibyl's small apartment if he called for her to punish the false prophet. "Did you speak with Dionysus?" Hades asked. "No," said Hermes. Hades glared. "You said soon, not right this minute," Hermes defended. Hades continued to stare. "Fine, I'll go tonight."
His gaze was unwavering. "If you think I'm leaving this party without playing drinking games, you're fucking insane. Oh, wait, you are." Hermes crossed his arms over his chest and looked away. "Why don't you go talk to him?" "Because I have to talk to Apollo," said Hades. "Unless you want the task." No. Apollo still hasn't forgiven me for stealing his cattle." "Again?" Hades asked. "No, just that one time. You know, when I was a baby." "I thought you settled that," said Hades. If he recalled correctly, it was how Apollo had obtained his first lyre, which he now used as one of his symbols of power. "We did," said Hermes, "but you know how grudges work." There was another knock at the door, and this time Helen entered. Hades was not as familiar with the young mortal, except for what Persephone had communicated, which was mostly to say that she was beautiful and a hard worker. "This weather," she said as she entered. "It's almost unnatural." "Yes, it's awful," said Persephone. Hades' chest tightened, noting the worry etched across Persephone's face. It wasn't going to get any better either. The tap of ice on the window was only increasing. Luce and Zophie were the last to arrive. Apparently, the two had decided it was a good idea to live together, though from what Hades had heard from Ilias, it was rather disastrous. Luce had only just returned to her physical form after being a tree for centuries. And Zophie was born and bred to be a warrior. Her instinct was to kill when something did not go her way, which meant she spent a lot of time destroying things for no reason. Like the vending machines at Alexandria Tower. They both had a lot to learn about society. Of the two, Hades expected Luce to act uncomfortable in his presence. After all, he had been the one to turn her into a tree. But it was Zophie who froze when she spotted him. "My lord!" she exclaimed, and swept into a stiff bow. "You don't have to do that here, Zophie," Persephone said, though Hades was not opposed. He found it strange that the Amazon insisted on bowing to him but not Persephone, who was technically her mistress. But he knew his goddess would be uncomfortable with that, considering they were among friends. "But he is the lord of the underworld," Zophie said. Hermes scoffed. "We're all aware. Look at him. He's the only goth in the room." Hades scowled at the god, who offered a sheepish grin and left Hades' side, declaring, "Since everyone's here, let's play a game." "What's the game?" Helen asked. "Poker?" "No!" The reply came from almost everyone in the room, even Persephone. Hades glowered. He recognized he had a reputation when it came to card games, and a loss to him came at a great cost. But he was not interested in a bargain with anyone here, except for, perhaps, the mortal parading as a false oracle. He liked the idea of giving him an impossible challenge, something along the lines of, "Stop being a fucking creep." He would fail spectacularly, and then Hades could rid the world of his soul. "Let's play Never Have I Ever." Hades groaned. He hated this game. Hermes bounded toward the kitchen and reached over the bar, which was followed by the sound of glass clinking as he managed to gather several bottles of liquor in each hand. "With shots." "Okay," Sybil said, "but I don't have shot glasses." "Then you're all going to have to pick something to gulp," Hermes said, strolling toward the coffee table in the living room and arranging the bottles on the table. "What's never have I ever?" Zophie asked. "Exactly what it sounds like. You make a statement about something you've never done, and if anyone has done it, they have to take a shot," said Hermes, which was exactly why Hades hated the game. It was the last thing he wanted to play with Persephone in the room. He'd done everything in the fucking book because he was ancient, things he had never had the opportunity to tell Persephone about. He considered lying, but knew Hermes would call him out. Fuck me. He would not forgive Hermes for this.
Everyone gathered around the table in the living room, and had to watch as Ben invaded Sybil's personal space just to squeeze beside her on the ground. "Me first," Hermes exclaimed. "Never have I ever had sex with Hades." A warm flush rushed from the top of Hades' head to his toes. Forget summoning Hecate to torture Ben. Hades would summon her for Hermes. "Hermes!" Persephone hissed. Forget Hecate. Perhaps Persephone would execute him on her own. She looked murderous enough. "What?" Hermes grumbled. "This game is difficult for someone my age. I've done everything." It wasn't until Luce cleared her throat that Hermes seemed to realize the issue with what he'd said. Persephone wasn't the only person Hades had slept with in this room, and the reminder wasn't a pleasant one. For any of them. "Oh. Oh!" An awkward silence followed as both Persephone and Luce took a shot, and while he kept his gaze trained on Persephone, he could feel the strain between them. Without prompting, Ben went next. "Never have I ever stalked an ex-girlfriend." Hades could taste the lie, and no one drank because no one here was a sociopath. "Never have I ever fallen in love at first sight," said Sybil, and despite the statement being for Ben specifically, the mortal did not seem to notice, or perhaps he didn't care, because he took a shot. Helen was next. "Never have I ever had a threesome." Hades could feel Persephone's gaze burning into him before she even finished her sentence, but he did not wish to look at her as he raised the bottle to his lips to drink. When he did meet her gaze, she looked pale, except for her cheeks, which were turning a warm, rosy red. It was not as if they hadn't discussed this before. Well, not exactly this. He'd explained his long life, so his varied sexual partners and experiences were to be expected. But perhaps he should have been more specific. This was no way to learn about what he'd done, even if it was all in the past. He was desperate to be beside her, to have his arm around her, to whisper in her ear how much he loved her, and no one compared. But as the game continued, things only got worse. "Never have I ever eaten food off someone's naked body," Ben said, and Hades had to drink. "Never have I ever had sex in the kitchen," Helen said. Another drink. "Never have I ever had sex in public," Sybil said. Another drink. Hades never thought he would say this, but he was getting tired of drinking. Each time he did, he felt Persephone's energy change and morph into something dark and angry, and it recoiled from his own. He didn't like it. "Never have I ever had sex with a priestess," said Hermes. "That's a lie," said Hades. "Is it?" Hermes asked, surprised, and then shrugged. Okay." Hades did not drink. Helen continued the game, declaring, "Never have I ever faked an orgasm." Hades watched in relative horror as Persephone lifted her glass to her perfect lips and drank. What a fucking lie. He narrowed his eyes. He was the only person she had ever had sex with, and he knew he had never left her unsatisfied or wanting. "If that is true," he said, his gaze unwavering, burning into her. He hoped she could feel what he intended to do to her, how he would make her beg for release, how he would shatter her so thoroughly she would feel the after effects for days. "I will happily rectify the situation." "Oh," Hermes hummed. "Someone's getting fucked tonight." "Shut up, Hermes," Persephone snapped. "What?" he grumbled. "You're just lucky he didn't carry you away to the underworld the moment you lifted that glass." He'd thought about it, but it was far more rewarding to fuck her here where everyone could hear her come. She had no idea what she'd done. "Let's play another game," Persephone said quickly.
But I like this one. It was just getting good, said Hermes. Besides, you know Hades is just making a list of all the ways he wants to Enough, Hermes, Persephone snapped, her frustration boiling over. She got to her feet and disappeared down the hallway. Silence followed, and after a moment, Hermes looked up at him. Well, aren't you going after her? Hades sighed and set his bottle of whiskey on the corner of the coffee table before straightening his jacket and vanishing from sight. He appeared in front of her, bracing his hands on either side of her head as she leaned against the bathroom door. Her eyes were closed, and he leaned in, his mouth near her ear. You had to know your actions would ignite me, he said. They crawled under his skin and made him burn alive. He wanted to fuck her, to feel her come around his cock so hard she was left with no ability to stand or speak. When have I left you wanting? He asked, his lips grazing the edge of her ear and down the column of her neck. She shivered. Will you not answer? He pulled away and lifted his hand to her neck. Her pulse raced beneath his hand. I'd really have rather not found out about your sexual exploits via a game in front of my friends, she said. It wasn't his preference either. So you thought it better to reveal that I had not satisfied you in the same manner? She averted her gaze and swallowed. He could feel her throat constrict. He leaned in, his tongue trailing the edge of her ear. Shall I leave no doubt in their minds that I can make you come? He whispered, and let his hands smooth up the backs of her thighs, under her dress to her underwear, which he tore in two. Hades, we are guests here. Your point? He asked, as he took out his cock and lifted her into his arms, letting her back rest against the door. It's rude to have sex in someone's bathroom. Despite her protests, she let him do as he pleased. He kissed her and ground his hips into hers, his cock resting between her thighs, sliding along her entrance, which was slick with her arousal. Fuck, he whispered. Or perhaps he didn't say anything aloud at all, but she felt good. He thought he would be able to drag this out, to torture her into begging for him, but he couldn't. Not when she was so ready, and he could not wait to dive into that heat. He slipped inside her, and a guttural moan escaped from Persephone's mouth, which was open against his. She was everything. He held her tight and thrust into her, unable to manage much movement, but it was still enough to drive all thought from his mind, enough to make his ears ring, enough to send the blood rushing from his head straight to his cock. Perspiration broke out across his skin, and his breathing grew ragged as he rested his forehead against hers, aware that the door beneath them rocked in its frame. It was so loud he almost didn't hear the knock, and when Hermes' voice sounded from the other side, he wished he'd not heard anything at all. I hate to interrupt whatever's going on in there, but I think you two will want to see this. Not now, Hades snapped. He wasn't willing to give this up. He was so close to release. She was so close. He could feel her muscles clenching around him, coaxing him to come. He let his head fall into the crook of her neck, breathing hard against her skin, when he felt her tongue and teeth against his ear. He stiffened, gripping her tighter. Fuck, she made this hard. Okay, first, it's rude to have sex in other people's bathrooms, Hermes said, his tone taking on a higher pitch, as if he were irritated. Second, it's about the weather. Fuck, Demeter, he thought. How was it this goddamned storm was ruining even this moment? A moment, Hermes, Hades growled. How long is a moment? Hermes, Hades seethed, and he hoped the god understood what he didn't say. Ask one more question, and I'll burn your balls off. Okay. Hades took a breath. Leaving Persephone's body was torture.
It was worse when he had to face his engorged cock, glistening with her.
Fuck. I'm sorry,
she said, and he frowned. Why are you apologizing? She started to speak, but seemed to decide against it. I am not upset with you, Hades assured, and pressed his mouth to hers. But your mother will regret the interruption. That was a promise. They restored their appearances and left the bathroom. From the hall, they could hear the news reporting on the weather. A severe ice storm warning has been issued for the whole of New Greece. What's going on? Persephone asked as she came into the living room. Hades was right behind her. It started to sleet. Helen was at the window, the curtains parted. Persephone joined her there and looked outside, her arms crossed over her chest, a sign of her anxiety. Hades had heard when the ice had first started to fall, but now it came down like rain. This is a god, the false oracle began. A god cursing us. Silence filled the room at the mortal's declaration, and while no one would argue the point, it was another to state it in a room with actual gods. Ben met Hades' gaze. Do you deny it? He challenged. It is not wise to jump to conclusions, mortal, Hades gritted out. He really hated this man. I'm not jumping to conclusions. I have foreseen this. The gods will rain terror down upon us. There will be despair and destruction. Hades glanced at Persephone, who looked pale and uncertain. What Ben said was not outside the realm of possibility, but it was also information anyone could spout, so long as they were familiar with the history of Greece. Careful with your words, Oracle, Hermes warned. His body had grown rigid, and he stood with his shoulders squared and fists clenched. He had taken great offense to Ben's words. I am only speaking. What you hear, Sybil interrupted quickly, which may or may not be the word of a god. And judging by the fact that you have no patron, I'm guessing you're being fed prophecies from an impious entity. If you had training, you would know that. An impious entity could be anything. Another mortal filling his head with impious thoughts, or even a soul trapped on this earth, whispering to him in the dark. And what is so bad about an impious entity? Sometimes they are the only truth-tellers. I think you should leave, said Sybil, though her voice quaked. Fucking finally, Hades thought. You want me to leave? She didn't stutter, Hermes said, taking a step forward. But you must have forgotten the way out the door. Hermes took another step. I'll show you out. Sybil! Oh, fuck. Enough. Hades sent his magic barreling toward the mortal, who vanished from sight. There was a moment of shock, and everyone looked at Hermes. That wasn't me, he said, and looked at Hades, who made no move to explain what he'd done, which was what he should have done from the beginning. Sent Ben to a deserted island. I think we all should go. This storm is only going to get worse the longer we stay. Persephone looked at him. Hades, I'd like to make sure Helen, Luce, and Zophie get home safe. I'll call Antony. The Cyclops arrived in minutes, and they filed inside the limo. The sound of sleet was louder in the car and filled the space with a sense of dread. Hades sat beside Persephone, one arm braced around her, while Luce, Zophie, and Helen sat opposite them. Did anyone else really hate that Ben guy? Asked Luce. What a ridiculous question, Hades thought. Of course everyone hated him. Sybil should keep a blade beneath her bed in case he comes back, said Zophie helpfully. Or she could just lock her door, Helen suggested. Locks can be picked. A blade is better, Zophie insisted, and Hades couldn't disagree. Someone like Ben wasn't going to let a lock get in the way of what he wanted, just like he wouldn't let the word no stop him. Hades was glad for the silence, because it let him think, though what he had to do next wasn't exactly exciting. He had to visit Apollo and learn what truly killed Adonis, and he needed to know soon before any other attacks like this took place. He would much rather return to the underworld with Persephone and pick up where they left off in the bathroom, but he would have to wait until later, after this task was complete. She wouldn't be happy. Antony dropped off Luce and Zophie. They watched until the two were safe inside their apartment before leaving and continuing on to Helen's home. The woman sat quietly for a while, but after a moment she spoke, not looking at either him or Persephone. "Do you think Ben is right, that this is the work of the gods?" Hades felt Persephone's body go rigid against his, and his hold tightened on her. "We'll find out soon enough," he answered. They arrived at Helen's, and Antony helped her out of the car. "Thank you for the ride," Helen said as she left. Persephone burrowed closer to him as the cold filled the cabin, and he gladly let her. Now they were heading home, and Hades began to dread arriving. He was content to be here with Persephone, warm and in the back of his limo. He felt Persephone look up, and after a moment she spoke in a quiet voice. "Does she really think a storm will keep us apart?" It was that question that made him realize she had no idea how bad this was going to get. "Have you ever seen snow, Persephone?" he asked. "From afar." Hades met her gaze, eyes searching. He could not figure out how to communicate what would inevitably happen. "What is going through your mind?" she whispered, as if she were afraid to find out. "She will do this until the gods have no choice but to intervene." "And what happens then?" "Then I destroy the world," he thought. He chose not to speak, and she did not ask for an answer. A moment longer, and they were close enough to Nevernight. Hades straightened, which also caused Persephone to shift away. He hated it. "Antony, please see that Lady Persephone returns safely to Nevernight." "What?" Hades reached for her and kissed her before she could say anything more. His tongue slid into her mouth, and it took everything in his power not to pull her into his lap, to seal their bodies together, to fuck her in the back of this car. Instead, he stayed focused on her mouth, his fingers tangled in her hair, gripping her tight, to keep her in place, to keep him in place. Fuck, how was this always so good? He tore from her lips, pleased to see her eyes alight. It was her passion and her frustration. She wanted him. His lips quirked, and he touched her with the tips of his fingers. "Do not fret, my darling. You shall come for me tonight." Then he vanished, before he decided not to leave at all. Chapter 8. Dionysus. Dionysus waited for Ariadne in the common area. They were heading to the pleasure district, where they would begin their search for Medusa. It was the last location the Maenads had been able to trace her to, and beyond that, she seemed to have disappeared. "That's the 5th time you have checked your watch in the last minute," said Naya. "I do not think it will get her here any faster." Dionysus scowled and glared at the Maenad, who sat in an oversized chair, crocheting. She wasn't even looking at him. "She's late," he said. "And you're never late?" asked Lelaya, who sat opposite Naya, a book propped open in her lap. "Not when it counts," Dionysus replied. Both women scoffed and rolled their eyes. "You should be siding with me," he said. "Ariadne has done nothing but make your lives more difficult since she arrived." "She might be difficult, but her reasons are not unfounded," said Naya. "You know we all wish her sister was free of her abuser." "I have promised to help," Dionysus said, frustrated. "Give her time to trust you, just as you gave us time," Lelaya said. "You know this does not happen overnight." Her words tightened his throat with guilt, which he felt even more keenly as his frustration grew. He did not have time to wait for her to trust him. Her uncertainty was dangerous. It made her unpredictable, and it put every one of his Maenads in danger. The sound of heels clicking drew his attention,
and he turned to watch as Ariadne stepped out of the shadows, wearing a short, black dress that barely grazed her thighs and knee-high boots. She looked like she belonged in his bed, and that was where he would like this outfit to stay. His cock twitched, growing hard at the thought. "What are you wearing?" Dionysus demanded. "A dress. What does it look like?" she said, pulling her jacket closed, but it was far too late for that. He'd already noticed the lace over her breast. Dionysus opened his mouth, but no words came out. He tried again and stumbled over his words. "You cannot wear that to the pleasure district," he said. "You cannot tell me what to wear," Ariadne said. "I told you to blend in," Dionysus countered. "This is blending in." "You are not blending." She crossed her arms over her chest. "I'm not changing." "Ariadne," Dionysus said, a hint of warning in his voice. "Dionysus," she challenged just as steadily. "What is so wrong with this outfit? I have been to the pleasure district before. I know how to dress for it." "You've been before?" he asked, shock washing over him. "I'm a detective, you idiot. I work on sex crimes. Of course I've been." He stood opposite her in silence. He wanted to say something, to stand his ground, because he knew the kind of people who wandered those streets. But all he could manage to say was, "Oh." Naya and Lilia giggled quietly. He glared at them and scowled. "If you're going to find out anything about Medusa, one of us has to look the part." "Let's go," he said, and started toward the elevator. Once inside, Dionysus punched the button for the main floor and then leaned against the cool metal wall opposite Ariadne. She kept her arms over her chest on the defense. They stared openly at each other, frustration present in the air between them. This was a mistake. "What's wrong with the dress?" she asked. Dionysus could feel the heat rushing to his head, roaring in his ears. "Do you know how many men will look at you tonight?" "I imagine quite a few," she said, "including you." He swallowed and looked away. "I did not intend to be disrespectful," he said, his voice low and gruff, not because he did not wish to apologize, but because he was embarrassed. "I can protect myself, Dionysus," she said. Her comment drew his eyes once more, and he could not help letting his gaze drift down her body. "I am armed." "In that dress?" "Yes, in this dress." He raised a brow. "You don't believe me," she said. "That dress barely covers your ass, Ariadne." "It goes well below my ass, Dionysus. Perhaps you need a lesson in anatomy." "If you're willing," he said. She glared and then lifted the hem of her dress. "This is my gun," she said, and bared a brace she'd secured at the height of her thigh. "And this is my ass." She turned and exposed one firm, round cheek. What the fuck was happening? "Ariadne," Dionysus warned, gripping the bar behind him until his fingers hurt. His dick was hard, and there was no fucking way he would find relief with her dressed like that the entire night. It did not help that he could not stop thinking about how he'd like to punish her. He wanted to smack her ass hard enough to elicit a cry from those full lips, and bury his fingers in her wet heat. When she came, he would make her suck those same fingers while he fucked her from behind, his pace set to the sound of her choked cries. But she was not someone he could ever do that with. She hated him and certainly would not appreciate his dominance. She lowered her dress and turned to face him again, a smug smile tugging her lips. "Yes, Dionysus?" Her gaze skated down his front, catching the bulge of his trousers. Her smile vanished. He waited for her to meet his eyes, and when she did, he spoke in a cool and deliberate tone. "Do not tease me," he said. She shuddered as she swallowed and then looked away. Everything was worse after that. The elevator ride seemed to last forever, and Dionysus felt like he couldn't breathe, because if he did, he'd only smell Ariadne, and then he would never be rid of this aching in his groin.
Finally,
He scowled when the doors opened, bolting from the small space into his garage where he kept a number of pristine vehicles. He did not wait for Ariadne to follow. He knew she trailed along after him because those fucking boots clicked as she walked. "Aren't you a god?" she asked.
"Do you really have to ask that question?"
he asked. "I thought you could teleport," she said.
"In case you haven't noticed, I'm not like the other gods," he said.
He liked cars, fast ones, and preferred that method of travel over any other, even teleportation. "I'm sure that's what you all think," she said. Dionysus rounded a corner of the garage and approached his favorite ride, a custom black chariot motorcycle. He took the helmet where it hung on the handlebar and held it out to Ariadne.
"Put this on," he said.
"Put this on?" she repeated. "I can't ride that."
"You can," he said, and swung his leg over the seat, settling on the bike. "You will."
Ariadne yelled over the roar of the motorcycle as Dionysus started the engine. "I am not dressed for this." He shrugged.
"I tried to warn you."
She glared at him, and he let her do it for as long as she needed. Finally, she relented and approached, slipping onto the back of the motorcycle and pulling on the helmet he had given her. He glanced back at her.
"Hold on,"
he said. As he took off, Ariadne's arms tightened around his waist, and her thighs pressed in on his, which amused him at first, and then quickly became the only thing he could focus on as he left his garage and sped down the streets of New Athens toward the pleasure district. He leaned forward on his bike, and Ariadne leaned with him, her head resting against his back, and her hands splayed across his chest. He warmed where she touched him, despite the cold that slammed into his body as he zipped in and out of traffic, heading for the coast. There was a point, however, as he crested a hill and could look down on the glimmering district, with its red-tinged aura and phallic symbols, that made him feel dread, and it was because he was about to put Ariadne in a situation he did not like. It was not the district itself he minded, it was where they were going within it. It was one thing to choose to engage in prostitution, another to be forced. Mikhail, the man they were going to see, forced. Men, women, children. Dionysus and the Maenads had been working for years to slowly take down parts of his extensive operation, and part of that involved establishing a relationship with the mortal. By this point, Dionysus knew him pretty well, and hated him thoroughly. But if he was going to save the numerous women the mortal had sent across New Greece and to the islands beyond, he would have to endure. He arrived, parking on the street about a mile from the district, which was located down a sloping hill. Ariadne slipped off the bike and pulled off the helmet, shaking out her hair. Dionysus looked away quickly, still suffering a nearly painful erection from her mere presence. "What's the plan?" she asked.
"The Maenads tell me Medusa lived at Maiden House. We do not know where she's gone, since this brothel owner does not keep physical records of anyone who enters their doors, even their workers."
"That isn't legal," Ariadne said.
"I know," Dionysus said.
Legal sex work was not frowned on within New Athens, and a lot had been done to protect sex workers' rights. Unfortunately, the fight for those rights had led to an increase in sex trafficking and brothels like Maiden House. Her mouth tightened. "How did she end up at Maiden House?" Ariadne asked. "Do we know?"
"We think she was pulled off the street."
It wasn't a simple process either. Someone had gotten to know her, gained her trust, and then betrayed her. Ariadne did not respond, likely because she also knew how this worked. They made their way into the thick of the district, fusing with the crowd. Dionysus was not so worried about blending in, given he was usually sighted here, and a god they heavily worshipped. Every year during Apocryus and Dionysia, He held a celebration in the district's courtyard where people came from all over New Greece to fuck each other in public. What he was far more aware of was Ariadne, who also knew of those celebrations and the revelry he encouraged. They came to the courtyard where a golden pillar was erected, carved with erotic scenes. Beneath it was the throne upon which he sat and cast his magic. "I don't understand," she said. "You use your magic to conduct orgies in this square, and yet outside this you—" Dionysus gave her a harsh look, warning her not to finish that sentence. All he needed was this mouthy detective to ruin everything he'd worked hard to establish here. "Why?" "Consensual sex is not unwilling. You of all people should know that. Those who come to this square, they want to fuck, and they don't care with who." "I do not come here to fuck," she said. "Perhaps you should," he said. "You might be a little more bearable." She glared at him, her mouth tightening, but her silence did not last long. "Do you participate?" she asked. Dionysus looked at her. "Why?" "I just wondered," she said, looking away quickly. "I suppose that depends on your definition of participate." "What other definition is there?" "In reference to the festival, you could be asking me anything. Do I dance? Do I sing? Do you fuck strangers, Dionysus?" Ariadne snapped, clearly fed up with him. He smirked in triumph, but it only lasted a moment, because he soon realized just how frustrated she was. "No," he said finally. "Or at least, not in a long time." A strange and awkward silence descended between them, and they did not speak until they reached Maiden House, a sleek, two-story building with no windows. Before they entered, Dionysus turned to Ariadne. "I need to know if you're going to be okay," he said. "If I can touch you." She studied his face. "If it means finding Medusa and getting my sister back, I can do anything." He gave a sharp nod. They entered the brothel and were immediately thrust into darkness. Already Dionysus found himself reaching for Ariadne, his arm snaking around her waist. He pulled her against him, his mouth near her ear. "As badly as you may want to," he said, "don't open your mouth." He could just imagine the look she was giving him. He could feel her anger, but he was surprised when she didn't shove him away. She did, however, dig her nails into his arm. "Dionysus, the god of the hour," Mikhail said as he approached, pristine in appearance. He was an older man with thinning hair he kept smoothed back to hide an obvious shining bald spot. Dionysus shook his hand and offered a one-armed embrace. "And who is this lovely creature?" Mikhail asked. Dionysus turned to look at Ariadne. He expected to see her scowl at being called a creature, but she'd transformed and plastered a sweet smile on her face. "This is Phaedra," he said, immediately regretting the choice of name, especially as he noticed Ariadne's smile falter for a second. "Phaedra," Mikhail purred. "Aren't you a beauty? I did not know you hired Hetairai, Dionysus." "I don't," Dionysus said. "Oh," Mikhail said. "Then—" "He doesn't have to pay me," Ariadne said. "I simply enjoy his company." Mikhail smiled. "Lucky you. Come, come, the show is about to begin." When Mikhail turned, Dionysus glanced back at Ariadne. He wanted to snap at her, "What did I say?" But she returned an even harsher look that said, "I know what to do." Mikhail took them into the main part of his club, but kept to the outside of the floor until they reached the stairs, which spiraled up to the second-floor balcony where there were several individual boxes. They were multi-purpose. Occupants could watch the show on the floor below or pay for their own private ones. The inside of the box was luxurious, mostly dark, save for a faux fire that danced within a marble wall. There were 2 large leather chairs and a table between them. Dionysus felt a lump form in his chest as Mikhail took a seat, knowing that Ariadne would have to sit in his lap. His dick was going to fall off at the end of the night. He lowered into the chair and looked up at Ariadne, meeting her gaze before he placed his hands on her hips and helped her to sit. It was as much a show for Mikhail as it was practical for him. He'd like to avoid having her experience the hardness of his cock, especially knowing she did not see him that way, but that was near impossible. Her eyes had already fallen to it, and when she sat, her thigh pressed against him, a constant pressure that made his head spin. Fuck me. "It's been a few weeks since I saw you last," Mikhail said. Dionysus could barely focus on his words as Ariadne drew an arm around his neck, her breast pressing against his chest. "I had an unfortunate visit from the god of the dead," he said. "Oh? Did someone die?" Mikhail asked. "No," Dionysus said. "Hades likes to accuse me of things he knows nothing about." As he spoke, he felt Ariadne's eyes on him, burning a hole through his chest. He wondered if she was just as aware of his presence, of the way his fingers splayed against her skin. Could she feel the heat rising between them? Mikhail chuckled around a cigar he'd just placed in his mouth. "I have heard he is here this evening." For a moment, the god of wine thought he'd misheard, which was quite possible since Ariadne had begun to trace circles on the back of his neck. "What?" Dionysus asked, surprised. "Oh, yes," Mikhail said as he lit the cigar. A burst of sweet spice dispersed through the air. "They tell me he's at Erotas. I wonder who he's visiting." Dionysus wondered too, because Hades certainly wasn't there for sex. The door to their box opened, and a young man entered carrying a tray. He was practically naked aside from a bedazzled loincloth. He set a bottle of wine and 2 glasses on the table between Dionysus and Mikhail. Dionysus noted there was no 3rd glass for Ariadne, which was typical of Mikhail. He was not inclined to entertain the women or men brought along by his guests. To him, they existed for pleasure and entertainment only. Mikhail did not acknowledge the young man, and he soon left. The mortal leaned forward and poured 2 glasses. "Hope you will approve," he said. "This is from my private vineyard." Dionysus took the glass. "Would you like to taste?" he asked Ariadne. He felt it only right to offer, but he was not prepared for what she did with it. She wrapped her hand around his and brought the glass to her lips for a sip, and then she kissed him with the taste of wine on her tongue. He tried hard not to react, but that only looked like digging his fingers into her skin to keep from pulling her closer and grinding against her. When she pulled away, she let her mouth drift over his jaw to his ear, drawing the cartilage into her mouth. He ground his teeth, and Mikhail chuckled. "You clearly have your hands full with her," the mortal said, taking a drag of his cigar. "What can I do for you, Dionysus?" The question was posed with a note of suspicion Dionysus did not miss. "Do you not trust that I merely wish to catch up with an old friend?" Mikhail laughed. "An old friend, to be certain," he said, "but catching up is not within your interests. You've come for something, as you always do. Tell me. Perhaps I can help." "Perhaps you can," Dionysus said. Ariadne had ceased to suck on his ear, which was somehow both disappointing and a relief. But now she toyed with his braids as she leaned against him, and all he could really think was how soft her breasts felt against his chest. He considered that he should probably touch her more, but he could not embrace this role as easily as she could, because despite her consent, it still felt wrong without her interest. "Why don't you entertain us from afar, darling?" Mikhail asked. Dionysus was not sure why the mortal made the request. Perhaps he found that Dionysus was too distracted,
or he'd incorrectly inferred that the god did not wish for her to hear. Perhaps he wished to see her. "No," Dionysus said quickly, his hands tightening on her hips to hold her in place, as if he had the right to possess her. "I like her here just fine." "I've got this, baby," she said, her lips caressing his as she spoke. He could not help the low growl that escaped his mouth. She'd fully committed to this role, and he was not sure how to feel about it. Actually, he was sure he hated it, but that was also ridiculous, given they'd agreed on the part she would play. She pushed off him and straightened. "You got any music, honey?" she asked Mikhail. "I've got anything you need, darling," he said. Ariadne smiled at the man as he reached for a remote. With the push of a button, their box was suddenly vibrating with a steady beat. "Will that work, sweetheart?" he asked. Her smile widened. "Perfect." Dionysus glared at her, but she did not seem to notice as she walked to the space in front of them, where a silver pole glimmered in the firelight. He couldn't take his eyes off her, as she shrugged out of her jacket. He hated his curiosity. He wondered what she would do. How thoroughly had she played this game as a detective? But then she took hold of the pole and swung all the way around it, and he knew by the one smooth move she had done this before. She moved beautifully, naturally, almost as if she considered it an art and not a form of entertainment. He couldn't look away as she arched and swayed. He wanted to be that goddamned pole, and the only thing that kept him rooted in reality and not slipping off into a fantasy was the thought of Mikhail sitting beside him and watching Ariadne dance while getting hard. It pissed him off to an extent that surprised even him. His fists were clenched in his lap. This was a mistake. "Well, Dionysus?" the mortal inquired. The god cleared his throat and barely managed to look away from Ariadne. "I'm looking for a woman. Her name is Gorgo," Dionysus said, giving the name Medusa was thought to be using. "I believe she worked for you for a time?" "Ah," Mikhail said. "Yes, beautiful creature." "Do you know where she's gone?" "Why are you looking?" From the corner of his eye, Dionysus could still see Ariadne dancing. He wanted so badly to look. He wanted so badly to tell her to stop. He wanted her so badly. Fuck him. He cleared his throat. "She owes me money," he said. "As if you need more," Mikhail commented. "It is the principle," Dionysus said, "as you well know." "As I well know," Mikhail said, though somewhat distantly. Dionysus noticed his eyes had wandered to Ariadne again, and he could not help looking either. Fuck. "Come now, darling," said Mikhail. "Don't be shy. Show us some skin." "She's showing enough," Dionysus snapped. The corners of Mikhail's lips turned up. "Don't tell me, Dionysus, you've fallen for this hetaira. You of all people know they are paid for their companionship." It was lucky that Dionysus had such a reaction, because Mikhail hadn't seen the way Ariadne froze or paled at the man's suggestion. They had to get out of here. "As she informed you earlier," Dionysus said, "I don't pay." Mikhail looked at him for a moment as he took another drag from his cigar. He blew out the smoke and offered the same amused chuckle he'd been giving all night. Fine, he said. "Far be it from me to disagree. I've fallen for a whore or two in my life." Just then, a knock sounded at the door, and the young man from earlier entered. "Mr. Calimeris," he said. "A moment?" "You'll excuse me," Mikhail said, and rose from his seat. Dionysus waited in tense silence until the man had gone. Before Ariadne could speak, he cut her off. "Phaedra," he snapped so quickly Ariadne flinched. He hoped she understood why he was speaking to her in such a manner, but he knew what Mikhail was doing. He'd been called away for no reason other than he wished to observe them alone. They were being filmed and their voices recorded.
Come.
She seemed to understand something was wrong, because despite her hesitation, she finally approached. Dionysus sat forward and spread his legs apart. He wanted her between them because he wanted her close.
Kneel,
he commanded. She held his gaze and placed her hands on his knees as she lowered before him. It was the most erotic thing he'd ever witnessed, likely because he'd never imagined this woman obeying him so easily. He twined his hands into her hair and pulled her head back, then bent forward, his mouth near her ear. She gasped, and her hands tightened on his legs.
"Watch your mouth,"
he said. It was the best warning he could give, fearing if he said too much, Mikhail would become suspicious of his actions. Dionysus pulled back to look into her eyes again. Ariadne took a breath. Despite how good she was at this act, it was a challenge for her to remain in this role. "Have I not pleased you?"
Hardly,
Dionysus barked, though he did not mean to say it aloud. She rubbed the palms of her hands along his thighs slowly, deliberately. "What can I do?" Dionysus just stared at her, his mind completely void of thought, and that, he decided, was why he kissed her. But fuck, did he need it. He braced his hand against the back of her head, holding her in place as his mouth collided with hers. There was nothing soft or sweet about how they came together either, both fueled by a desperation that seemed to live within their bones. But as quick as it started, Ariadne pulled away. She glared up at him from between his legs, her lips wet from his kiss, her eyes gleaming with a storm of hate and lust. He started to speak, to say he was sorry, but she pushed off the floor and kissed him again. Her arms wrapped around his neck, her knees settled on either side of his legs as she straddled him in the black chair. His hands moved to her bare ass, and he squeezed her soft skin before slapping his palms against each cheek. He gripped her again and helped her grind against his length, groaning at the feel of her against him.
"Fuck,"
he breathed as he kissed up her neck and jaw.
"Has anyone ever told you you're perfect?"
"You would be the first," she whispered.
"What a shame,"
he said, and their mouths clashed again. Dionysus had never felt so frenzied with anyone before, but Ariadne was a match, and he wanted to burn beneath her. He moved one hand from her ass to one of her breasts, kneading and rubbing until her nipple was hard, and each swipe of his thumb made her moan. Fuck, he wanted it in his mouth. But just as he went to pull her dress down, someone cleared their throat, and the two froze.
I really hate to interrupt,
said Mikhail, who had returned undetected with two large men. They flanked the mortal, dressed all in black.
but I've learned some very unfortunate news.
"What the fuck is this, Mikhail?"
"Nothing to do with you, Dionysus," said the mortal. "This is between me and your girl, isn't it, Phaedra? Or perhaps you respond better to Detective Alexiou."
"What?"
Dionysus looked from Ariadne to Mikhail.
"Detective Alexiou works for the Hellenic Police Department,"
Mikhail said, clearly under the impression that Dionysus was not aware of Ariadne's background.
"She's been roaming our streets undercover for months. We'd been onto her for a few weeks when she vanished. I assumed she ended up at the bottom of the Aegean, but it seems she just found another way to get what she wanted."
"And what's that?"
Dionysus asked. He was looking at her now. His hands were on her thighs, right beneath her gun. She held his gaze. "I was doing my job," she said, "looking for missing women." His chest tightened. So she'd roamed these streets in search of the women she'd ended up finding at his club. Of course she'd started here. She'd assumed they'd been sold into the sex trade.
"Sorry, darling," said Mikhail. "You're not as sly as you thought. Now why don't you give my esteemed guest some room?"
Dionysus held Ariadne's gaze. He didn't want to let her go.
"Ariadne."
He could not help saying her name.
I'm sorry,
she said and rose.
Ariadne!
But as she stood, she drew her gun and shot it twice, one bullet for each man on either side of Mikhail. Dionysus rose to his feet.
What the fuck are you waiting for, Dionysus? Fucking kill her!
That was the last thing he wanted to do. Dionysus called on his magic, and thick vines exploded from the floor, curling around Mikhail's wrists and jerking him to the ground. He landed flat on his face, his arms outstretched. Dionysus crossed to the man and dragged his head back. His face was red and his nose bled. He gave a pained cry.
If you lay a hand on her, you will die, Mikhail, he said. Now, I asked you a question earlier.
Fuck you,
Mikhail groaned, blood and spit flying from his mouth. Dionysus shoved his head against the floor again. This time, when he pulled his head back, it was by what remained of his hair.
Let's try this again, he said. The girl, where is she?
I don't know,
Mikhail said, seething. Dionysus prepared to bash his face into the floor again, but the mortal had enough.
Wait,
he said, breathing ragged.
I warned her not to go to the shore.
You expect me to believe you were some kind of savior?
You do not understand her beauty. It's like a siren's call.
Disgust twisted through him at what Mikhail was implying, that Medusa was too beautiful to exist in this world without worrying about a predator.
She went to the shore?
Dionysus asked. And then what, Mikhail?
I don't know. She never came back,
Mikhail yelled, and then his voice quieted.
But the ocean is Poseidon's realm, and we all know what he does to beautiful things.
Yeah, Dionysus did know. He broke them.
Fuck!
Dionysus slammed Mikhail's face into the floor again, and this time the mortal did not move. When Dionysus rose to his feet, he faced Ariadne, who stood still and quiet.
Put the gun away,
he said, and then crossed to where she'd discarded her jacket. He snatched it off the floor and placed it around her shoulders, drawing her close.
Let's go,
he said. This time he didn't care to race through New Athens. He teleported them both home. Chapter 9. Hades. Hades did not particularly enjoy the pleasure district. He usually only visited to check in on Medelia, who had come to him in search of coin to establish her first brothel. Medelia was different from others who had reigned in the district, as she'd always been vocal about the rights of sex workers. She promised Hades that if he offered up his power, she would use it for good, and she had, though it had come at a great cost, and that cost was trafficking. The more rules brothel owners had to follow, the more ways many sought to undermine them. Undocumented sex workers could not be held to the same standards, which meant unsuspecting people were disappearing off the streets and forced into this labor. It was a vicious cycle, as was all life in the upper world. But Hades had not come for Medelia. He'd come for Apollo, suspecting he would be at Erotas, after having visited the god's apartment in the Chrysos district and finding it empty. He wondered why Apollo kept a residence there at all. He was hardly ever there. Hades appeared in the foyer of Erotas, in a plume of dark smoke. As he manifested, a few people screamed, but the madam, Selene, hushed them all. She was an older woman, beautiful and refined. Hades did not know her, but he was aware that she had run this brothel for a long time, and by all accounts, she took care of her workers. The madam took a step forward and curtsied deep, her hands locked in front of her.
Lord Hades,
she said as she rose,
what can I do for you?
He admired the fact that the woman could hold his gaze. None of the people gathered behind her did. I am here to see Apollo. A few giggles broke out behind her.
Silence!
Madame Selene ordered, glaring at everyone in disfavor.
Imbeciles! Do not mock the god of the dead.
The room went quiet, and a thick tension grew. Hades could feel the anxiety and fear permeating the air, though he wasn't certain if it was his presence or Madame Cellini's disdain that perpetuated it. He had a feeling that part of the reason the Madame was able to run this multi-storied brothel so effectively was because no one wished to earn her disappointment. The Madame met Hades' gaze.
"Of course. Allow me to escort you to his quarters."
She turned without hesitation, and as she did, her workers parted, pressing themselves against the wall as she and Hades walked past. Once in the hallway, they entered a mirrored elevator. The Madame pulled a key ring from the pocket of her long skirt, using it to access Apollo's floor. Hades noticed how tightly she held it in her hands. For all her composure, he made her anxious, and she was right to be. Hades watched her in the mirror. Her jaw was set, her chin lifted, and her chest rose and fell rapidly. "Do I make you nervous, Madame Cellini?"
"Anyone would be nervous in the presence of such a god," she said.
Hades chuckled, and he looked at his feet as he spoke. "Could it be that you are nervous because you once allowed my fiancée to go to auction?" Madame Cellini jerked her head toward Hades.
"She said she wouldn't tell."
"Are you suggesting my future wife, the queen of the underworld, is a liar, madam?"
"No, of course not.
She didn't tell me," he said. "Apollo did." The madam took a deep, shuddering breath.
"Have you come to kill me, then?"
Hades laughed, but she looked stricken. "No," he said, "though I will ask for your penance." She swallowed.
"And what might that be?"
"A favor," he said, "to be collected at a future date."
"I hardly have anything of value to offer, my lord,"
she said. "You have your soul," Hades said, and met her gaze. She stared, still and silent, likely waiting for him to steal her soul. "But I can take that at will," he said. "I'll determine what is valuable, madam, and trust me when I say I will collect." When he met her eyes again, she nodded once. The elevator doors opened then, and Hades stepped out into Apollo's suite. Unlike his Chrysos apartment, this was extravagantly decorated. Everything was patterned, none of it the same. A floral couch, striped pillows, curtains stitched with small diamonds, and all of it was trimmed in gold and dripped with jewels. This should be a torture chamber, Hades thought. It definitely made him feel mad. Hades moved into the adjacent room, where a spotless tub sat on clawed feet. Behind that was a massive bed, upon which Apollo lay flat on his back, arms and legs spread wide. He wore a robe, but it was open, exposing a very obvious erection. And he was snoring. Loud. Hades watched the god for a moment, and then his eyes shifted to an empty bottle of vodka that sat on the table beside the bed. Another lay on the ground. Fuck. Apollo was difficult to deal with when he was sober, but drunk? Hades gave a frustrated sigh, swiped one of the empty bottles off the floor, filled it with water from the tub, and then poured it over Apollo's face. The god flailed beneath the stream. "What the fuck?" Apollo sputtered. Though he was awake, Hades did not stop until the bottle was empty. He let his arm drop to his side as Apollo glared back at him. "You snore," Hades said. "I do not snore," Apollo snapped. "Yes, you do," Hades said. "I just heard you." Apollo ignored him and pulled on the hem of his robe with 2 fingers. "You've ruined my kimono." He pushed off the bed and discarded the robe as he walked bare-ass naked to a wardrobe across the room. He threw open the doors to reveal several kimonos of the same color and pattern. Hades shook his head. "What the fuck?" "What, Hades?" The god snapped, taking a robe from one of the hangers and slipping it on as he raged. "It's fashion, something you would know little about since the only color in your wardrobe is black. But I suppose that is fitting since it's the color of your soul."
Hades raised a brow. He wasn't so certain this was about fashion as much as it was about what Apollo found comforting, but he did not say that aloud. "Feeling better?" he asked. Apollo took a deep breath. "Yes, actually," he said, slamming the wardrobe doors. "No thanks to you. What are you doing here anyway?" "You were supposed to conduct the autopsy on Adonis," said Hades. "I did," said Apollo, "and he was full of holes." That was no surprise, given they'd found a knife handle near Adonis's body. "Any idea what he was stabbed with?" Hades asked. "Something curved," Apollo answered, running a hand through his wet hair. "How do you know?" Hades asked. "Because when I stuck my finger in the wound, it curved, Hades. For fuck's sake. You asked me to do an autopsy. I fucking did it." Hades wasn't sure what disturbed him more, Apollo's moodiness or the knowledge that whatever had aided in taking Adonis's life was a curved blade. It made him think of one blade in particular, his father's scythe. "What's wrong?" Hades asked. "What's wrong?" Apollo repeated, whipping around to face the god of the dead. "I don't know, Hades. Perhaps I'm angry because I was waterboarded awake." Hades rolled his eyes and sighed, but Apollo wasn't finished. "Or maybe it's because I spent most of my day elbows deep in a fucking body after being summoned to a fucking crime scene at 4 in the god's damned morning." Hades watched the god as he started to pace. "Or maybe it's because I haven't fucked anyone in a month. But you would know nothing about that because you get fucked every night, multiple times a night." "I do not know what we're talking about anymore, Apollo, but I think you need therapy." "What I need is everyone to leave me the fuck alone." There was silence, and then Hades asked, "Apollo, are you in love?" "What? No." "Who is it this time?" "Don't make it sound like it means nothing," Apollo said. That was not Hades' intention, though he had known Apollo for a very long time. He'd had a revolving door of lovers, some willing, most unwilling, and he'd claimed to love them all. "All right, then," Hades said. "What makes this one different?" "I don't know," Apollo said, frustrated. "That's the problem. I just want him." "And what? He doesn't want you?" The god was silent. "Apollo?" "I don't want to find out," he muttered. "What?" "I don't want to find out," he shouted, and his eyes were glassy. "You don't know what this is like, but I have loved so many, and they have never loved me back. Apollo, I don't want to want this man," he said. "It would be better for both of us." All Hades had wanted was to know what had killed Adonis. Why was this his life? "The problem is that you do want him," said Hades. "So what are you going to do about it?" Apollo blinked. "What do you mean?" "You want this man, whoever he is. Ajax. His name is Ajax. You want Ajax, so you can either tell him your feelings, or you can do nothing. But if you do nothing, you will have to accept that he will eventually find someone else. Who is to say that isn't for the best? You cannot compare every lover to Hyacinth, Apollo. That is not fair to you or the lover." "Would you not compare every lover to Persephone?" he countered. Hades' jaw tightened, and he glared at Apollo. He wouldn't indulge his temper. "I would remember an Apollo who was willing to lose just to win the love of his life," said Hades. "And here you are, not even willing to take a risk." "That Apollo died a long time ago," Apollo said. "To think, you could have been rid of me if you'd just thrown me into Tartarus." Hades had rejected Apollo's plea to die in the aftermath of Hyacinth's death, and he'd had many reasons for it. One being that granting such a wish would have been seen as taking a life, and the fates would have demanded a soul, a give and take, and there was no telling what they'd have done with a sacrifice as great as Apollo. "While it is true you annoy the ever-living fuck out of me," Hades said, And I could murder you for the bargain you struck with Persephone. I would miss this. Miss what? Apollo asked, confused. This, Hades said, waving a hand at the whole of Apollo. Pathetic, pathetic, pitiable, pitiable, miserable, miserable thing you have going on. It really exudes God of light. Fuck you, Apollo said. Hades chuckled darkly. You're the one who asked what was wrong, Apollo muttered. I also asked how Adonis died, said Hades, and all you told me was that he was stabbed with a curved blade. Did you miss the part where I said multiple times? Apollo snapped. Show me the body, Hades said. Show me the wounds. Apollo offered a sigh that sounded more like a growl, a single word slipping between gritted teeth. Fine. Hades manifested inside one of Apollo's dark, cold temples. This particular one was no longer in use, and was located in what was now known as the Old Agora in New Athens. In ancient times, this had been a lively public space where citizens gathered to celebrate, worship, play games, and demonstrate the arts. Now, in the aftermath of battles and deadly weather, it was mostly in ruins. Apollo appeared and pushed Hades aside, striding to the corner of the room where a metal table was positioned against the wall. Don't you think you should change? Hades asked, as the god was still wearing his prized kimono. If he had thought water had ruined it, wasn't blood worse? But Apollo did not seem to care. He latched on to the white, bloodied cloth that covered Adonis's body and pulled it off with a flourish. Hades had seen a lot of dead bodies. A lot. So he was surprised that he was not quite prepared for this. He approached the body slowly. Now that Adonis was clean, Hades could make out the wide wounds down his torso and along his legs and arms, even his face. Around each laceration, reddish-brown bruises had blossomed, as if he'd been stabbed to the hilt with more force than necessary. It was damage beyond anything Hades could imagine with a normal knife. Then Hades noticed one wound on his side that did not seem to have stopped bleeding. Strange. Apollo, Hades said, you are certain there's nothing left in those wounds? I dug in each of them, Apollo said. Why is this one bleeding? Dead bodies don't bleed, Hades. Apollo went silent as he came around the body and stood beside Hades. I don't think that's blood, said Apollo. The god stepped forward and stuck his finger into the leaking wound. Don't you want gloves or something? Hades asked, cringing at the squishy sound it made. Apollo said nothing as he fished around. Ouch! Motherfucker! He said, pulling out his finger. As he did, he shook his hand, sending a spray of bodily fluids across the room. Hades shielded his face. What is it? He demanded. Still, Apollo did not answer and grabbed a long pair of tweezers. This time, he shoved them into the wound, and after a few seconds, something clanked onto the metal table. Apollo picked it up and rubbed his thumb over it. What is it? He asked. It's the tip of a scythe, Hades said. The tip of Kronos' scythe. Chapter 10. Hades. Hades kept the tip of Kronos' scythe. He hated the feel of it, heavy and hot, as if the metal might burn through the fabric of his pocket and brand his chest. When he returned to his chambers, he reached inside to check it, but found the metal was cool to the touch. He was going to need it when he confronted Poseidon about how it had found its way inside a mortal man and far from his shores. The blade itself was forged from adamant, and had been given to his father by Gaia. It had the ability to wound the divine. Kronos had used it to castrate his father, and the blood that had dripped to the earth birthed the Furies, the goddesses of vengeance and retribution. Once Zeus had rescued Hades and Poseidon from Kronos' bowels, they had taken his scythe, the weapon that had come to symbolize his power
and struck fear in other gods, and tossed it deep into the ocean. Then, Poseidon had been a different person, as they all had been. But it was never too late for regret, especially seeing the chaos his brother was so willing to cause. Being mortal, Adonis would not have survived a single stab wound, much less the 14 that had punctured his body. Equally as worrying was the fact that someone was still in possession of the rest of the blade. Being broken did not make it any less powerful. What if these attackers went after a god, even a minor one? What things might spring from their blood? Mortals likely did not understand the consequences of god-killing, but Poseidon was well aware. A shocking wave of hatred twisted his gut. He could not figure out who exactly he felt it for more, Kronos or Poseidon. Whatever game his brother was playing was dangerous. Something was happening, moving beneath the surface of the world. There were too many weapons that could cause harm to gods. First the Ophiutorus, now the Scythe, and Demeter's fucking snowstorm did not help mortal opinion of the gods. What was next? The more he learned, the more he feared for Persephone. He looked up, expecting to find Persephone sleeping or even awake and waiting for him, but the bed was empty. He panicked for only a second before managing to relax. He could feel her here in the underworld, her presence skating across his skin as if she were beside him. She was near. He left their room and started his search of the castle, finding her rather quickly in the kitchen. She stood behind the island mixing some kind of batter in a bowl. She was completely oblivious to his presence, and he liked it that way for now. He could observe her freely, without any sort of mask she might put in place to hide herself. He should not be surprised to find her baking. She did this often when she could not sleep. She hummed quietly as she sprinkled flour into the bowl, and paused now and then to sip from a bottle of whiskey, which was almost gone. His brows rose at how easily she seemed to be consuming it, recalling that the last time she'd tried it, she hated it. He wondered just how drunk she was. When Persephone finished mixing, she poured her mixture into a pan, and he watched as she smoothed the spatula over the top and then brought it to her lips to lick away what remained. She hummed her approval, which was Hades' sign to make himself known, because he too wanted to know how it tasted, but on her tongue. How does it taste? He manifested behind her, so close his cock pressed into her ass. He leaned forward as she turned her head toward his voice and answered, "Divine." She turned in the small space he had given her and gathered some of the batter onto her finger. "Taste," she implored. Hades took her hand to lick at the batter, and then he closed his mouth over her finger and sucked hard and slow, holding her gaze until he was finished. The way she watched him made him groan, and his lips settled against hers, his gaze dropping to her mouth. "Exquisite," he said, his voice quiet. "But I have tasted divinity, and there is nothing sweeter." He was trying to decide how to continue what they had started at Sybil's when she turned away from him abruptly. She returned the spatula to the bowl and picked up the brownies. He took a step back as she shifted to the oven. He could feel and see the heat as she opened the door. It seemed to melt the very air. "Where were you?" she asked as she slid them onto a rack. "I had business," he said, which he realized was not the best reply, especially when she slammed the oven door. She turned to him, her gaze more of a glare. "Business? At this hour?" His business was always at this hour, which was anywhere from the middle of the night to early morning. "I make bargains with monsters, Persephone," he said, "and you, apparently, bake." She did not like his answer because she did not come to him like he wanted. He thought of how he'd left her in the limo, desperate and wanting. Perhaps he was stupid to hope that when he came home she would be waiting to rekindle that same wild desire. Or perhaps she'd taken care of herself and did not need him. But she did not seem so much sated as she was tired. "You couldn't sleep?"
I didn't try, she said. Hades frowned and then nodded to the bottle on the counter. Is that my whiskey? Hades wasn't sure why she needed to look. She was well aware of what he was pointing out. But when she did not look at him again, he felt like perhaps it was an excuse to avoid him altogether. Was, she answered, and he moved closer, coaxing her gaze to return to his and pressing his mouth to hers. She tasted like chocolate and whiskey, and it truly was divine. Her hands fisted into his jacket, and she pulled him closer, sealing their bodies together. I ache for you, he growled against her mouth. He let his hands smooth down her back to her ass, squeezing her with one and moving the other between them to tease her hot center. Her breath caught in her throat, and he knew she was already wet for him. Perhaps her desire had not ceased since he'd left, and when he entered her body, she would be drenched and dripping. Fuck. His cock tightened at the thought, and he felt like his whole head was going to explode. He continued to kiss her while he touched her, and though he'd have liked to lift her onto the counter and taste her, he also recognized that the way this had begun was in the aftermath of that fucking game, and he needed to make a few things clear before they continued. He moved his hand from between her legs, and instead rolled his hips into hers. Let's play a game. I think I am done with games for the night, she said. Just one, he said, urged, really. He kissed along her jaw, and then reached for the batter-covered spatula she'd used earlier. She looked at it, and then at him. Never have I ever, he murmured as he smoothed the batter over her chest. Persephone shivered against him. Hades. Shh, he said, and when she pressed her lips together in firm frustration, he touched the spatula to her mouth. When she started to lick at it, he pressed it against her lips, as if it were a finger to hush her. Stop, that's for me. She held his gaze, and he felt her uncertainty and her curiosity. Her lips parted, and she waited. He continued, Never have I ever wanted anyone but you. Never? She questioned. He didn't think she even realized how skeptical she sounded. Even before you knew I existed? Yes. His answer sounded more like a hiss as it slipped between his teeth, but he was closing the distance between them, drawing his tongue over her mouth, sucking her bottom lip between his teeth. She tasted so good, so sweet, so right. He let his body rest against hers as she found purchase against the counter, his lips teasing along her jaw as he whispered truths against her skin. Before you, I only knew loneliness, even in a room full of people. It was an ache, sharp and cold and constant, and I was desperate to fill it. And now? The question was almost a demand, as if she did not care about before anymore, just now, just this moment. Hades smiled as he continued his exploration of her body, making his way to her chest. Now I ache to fill you, he said, and licked the batter he'd used to mark her skin. His hands moved to cup her breasts, and he teased her nipples, which strained against the silky fabric of her gown. She took that as an invitation to try to undress him, but he wanted control because he still had questions. He let his hands fall to her ass again, and he lifted her onto the edge of the counter, spreading her legs wide as he stepped between them. Tell me about tonight. It wasn't a question, and his hands smoothed over her thighs, beneath the hem of her dress. Persephone squirmed beneath his touch. He imagined if he were not wedged between her thighs, she would have them closed and rubbing together just to create some kind of friction to ease her suffering. I don't want to talk about tonight, she said in a breathy moan. She reached for his hand and drew him closer to her entrance, and while he would not give her exactly what she wanted just yet, he would take pleasure in teasing her until she answered his questions. He circled a finger along her opening, around her clit, but he did not touch it, though he could feel it straining and swollen. I do, he said. You were upset.
Persephone didn't look at him. Her eyes were closed, her brows furrowed in concentration, even as she admitted,
"I feel stupid."
Well, that was something, at least, even if he did not like that she felt that way. "Never," he said, as he slipped an arm around her shoulders, his fingers dipping into her sweet heat. "Tell me." Her fingers dug into his biceps.
"I was jealous that you had shared so much with so many before me, and I know you cannot help it, and that you have lived so long, but I—"
Her breath caught in her throat, and her legs tightened around him as he continued to use his fingers and thumb to pleasure her. But it did not matter. He did not need to hear any more. He leaned closer to her, his mouth hovering over hers. "I'd have had you from the beginning," he said, "but the fates are cruel."
"I was only given to punish," she said.
Those words were like a knife to his chest. She was referring to the fact that, while the fates had granted Demeter's wish to have a child, it had come with one consequence. Her life would be intertwined with Hades, one of the gods Demeter hated most. As much as it seemed to be an insecurity for her, it also was for him. Still, he refused to think too long on it, to consider that just as their futures had been woven, they could also be unraveled. "No," he soothed. "You are pleasure, my pleasure." He pressed his mouth to hers, fingers continuing to move inside her slick heat and tease her clit, until her legs were so tight around him he thought she would burst. That was the point he wished to drive her to over and over, so that when she finally came, it would leave her in no doubt of his obsession. He left her body, and she gave a guttural, angry cry. He liked it. He liked the wetness dripping from his fingers, and the way she glared at him as he guided her to her back. "It is you now, you forever," he said, as she lifted her heels onto the edge of the counter, letting her legs fall open. He braced his hands on her thighs, his eyes falling to her exposed, pink center. It was swollen and wet, and he bent to taste her, licking from the bottom to the top, suckling gently on her clit, which felt thick in his mouth. He fucking loved it. His mouth watered for it, and she bent to his will beneath him, writhing beautifully, as if she had never felt him this way before. When he entered her, she practically suctioned to his fingers, her flesh so swollen. It wouldn't take long to bring her to release. She groaned between long bouts of holding her breath, reaching to tangle her fingers in his hair, to hold him tight against her for fear he would stop. And stop he did.
"What are you doing?"
she demanded, as he pulled her up and off the counter. She glared up at him as he held her, his fingers biting into her body. "When I'm finished, the next time we play that damned game, you'll walk away so drunk I'll have to carry you home."
"So what? You intend to fuck me in all the ways I haven't been fucked tonight?"
Yes, he thought, his cock straining. He wanted to feel her around him, all that swollen heat coaxing cum into her body as if she were starved for it. "Technically, it's morning," he said in a breathless chuckle.
"I have to go to work soon."
"Pity," he said, and turned her around and pushed her until her cheek met the granite countertop. She bent to his will, as malleable as ever, and when he sank into her, she gasped, back bowing beneath him as he pumped into her in short, measured thrusts. He moved his hand from the back of her head and cupped it over her mouth, letting his fingers dive past her lips. She sucked them hard, and his dick grew taut inside her, his head swimming with nothing but her. Then he pulled her up, her back as close to his front as possible, his thrusts more like grinds. "I haven't forgotten your earlier claim," he said, his mouth near her ear.
"I lied,"
she said, her words barely audible. She was so lost in the pleasure of this moment. "I know, and I intend to discourage such lies," he said, mouth closing over her skin, sucking any part of her that was exposed to him. "I will fuck you to the point that you are desperate for release, over and over again, so that when you finally do come, you won't even remember your name.
You think you'll be able to stop?
She said, breathless, and yet there was a challenge to her voice.
To deprive yourself of the satisfaction of my orgasm?
He smiled against her. If it means hearing you beg for me, darling, yes. He pushed her head toward his, and their mouths collided. He felt completely out of control, and he refused to find it. All he wanted was to lose himself in this, in her. He pulled away and turned her toward him, hooking her leg over his arm to enter her again, to kiss her again. He didn't really care which position he took her in, so long as he was inside her, so long as she was delirious with pleasure. And when her body began to quiver, he lifted her up and pressed her against the wall for support, and continued his hungry exploration of her body. I love you. I have only ever loved you. The truth of those words tightened his chest.
I know,
she said, a nearly inaudible reply. Do you? He was not sure she could ever understand the depth of his feeling, how completely and utterly grateful he was for every moment he had with her. But then he also could not pretend to understand her either. As much as he had hoped, as much as he had wished for a reprieve from this world, a single bright spot in his life, she had too.
I know,
she said vehemently.
I love you. I just want everything. I want more. I want all of you.
You have it, he said, her declaration urging him on. His mouth met hers, and she held her to him tightly, one hand digging into her flesh, the other pressed to the wall for support as he drove into her, finally ready to make her come, ready to come himself. But the distinct feel of Hermes' magic entering the underworld made him stop. Fuck, he snapped, with all the venom in the world. It was the second time the god had interrupted them, and for that he would pay. He left Persephone's quivering body, her angry and anguished cry making his body ache. She thought he had only meant to torture her more before he allowed release, but she would understand soon enough. He had just managed to adjust Persephone's dress and himself when Hermes appeared. And while at first Hades had expected some sort of snide comment about the air smelling like sex and brownies, or admonishing their fucking in the kitchen where food was made, Hermes looked completely desolate. Fuck. Something horrible had happened. Hades, Persephone, Aphrodite has asked for your presence. Immediately. Hades did not mind going, but Persephone? He held her closer. At this hour? Hades? Hermes almost begged, his face growing paler by the second. It's not good. Hades' heart stuttered in his chest. Who was it now? He thought. Hephaestus? Where? Her home. Chapter 11. Hades. Hades brought Persephone to Aphrodite's home on Lemnos. He was never sure where he might appear when he teleported there. The locations had varied over time, but it all depended on where she or Hephaestus decided to grant access. Today, it was the god of fire's study, which surprised him, given that Hephaestus did not even allow Hades direct access to his workshop, but he understood why as soon as they manifested. Aphrodite sat at the base of a chaise, positioned in the center of the room, bent over a woman who lay in an unnatural position. Hades recognized her as Harmonia, though it took him a moment because of how badly she was beaten. She was the goddess of harmony, Aphrodite's sister. This was exactly what he had feared. Every inch of her exposed skin was covered in dirt or blood or bruises, and at the top of her head were two blunt bones. They were her horns, and they had been cut from her head.
Oh my gods!
Persephone's voice shook, and she left Hades' side to go to Aphrodite. He squeezed his hands into fists to keep from pulling her back to him, to keep from shielding her from this. In some ways, She needed to know the reality of the world, and how it preyed on them just as it did on mortals. But this was worrying. A second attack, and this time a goddess, both connected to Aphrodite. Hades looked up and into the shadowed room, finding Hephaestus nearby. He was not surprised. He was never far behind when Aphrodite was in trouble, her constant shadow, even if she did not realize it. "What happened?" he asked. Hephaestus' eyes gleamed in the dark, a hint of the anger Hades could feel roiling inside him. "We don't know for certain. We believe she was walking her dog, Opal, when she was attacked, and had just enough strength to teleport here. When she arrived, she was not conscious, and we have not been able to rouse her." It sounded similar to what had happened to Adonis. They'd both been alone when attacked, and at night. "Whoever did this will suffer," Hermes said, his voice shaking with anger. The problem with what happened here was twofold. Not only was Harmonia a goddess, someone of divine blood, but she was also kind. Persephone's gaze moved from Hermes to Hades.
"Who is she?"
she asked.
"My sister,"
Aphrodite said. Her voice was thick with emotion. She sniffed and then took a breath as she whispered her name.
"Harmonia."
"Can you heal her?" Persephone asked him, and her question made his chest ache. She asked because he healed her often, but this was beyond what he could do. Harmonia's injuries were far too numerous. "No," he said, feeling as though he was disappointing her somehow. Despite all his power, he was not all-powerful. "For this, we will need Apollo." "I never thought those words would come out of your mouth," said Apollo, who appeared at Hades' summons. The god of music had changed. Now he was dressed in armor, as if he were preparing for practicing or training, which wasn't outside the realm of possibility, considering the Pan-Hellenic Games were approaching, and Apollo oversaw training at the Palestra of Delphi. His smug expression soon fell when he caught sight of Harmonia. "What happened?" he asked, striding forward and wedging himself between Aphrodite and Persephone. "We do not know," said Hermes. "That's why we summoned you," Hades said. Persephone's brows lowered.
"I don't understand. How would Apollo know what happened to Harmonia?"
It was an indication of how little Persephone knew about the gods and their power, and though not completely surprising, it worried Hades. He had years to study their many and varied powers, to learn what to anticipate if they battled, but not Persephone. She took their titles as an indication of their abilities, like many mortals. "As I heal, I can view memories," Apollo said. "I should be able to tap into her injuries and discover how she received them, and from who." Despite the pride with which Apollo spoke, the power of viewing memories could be dangerous. There was always the possibility that he would not be able to tell the difference in what he was seeing versus his reality, and if he believed he was being attacked, he could face the same outcome as Harmonia. Persephone rose to her feet and took a step away. Hades wished she would come to his side. He wanted her near, if only for his own comfort, but she remained, watching Apollo as he placed his hands on Harmonia, gently brushing her hair from her face. "Sweet Harmonia, who did this to you?" Apollo began to glow, and so did Harmonia, and it wasn't long before the god began to shake, his body convulsing as he viewed Harmonia's memories. Persephone couldn't handle it, and she surged forward, pushing him away from the goddess.
"Apollo, stop!"
He fell back, catching himself before he splayed on the floor.
"Are you okay?"
Persephone asked. Apollo's hand was under his nose, stained with crimson, but he looked at her and smiled. "Ah, Seph, you really do care." Despite the fact that Hades did not like Apollo having a nickname for his lover, he was glad for the comfort he attempted to offer. Persephone was far too caring for her own good.
Why isn't she waking up? Aphrodite's voice was high-pitched and desperate, her fear radiating through everyone present. No one wanted Harmonia to die. I don't know. I healed her as much as I could, Apollo said. The rest is up to her. Once again, Hades felt Persephone turn to him. How often would she look to him for guidance? How often would he fail her? Hades? His name fell off her tongue, an unspoken question hanging in the air between them. Would she survive this? I do not see her lifeline ending, he said. The more pressing question is what you saw as you healed her, Apollo. He was frustrated that the god had yet to tell them what he'd seen in Harmonia's memories, though he knew his anger was misplaced. The god was still recovering from whatever he'd witnessed. Nothing, Apollo admitted, rubbing circles over his temple. Then he added in a low and defeated voice, Nothing that will help us, anyway. So you couldn't view her memories? Hermes asked. Not much. They were dark and hazy. A trauma response, I think. She's probably trying to suppress them, which means we may not have any more clarity when she wakes. Her attackers wore masks. White ones with gaping mouths. But how did they manage to harm her at all? Aphrodite asked. Harmonia is the goddess of harmony. She should have been able to influence these vagrants and calm them. They must have found a way to subdue her power, Hermes said. Hades swallowed something thick in his throat as they all exchanged uneasy looks. But how? Asked Persephone. Anything is possible, Apollo replied. Relics cause problems all the time. Hades was well aware of the problems they caused. Hades? Once again, Persephone called to him. It could be a relic, or perhaps a god eager for power, he said. What he didn't say was that it could be both. He thought of Poseidon, who had handed a spindle over to the mortal Sisyphus. He could have used it to manipulate the lifelines of mortals, but instead he chose to kill them. And now there was a chance Poseidon had given over a scythe. Any ideas, Hephaestus? Hades asked. Despite shaking his head, Hades thought the god knew otherwise. I would need to know more. Let her rest, and when she wakes, give her ambrosia and honey, Apollo advised as he rose to his feet. Persephone also stood, and when Apollo stumbled, she caught his arm to steady him. Are you sure you're okay? She asked. Her concern for him was misplaced, Hades thought, a point that was driven home when he opened his mouth again. Yeah, Apollo smirked. Stay alert, Seph. I'll summon you soon, he said, and vanished. Hades glared at the space where Apollo had been, still uncomfortable with the bargain he and Persephone continued to maintain. He did not like the idea that Apollo could summon his fiancée when he pleased, especially in this environment, where goddesses were openly being attacked. He met Persephone's gaze briefly before shifting his attention to Aphrodite. Why summon us? It was probably obvious to Persephone, but it wasn't obvious to Hades. Aphrodite knew he could not heal or view memories. Aphrodite straightened and looked at him. He wasn't really prepared to see her face. Eyes rimmed in red and swollen. He'd never seen her so distraught, and it made him uncomfortable. I summoned Persephone, not you, she said. They both glared at Hermes. What? He demanded. You know Hades wouldn't let her come alone. Me? Persephone asked. Why? Why indeed, Hades thought. I would like you to investigate Adonis's and Harmonia's attacks. No, Hades said immediately. He would not even entertain the idea. Persephone did not need to be involved. He was taking care of it. You are asking my fiancée to put herself in the path of these mortals who hurt your sister. Why would I say yes? She asked me, not you, Persephone snapped, her gaze just as frustrated. There was a brief pause, and then she turned back to Aphrodite. Still, why me? Why not ask Helios for assistance?
Hades was already shaking his head.
Helios is an asshole, Aphrodite said. He feels he owes us nothing because he fought for us during the Titanomachy. I'd rather fuck his cows than ask for his assistance. No, he would not give me what I want. And what do you want? Persephone asked. Names, Persephone, Aphrodite said. I want the name of every person who laid a hand on my sister.
But not Adonis?
Hades glanced at Hephaestus, wondering if she censored herself because of him. I cannot promise you names, Aphrodite. You know I can't. You can, she insisted, but you won't because of him.
Hades ground his teeth. You are not the goddess of divine retribution, Aphrodite.
Then promise me you will send Nemesis to enact my revenge.
I will make no such promise. If Aphrodite decided to kill someone whose fate did not involve her, she would be punished. How, he could not say, but the fates would come for her eventually.
Whoever hurt the mortal and Harmonia has an agenda, Hephaestus said. Harming those who assaulted them will not lead us to the greater purpose. You might also inadvertently prove their cause.
Aphrodite did not like what her husband was saying, but then again, Hades liked it less as he continued to speak.
If that's the case, I can see the value of Persephone investigating Harmonia's assault. She fits in, as a mortal and a journalist. Given her record of slander against gods, they may even think they can trust her, or at least turn her to their cause. In either case, it would be a better way to understand our enemy, make a plan, and act. I would do nothing without your knowledge, Persephone said, holding Hades' gaze. And I will have Zophie.
We will discuss the terms.
It wasn't a no, but it wasn't a yes either. Still, he was rewarded with her soft smile, and that felt like conquering the world. But for now, you need rest, he said. And then he looked at Hephaestus, because he did not trust Aphrodite or Hermes for that matter. Summon us once Harmonia wakes. Hades took them to their chambers. When they arrived, they stood apart, but faced each other. Neither of them moved. He was attempting to process what it meant to involve her in discovering Adonis and Harmonia's attackers. If it was something she could do from the safety of Alexandria Tower, her investigative work could help. But was she ready for this? Because right now, he feared she was about to break, and he wasn't even sure she knew it. You will keep me informed of every step you take, every bit of information you glean on this case, he said. You will teleport to work. If you leave for any reason, I have to know. You will take Zophie everywhere. He shifted closer to her, bending over her. And, Persephone, if I say no... He meant it. He could not even verbalize what consequences he would enact if she disobeyed. But they would be dire, and she would hate him. Okay, she said, and there was a sincerity in her tone and in her gaze he believed so deeply it hurt his chest. He exhaled and then brought her forehead to his, hands braced at the base of her head. If anything happened to you. He couldn't let himself imagine it, her in place of Harmonia. Hades, I'm here. I am safe. You will not let anything happen to me. But I did, he said. He'd let Pirithous take her, and he had not known. He'd let him violate her. What good is being god of the dead if you can't do anything? She had asked him once, in the face of Lexa's death. But he asked himself that now. What good were his powers if he couldn't even protect Persephone? Hades. I do not wish to discuss it, he said, releasing her. He took a step back. You need rest. He rarely put distance between them, but he needed it right now. He hated how it seemed to stun Persephone. She watched him for a moment as if she thought he would call her back, but instead, he turned to pour a drink, and she retreated to the bathroom to shower.
She must think he was rejecting her, but she did not want him right now. At least she wouldn't, not if she knew what he was thinking. And he was thinking that he would never let her leave the underworld. He had threatened as much before, but these attacks were too close, and it wasn't as if she hadn't been targeted either. Ilias was still looking for the woman who had poured hot coffee in her lap. It angered him that his realm was not enough. He could never embody the warm summer sun or the blue skies of the mortal realm, and she would never be content to only rule the dead. She thrived on purpose, on changing the world. But she had changed his world, and while there were moments when he felt better for it, there were also moments when he felt more violent than he had ever before, more capable of terrible things. It was wrong to want to hold her hostage, but he was angry. Aphrodite had drawn her into this world, exposing her to what he had tried so hard to shield her from. And of course she had been willing and ready to help. She took responsibility for everyone. It was a quality he could usually admire, except in this manner, when gods were the victims.
"Are you coming to bed?"
Persephone's voice drew his attention, quiet and apprehensive. He didn't like it. He turned to look at her. She was dressed in a shirt that was too big. It clung to the places on her body that had yet to dry. Her hair was heavy and wet. She had been crying. Her cheeks were a little too pink, her eyes a little too red. His mouth hardened, and he set his drink on the mantel before crossing to her. He took her face between his hands, letting his fingers brush her skin. His heart squeezed. "I will join you shortly," he said quietly, hoping it would ease her anxiety, but more than that, he needed time to work through his frustration. He knew it would only get worse before it got better, and he did not wish for her to be the recipient of his aggression. She rose onto the tips of her toes to kiss him, but he avoided her mouth and pressed his lips to her forehead. It was not the kiss she wanted, or the one he wished to give, but it was all he could manage at this moment. He knew if he had let her, she would have drawn him in to keep him here, and he would have obliged, but he would have fucked her, and it would be hard and unforgiving. He was not sure she could handle that. Though as she lowered to her feet, he wasn't sure if she could handle his rejection either. She swallowed hard, and as she turned from him, he felt as though she had ripped out his heart and taken it with her to bed. Chapter 12. Hades. Hades returned to the island of Lemnos, to Hephaestus' forge, which was housed on an adjoining volcanic island. As Hades entered, something crunched beneath his foot. He paused and looked down, finding the floor scattered with pieces of metal and wires. He recognized the guts of what he'd just stepped on. They were mechanical bees. Hephaestus had started making the bees in response to Demeter, whose unpredictable mood often affected the earth, which, given the state of the weather, was not presumptuous. It was his way of waging war against ancient magic, and according to Aphrodite, he had been working on it for a while. So why were they now discarded? Hades proceeded inside, careful of where he stepped. There was more than just the broken bees on the floor. There were chips of wood from shattered shields and broken spears, pieces of armor torn to shreds, as if they were nothing more than paper, and a string of animatronic body parts, belonging to both human and animal creations. Hades rounded the corner and found even more of a mess. Nearly everything in Hephaestus' shop had been destroyed. Even his desk where he worked was split down the center, each half lying on its side, and at the center of it all sat Hephaestus. Hades said nothing as he approached the god, who made no acknowledgement of his presence. Like his workshop, he was in shambles. His hair was unbound, wavy from always being pulled back, and his hands sat in his lap, palms up and bleeding. He hadn't even tried to heal himself. "Are you all right?" Hades asked the god of fire. Hephaestus did not respond, and did not look at Hades. Hades acknowledged it was a stupid question to ask. The answer was obvious. Still, he felt it necessary.
Hades cast another glance around the room and spotted a short wooden stool in the corner, flipped on its head. He swiped it from the floor and used it to sit at Hephaestus' feet. It was completely uncomfortable, and yet it was likely the only way he would get the god's attention tonight.
Tell me what happened.
There is nothing to tell, said Hephaestus.
Doesn't look that way to me, Hades said.
A long silence followed. Hades did not prompt Hephaestus again, and he did not leave. Eventually, the god spoke.
We fought, Hephaestus said.
Is Aphrodite all right? Hades' voice rose in alarm.
She's fine, physically at least, Hephaestus said quickly. I didn't touch her. I've never touched her.
Hephaestus took a deep breath and then raked his fingers through his hair.
What happened?
Hades asked.
She accused me of being the reason Harmonia was injured, Hephaestus said. She said that whatever had been used against Harmonia had to have been one of my creations.
So many relics had been stolen and funneled into the black market, it wasn't impossible, but that did not make it Hephaestus' fault. After a moment, the god continued.
I left after she told me how miserable I made her, and came here, he said. The rest you can guess.
Hades had to admit, though he'd always known something seething lingered beneath the surface of Hephaestus' calm and quiet exterior, seeing it in person was another experience entirely. He understood that the god was not proud. If anything, he seemed even more devastated that he had not been able to control his anger.
Hephaestus, you don't really believe— I believe what she says, Hades, Hephaestus said quickly. I have nothing else.
Hades did not know what to say.
These two gods had loved each other for most of their immortal lives, and yet they had never managed to learn how to speak the same language. She should have left me long ago.
Do you not know the woman you married? Hades asked. If she wanted to leave, she would have.
Then her only pleasure must be my misery, Hephaestus said.
For the second time tonight, Hades did not have a response, and the hardest part was that he could not disagree with Hephaestus. It truly did seem that Aphrodite enjoyed misery, but not for the reason her husband thought. She chose to pine after him, to love him from afar. The irony of the goddess of love was not lost on him.
Does she not know your anger?
Hades asked.
No, Hephaestus said. No, I cannot let her know. What if I—
He could not seem to finish his sentence.
Do you think you will ever hurt her? I am not good, Hades, said Hephaestus. I never have been.
Hades wasn't sure what the god was recalling as he spoke, but whatever the memory, it still haunted him. Maybe you aren't, said Hades, but neither am I. And tonight, another person close to Aphrodite has been attacked. One is already dead.
If you do not think I am aware, Hephaestus said.
He curled his bloodied hands into fists, his knuckles white, though Hades was not certain which thing fueled his anger, the knowledge that the victim of the first attack was Adonis, Aphrodite's favored and lover, or that it seemed she was being targeted somehow. Adonis was stabbed with Kronos' scythe, Hades said, and he pulled out the tip he'd kept in the pocket of his jacket. He handed it to the god, who ran his thumb over the metal. It was not smooth, the surface etched with delicate designs. First this, and now Harmonia's horns, Hades said. These people have weapons that can wound gods, Hephaestus. It's only a matter of time before they find something that can truly kill us. And given this pattern, who do you think they will come for first? Hephaestus met Hades' gaze, his eyes stormy.
You do not have to remind me of the threat to my wife to convince me to help you, Hades,
Hephaestus said, and then looked at the adamant tip again.
Who are they, these people you speak of?
I suspect they are impious,
Hades said. But in truth, I do not know. Perhaps when Harmonia wakes, she can give us clarity. I am certain now that they have her horns, they will flaunt their victory publicly. When favored mortals were killed, it often hit the media, and many impious were willing to take responsibility for those murders. They saw it as a way to prove that the gods were not as powerful as they claimed, and at the very least did not care for their mortal worshippers. But obtaining a set of horns from the head of Harmonia, the sister of an Olympian, was entirely different. It illustrated just how close an everyday mortal managed to get to a god of relative power. It demonstrated that the gods had weaknesses.
"And where did this come from?" Hephaestus asked, holding up the end of the blade.
I suspect Poseidon, Hades said, relatively certain of the source. There is one other issue at hand that makes the threat against us even more troublesome, said Hades. The Ophiutorus has been resurrected. Once again, Hephaestus met Hades' gaze, and his fingers closed over the end of the knife. The god had not yet been born when the Titanomachy took place, but he was well aware of the implication.
"Have you found it?" he asked.
No.
"When you do, let me kill it," he said.
Hades could not help how he bristled, and the instinct made guilt bleed in his stomach.
"If I kill it," Hephaestus explained, "I can make a weapon from the ashes."
Hades stared. This conversation had taken a sudden turn, and it felt almost treasonous, not to Zeus, but to themselves. He already knew the god was experimenting. He'd caught him fashioning a trident out of adamant, an attempt to recreate Poseidon's most powerful weapon.
"It's too dangerous, Hephaestus," Hades said. "It is no more dangerous than your helm," Hephaestus said, "or Poseidon's trident, or Zeus's lightning bolts."
"Except that those weapons are not prophesied to kill gods," Hades countered.
"I will not pressure you," Hephaestus said, "but the offer stands should it be needed."
Hephaestus extended his hand in an attempt to return the tip of Kronos' scythe. Hades' eyes fell to it. Despite only being a small piece of a whole, it was just as deadly, and still contained his father's magic. His eyes returned to Hephaestus. "Can you make a blade from that piece?" Hades asked.
"I can," Hephaestus said, "if you wish."
It was not as if Hephaestus had not already begun forging weapons. The scythe was powerful, and it could wound a god severely, enough to trap them in Tartarus if needed. "I wish it," Hades said. Hades thought after his visit to Hephaestus he would feel like he had some control over the violent thing that lived within him, but he didn't. It still raged beneath his skin, threatening to explode. He felt a lot like he imagined Hephaestus had tonight, completely helpless. He did not know how to keep it in, how to quell it, but he couldn't let Persephone see this. He couldn't allow her to bear witness to his horror when she had seen so much of her own. So he did the only thing he knew to do, find Hecate. But when he appeared in her meadow, he could tell she was not home. Her cottage was dark, and everything was too still. Normally he would have attempted to sense whether she still remained in the underworld, as she often left for the mortal world, to carry out whatever she pleased in the night. But it had not really mattered. This took him away from the castle. He paced outside her cottage, attempting to expend some of the electric energy that raced through his veins, and started to consider other options. Should he go to Tartarus and take his rage out on Pirithous, who was partly responsible? Usually that would seem like the right thing to do, but for some reason it did not seem so now. This anger was different. It was not destructive, but it was terrifying. And perhaps that was what worried him the most. He usually knew what to do with this feeling, but not this time. This time it was different. He needed Hecate. "Let me get my calendar," she said, "for I must mark this occasion." Hades turned toward her as she came out of the darkness surrounding them in the meadow. She wore a cloak and pushed back the hood so he could see her face, though shadowed.
Hecate,
he said,
Need me? She asked, smiling and arching a brow.
Hades opened his mouth, but he wasn't sure what to say.
I don't suppose you have to say it out loud, she said. I have already heard your thoughts.
Hades slammed his lips together, but after a moment he spoke.
I do not know who else to ask.
Well, I am wise beyond my years, she said. What troubles you?
I thought you could read my mind.
Do not be cheeky, she admonished.
Hades narrowed his eyes. He knew she was well aware of how he felt. She only wanted to hear him say it, and if he didn't, there would be no moving past this. After a moment, he sighed heavily and scrubbed his hand over his face.
I'm angry, he said.
What's new?
This is different, he said, and paused as he tried to seek words to make her understand. I can't make it go away, and nothing I usually do is working.
What made you feel this way?
He explained what had occurred tonight, Harmonia's brutal attack, and how he suspected it was connected to Adonis, how he feared it would encourage other impious to start attacking gods publicly, as had happened with Persephone while she worked at the coffee house.
Perhaps you are not so much angry as you are afraid, she said. It is not unusual to not know the difference.
Fear seemed ridiculous. It was much easier to be angry.
Easier because it is familiar, said Hecate,
once again responding to his thoughts. Hades curled his fingers into fists.
If I am afraid, it means I am helpless.
It took him a moment to meet Hecate's gaze after his admission. He did not like this, whatever this was.
It's called being vulnerable, she said. And of course you hate it. You don't like to feel out of control, though you often are, especially where Persephone is concerned.
You're not helping, Hades said.
Give me time, she said. We've only just begun.
He groaned. What more could he possibly need to say? I don't know what to do, he said. If he could, he would lock Persephone in the underworld and risk her wrath to protect her. There was so much above working against them. If she never ventured out, at least she would be safe.
And she would grow to resent you as she resents her mother, Hecate said.
I know, he said. I do not wish to hold her prisoner, but it is the only thing that makes me feel at peace. That wasn't completely true. While it took one emotion away, it gave birth to several others. Dread and anxiety, mostly.
Perhaps you just need to feel it, said Hecate. It is all right to honor fear, to acknowledge that it has a place inside you, even if you are a brooding alpha male.
Hades glared.
It is not as if you do not have a plan to protect Persephone, or to find those responsible for Adonis's and Harmonia's attacks. As far as action is concerned, you have done everything possible.
But will it be enough?
Enough for what? She asked. To protect Persephone from further harm or trauma? The only world where that is possible is here in the underworld, and if she is here, it means she is dead.
Hades felt like he was being suffocated.
If you are to live life with her, all you can do is be the person she needs in those hard moments, no matter how much it hurts you, and she will do the same for you.
He couldn't look at Hecate, so instead he stared into the dark wood surrounding her meadow. He knew what she was saying, and after all that he and Persephone had been through, it should be easy to lay his burdens at her feet. But it wasn't. It felt unfair. What if he gave her too much?
Has she ever given you too much? Hecate asked.
No, Hades said. She could never.
She feels no different about you, Hades. You must cease thinking that your love is somehow greater than hers, just because you have lived longer, yearned longer.
He held his breath as she spoke.
feeling as though she were attacking him in some way. And yet he knew what she said was right. He did think that way, and often. A sudden gnawing guilt overtook the fear. Persephone has chosen you, and she accepts you in whatever way you choose to offer yourself. But is it fair that she cannot see you struggle when so often you must bear witness to hers? I am protecting her, he said. Are you protecting her or yourself? Hades was quiet. Persephone has grown because at some point you made her feel safe enough to be vulnerable with you. As a result, she has come to see your side of things and respect your decisions. If you do not offer her the same, can you truly respect her? Hades' teeth ground so hard his jaw hurt, and the pain was spreading to the back of his head. If you expect the world to tear you apart, it will. Then what do you want me to do? I want you to stop being an idiot, said Hecate, though her voice held no scorn. I want you to recognize the importance of being vulnerable with Persephone, because apart, you are both powerful, to be sure, but together, you are unstoppable. Hades returned to his chambers and found Persephone fast asleep. He stared at her for a long moment, watching the soft rise and fall of her chest, the way her lashes fanned across the high points of her cheeks, the slight part of her lips. She was beautiful, and while there was a part of him that wished to wake her, to apologize for how he left earlier, he did not wish to disturb her. She had managed to find peace despite the events of this night, unlike him, and it wasn't fair that they both should suffer. He drank, sipping slowly, turning over Hecate's words in his mind. He considered how he felt now, exhausted, frustrated, still afraid, the friction in his body surging to the very tip of his cock. Fuck. He shifted uncomfortably, his eyes trained on Persephone. He could sit here in the quiet and attempt to pleasure himself, but he knew he needed something harder, rougher. He needed her body. It was the only thing that would sate him, but he could not ask that of her, not tonight. He downed the last of his drink and then undressed. His cock and balls felt heavy between his legs, even as he sat on the edge of the bed. He could not quite bring himself to lie down beside Persephone, too tempted to wake her from slumber. If he started, he wouldn't stop. But then he felt her hand on his back. Are you well? She asked. He looked at her for a moment, and then leaned over her, lips hovering over hers. He should kiss her. He hadn't since they'd come home, but he refrained and instead caressed her cheek. I am well, he said, but his eyes were trained on her lips. He wanted to kiss her, and it was probably ridiculous that he refused, but he felt so on edge, so out of control. What if she couldn't handle that? He pulled away and noted the hurt that flashed in Persephone's eyes. Sleep. I will be here when you wake. What if I don't want to sleep? She followed him, rising onto her knees and straddling him, nestling against his arousal. He took in a sharp breath, his fingers digging into her skin as he kept her still, unable to handle the movement of her body against his. What's wrong? You did not kiss me earlier, and you will not lie with me now, she said, searching his eyes. Her arms tightened around him. It was like she was trying to remind him she was here and present, though he was well aware. I cannot sleep because I cannot stop my mind. I can help you, she said. She could distract him, to be sure, but the thoughts would still be there in the aftermath. And why won't you kiss me? He swallowed, dropping his gaze for a moment as he found the words to explain. Because there is rage inside my body, and to indulge in you, well, I am not certain what kind of release I would find. Are you angry with me? No, he said quickly, but I am afraid that I have agreed to something that will only hurt you, and already I cannot forgive myself. Hades.
She whispered his name and took his face between her hands, eyes searching. He wanted to demand to know what she was looking for, so he could tell her that she would never find it. But he knew he was just being difficult, and that she would not believe him anyway. Her mouth hovered over his, her touch like fire against his skin, the slight movement of her body against his driving him mad. He was on the edge, losing his grip on control, but he thought of his conversation with Hecate, and considered that perhaps he did not need control here. In this space, he could exist authentically, and Persephone, she would take it. As if she knew his thoughts, she whispered to him, her breath caressing his lips. "Indulge in me. I can handle you." It was the permission he needed. He kissed her, widening his mouth against hers as his tongue moved against hers. He groaned, his fingers tightening in her hair. Fuck, she was sweet. She preened in his arms, pressing into him, opening wider to receive him. Even her legs moved farther apart, his cock tucked between them, rubbing against her bare, slick heat. Fuck, he breathed as he broke from her mouth, drawing her shirt over her head. Naked, he let his hands skim over her body, and came back to her breasts, which he held in each hand and lavished with his tongue. He liked the way she moved against him as he took each nipple into his mouth, how she held his head in place until she was ready for him to move on to the next. With his mouth occupied, he let his hand dive between her legs, fingers teasing her opening. She was so fucking wet. He drew his finger along her opening, using the wetness to stimulate her clit. He looked up at her just as she threw her head back to moan. Hades kissed her throat, then sucked her skin into his mouth, eliciting a louder cry. He liked it, wanted more of it. "Fuck," she breathed as he slid his fingers inside her, stroking her into a frenzy until all she could do was hold on to him as he worked. "Please," she begged, the word a broken cry. Please what? It wasn't a question. It was a demand. Her body answered, vibrating against his as she let him wring cum from her body. He pushed her onto the bed unceremoniously, his cock dripping as he got to his knees. "Can you handle me?" She was flushed and deliriously high on pleasure. He imagined she would say yes to anything right now, but it would be enough. She nodded, her chest rising and falling. "Yes." He jerked her toward him, lifting her so that her ass rested against his thighs, and entered her. Persephone arched on the bed, her breasts bouncing with each of his thrusts. It made him move faster, filling her deeper. She was so God's damned beautiful, so fucking erotic, and she likely had no idea. But watching her take him like this was a fucking dream. "Oh, fuck," she cried, writhing. Her hands were everywhere, gripping him and then her breasts, then tangling in her hair, and with each thrust he felt the pressure build. He chased it, held it longer, determined to make this last. Their bodies grew slick, and there came a point when Hades could no longer hold on to her. He bent over her, arms braced on either side of her face as he finished. He could feel his cock pulsing inside her, and he could not hold himself up. His whole body shook. He landed atop her, his head on her breasts. Persephone did not seem to mind as she wrapped her body around him. After a long moment of silence, she spoke. "You're mine," she said, her fingers trailing through his hair, which had come loose during their intercourse. "Of course I can handle you." Hades lifted himself up so he could meet her gaze. He wasn't sure why he always waited for her to break, to leave, to run when she spoke like this. It didn't make sense. It would never make sense. But he was so fucking grateful she loved him. "I never thought I'd thank the fates for anything they gave me. But you were worth all of it." "All of what?" "The suffering." Chapter 13. Theseus. Theseus stared at a series of photos. They were all pictures of the same man, taken from different angles. His name was Adonis, a famous favored mortal, and he had been beaten to a bloody pulp and stabbed through with Kronos' scythe outside Aphrodite's club, La Rose. While Theseus had not been directly involved in this attack, he'd managed to plant the seeds that saw it through. He wondered how long before Aphrodite's anger got the best of her, how long before Hades' sense of honor brought him right to his door. Theseus had lived a long time in the shadow of the gods. He knew their strengths and their weaknesses, but he also knew mortals and how to make them afraid. The start of snow in summer had been his sign to incite chaos. Amid the backdrop of Demeter's storm, which would already inspire anger among the mortals and feature heavily in the media, he knew he could further feed the existing doubt and anger against the gods. And while he was aware that it would hardly hurt them, it would cause division, and at the center of it all were two gods, Hades and Persephone. He had not expected them to feature as they were, but their love worked in his favor, and it would serve to further divide the gods while he continued to build mistrust among the mortals on earth. He would hardly have to lift a finger. The gods always got in their own way. Theseus just needed to ensure that as the chaos unfolded, mortals had someone to turn to, someone to worship in place of the Olympians who had reigned for so long. And that person would be him. Theseus could sense the vibration of his phone before it rang. He snatched it up, answering before the sound could disturb the silence. He gave no greeting, only waited for the person on the other end to speak.
"I found her,"
said the voice, Perseus, the demigod son of Zeus.
Theseus said nothing and waited for him to continue. "She's with Dionysus in the pleasure district. They're on the hunt for Medusa."
He was not surprised. He'd heard the rumors about the woman, her beauty first, and then her supposed power. She could turn men into stone. He had suspected Dionysus of searching for her when he'd bought the Graiai's services, and he'd considered that when he'd had them murdered, he would lose the fastest route to finding her. But there were other ways to locate a scared woman. Perseus, for example. A new set of photos came through on his tablet, and he scrolled through them. Ariadne was dressed in a short black dress and high boots. She looked fuckable. Perhaps she had been fucked. "Is she fucking him yet?" Theseus asked. He meant to express the question nonchalantly, but a hot blade of jealousy shot through him at the thought. Despite his marriage to her sister, Phaedra, Ariadne belonged to him too. She would always belong to him, even if she found temporary reprieve in the hands of this god. And when she returned to him, and she would, because he had her sister, she would pay for straying, for thinking for an instant that she could defeat him.
"Not sure,"
Perseus replied. "Keep following her," Theseus said. "She'll lead us to Medusa eventually, and when the time is right, we'll take both." He hung up the phone and continued looking through the photos, his cock growing harder the longer he did. Before he'd married Phaedra, he had dated Ariadne. He'd liked her more than her sister. She liked to fuck and fuck hard. There was nothing soft about her. But therein lay the problem. Ariadne would not be controlled, at least not on her own, but through her sister, who was so easily swayed with a few pretty words. She was malleable in his hands. That made him harder, and he let himself think about what he would do when she did return to him and demand to see her sister. Perhaps he would agree and let her watch as he fucked Phaedra. Her horror would make him come, and when he did, he'd force his dick into her mouth and fill her throat. Theseus looked up, sensing movement, and found Phaedra lingering in the doorway. She was dressed in a long silk nightgown and a matching robe that did not even close around her round belly. The contrast of how she dressed compared to her sister was not lost on him. His wife rarely even wished to undress for sex, but Ariadne, she would roam the house naked, as if it were her natural state. Phaedra, he said, locking his tablet as he set it down on his desk. You should be resting.
I couldn't sleep,
she said, watching him from the door.
You haven't come to bed.
Despite her modesty, she was beautiful. Her softness made her the perfect bride, a trophy he could parade about in public, and her timidness ensured she would never communicate her doubts or her fears about him. She was the safe choice. You know things have been busy.
Of course,
she said.
I only came to check on you.
He managed a smile because he thought that was what she would most like, some acknowledgement that he cared that she cared. I am fine, he said, just busy. Except that she did not act as she usually did with his reassurance, which was to fold. Instead, she lingered.
Busy with Ariadne?
She said, her voice quiet, and he wondered why, if she feared his response, she said it at all. Theseus clenched his jaw. This defiance was new. Phaedra hesitated and then added quietly, almost in a whisper,
I heard you.
Heard me. He was certain he had not said her name. Were you listening at my door, Phaedra? He asked. He worked to control his voice, to keep the anger from seeping into his words. She knew the consequences of eavesdropping.
No, I promise. I only thought I heard her name as I came down the hall.
She was lying. He had to quell this. He wondered what was making her so brave. You thought? He asked. She took a deep and audible breath.
I must have misheard.
Theseus stood, and as he approached, Phaedra placed her hand on her stomach. Prior to her pregnancy, he would have silenced her with a kiss or even sex. But since, he'd had no interest in fucking her. It did not matter anyway. He'd used sex to keep her, and now the baby would do that for him. He liked how she tensed as he approached, though, and that made him hard, which was also helpful, because when she noticed, she would think it was her who made him eager to fuck, and not her fear. He touched her chin. What have I said about Ariadne? Her eyes were glassy.
Theseus,
she whispered, and he hated how she said his name. Perhaps it was because she sounded a lot like her sister, and he thought of how Ariadne once moaned it.
She is my sister.
What? He said, silencing her, his voice loud and then tapering off. Did I say? Phaedra stared at him and swallowed hard, unable to keep the tears from welling in her eyes. Theseus stepped as close as he could, her stomach pressing into him. Oh, Phaedra, he whispered, and tilted her head back. She winced as his fingers tightened in her dark hair. What am I to do with you? He kissed her forehead. He knew how Phaedra worked. She melted at the slightest show of affection, the opposite of her sister. Ariadne did not preen beneath soft touches and sweet words. She wanted everything hard and fast and bruising. He let his hands fall to her shoulders, his mouth near her ear as he spoke quietly. I wanted to protect you from this, but I suppose I will have to tell you. He pulled away and crossed to his desk, picking up the tablet. He handed over the device, showing her the pictures Perseus had sent. I have kept my promise to you, he said. I have kept track of your sister, and despite my attempted interventions, she's turned to prostitution. Just tonight she was spotted in the pleasure district with the god Dionysus. He watched Phaedra looking through the photos. After a moment, she whispered,
She doesn't look like herself.
Oh, darling, he said, such is the case with addiction. Phaedra put the tablet aside and buried her face in her hands. Theseus stepped up behind her, pulling her against him. His arousal pressed into her ass. The only thing keeping it erect was her pain, and he siphoned it, fueling the blood that rushed to the crown of his cock. I am sorry, he soothed, letting his head rest in the crook of her neck. I did not wish to tell you. I thought it was better to protect you and the baby.
No,
she said, her hands falling to his, which he'd placed around her belly. He cringed as her palms touched his, wet from her tears.
I should not have asked. I knew better than to hope she had reached out to see me.
She turned in his arms and rested her head against his chest, for which he was glad. He did not think he could muster the ability to appear remorseful any more tonight. His frustration was too acute.
I know how hard this is for you, he said, but you always have me when you have no one else.
He let her cry for a few moments longer, but pulled her away when he grew tired. You need rest, he said, drawing his finger over her wet cheek. She nodded numbly, but he only cared that she obeyed.
I love you, Theseus,
she said. He smiled at her and pressed a soft kiss to her mouth. Good night, my love, he said, and pushed her off into the hallway. I will be along soon. He watched her go until he could no longer see her, and then closed the door, wiping his mouth free of her tears. Fucking disgusting, he thought. He crossed to his desk and pressed the call button on his intercom. It went straight to his secretary, who he knew to be awake and waiting. Now, he said, and as he waited, he unbuttoned his trousers and took out his cock, jerking it up and down, priming it for what was to come. After a moment, the woman entered. He forgot her name. She was new, recently hired to replace the one who had died. Her eyes went to his cock. There was no hunger in her gaze. This was her job. She crossed to him and knelt, her mouth even with his dick. What's your name? He asked.
Rebecca,
she said. Your real name?
No,
she said. He liked the way she looked at him, with as much spite as Ariadne. He dug his fingers into her hair. I'm going to fuck your mouth, he said, and you're going to take it, all of it. She rose a little higher, preparing for their transaction, still defiant, still unafraid, and his chest filled with warmth at the challenge of seeing the light die in her eyes. Chapter 14. Dionysus. When Dionysus and Ariadne manifested in his living room, his arm was still anchored around her waist, her breasts pressed into his chest, and his cock rested against the bottom of her stomach. He wanted to die, and he did not care what kind of death, real or otherwise. He only needed to be rescued from this fucking torture. He did not immediately let her go, and she did not immediately pull away, which made him think she was far more unnerved than she appeared. Still, he admired her composure. Are you all right? He asked. She looked confused by his question, and he wasn't sure why. Perhaps she was surprised he asked.
I don't know,
she admitted. He frowned and then drew a stray piece of hair from her cheek. I didn't know that would happen.
Which part?
She asked, her eyes dropping to his lips.
The part where you kissed me, or the part where I shot those two men?
They stared at each other, and all Dionysus could think of was that kiss, and more. How she'd climbed into his lap and moved against him. How she'd felt in his hands, so fucking hot and right. And he knew he was in so much trouble because all he would be able to think about was what might have happened had they not been interrupted, and if Ariadne had only responded in kind because she believed it was necessary. She stepped away, and he let her go, hating how empty he felt when she was gone. She turned in a circle, eyes roaming over his space. He'd forgotten how much he liked being here, how safe it felt compared to the club, which was always alive, always on. This space was quiet. The walls were warm in color, mostly covered by shelves, packed haphazardly with books. There was a simple linen couch and a glass coffee table opposite a fireplace, and on the mantel were more books. The windows were lead-paned, but covered with heavy drapes. He rarely opened them, rarely wished to look at the world he saw so often.
Where are we?
Ariadne asked. My home, he said.
You live here?
Yes, I live here, he said. Surprised?
Well, you always seem to be at Bacaya. He didn't tell her that it had been a month since he'd been here. Why are we here? She asked, facing him. Why not go back to the club?
I don't want to be there right now, he said.
It was too much, too loud, too bright, too crowded. She took a breath and shrugged off the jacket he'd draped around her shoulders, then took a seat on the edge of the couch. Dionysus watched her. He could not help it. He wanted to know what she was thinking. What happens now? She asked.
Fuck me. Of course she was thinking about their next move. What were they going to do now that they knew Medusa had last been seen near the ocean, near Poseidon's realm?
I don't know, he admitted. He needed time to think, time to process. The question was, did they have time? Can we trust Mikhail not to tell anyone who we were looking for?
No,
said Dionysus. She stared at him. Then why didn't you kill him? Dionysus raised a brow.
Easy, detective. I thought you were opposed to killing.
She glared at him. It is not as if Mikhail is a good guy. He didn't argue because he agreed. But then Dionysus had a hard time believing anyone was good in this world. Everyone was capable of bad things.
It does not matter if Mikhail lives or dies, said Dionysus. People will still hunt Medusa.
But have they gotten as far as us? She asked.
It's hard to say, but I can assure you that they have likely not gotten any further.
Why? What do you mean?
Because everyone who's in search of her will either abandon the cause once they discover Poseidon is involved, or find themselves at the end of a glorified pitchfork.
Including you?
I admire that you think I could go head-to-head with Poseidon.
I don't care if you can, she said. I asked if you will.
You seem to think everything is so simple, a decision that comes down to yes or no, he said, frustration coloring his tone. If Poseidon does not know of Medusa's importance now, he will once I confront him.
Then don't confront him, she said.
How else do you expect us to find her?
I'll do it,
she said. No,
he said immediately. He could not even entertain the idea. Poseidon was a dick, a royal one, especially to women. There was no way he would put Ariadne through that. Poseidon knows nothing about me, Ariadne argued, and then shrugged. To him, I am a mortal woman searching for my sister.
Do you think he will care?
No, she said, but perhaps he will care about what I have to offer.
And what do you have to offer?
She said nothing, and Dionysus took a step toward her.
What do you have to offer, Ariadne? Information on my operations? On Maenads? Will you sacrifice 100 lives just to save one?
You think I would betray you? She asked.
Your loyalty is with your sister, he said, and I do not blame you, but it means I cannot trust you.
She said nothing, but her anger screamed at him. So you're giving up? She said finally.
I am not giving up, he snapped, but I need time to think, and you've made it really fucking hard for me tonight.
Their eyes held, and then she looked away, crossing her arms over her chest, as if she wished to distance herself from everything that had happened, including him. He should not be surprised, and it should feel like nothing, but it didn't. It felt like rejection, like the sting of a too sharp blade to the chest. He knew what had happened tonight was only situational, and to have feelings about it meant that he'd developed some kind of expectation, and that was ridiculous. This, whatever existed between them, was far too angry to be anything more than something both of them would regret, like tonight.
There's a room down that hallway where you can sleep, he said. A bathroom, too. Do you need something to wear?
He looked at her long enough to see her nod. Please, she said, her voice a whisper.
I'll be back, he said,
walking down the adjacent hall to his room. When he opened the door, he was met by frigid air. He'd been gone so long he had yet to change the controls to warm his apartment, though he should not have to.
It was summer. It was supposed to be sunny and hot. Instead, the snow grew heavier day by day. He snatched a shirt from his drawer and took it to Ariadne. "It might be cold in your room," he said. "I'll adjust the temperature." She nodded. He hated these bouts of quiet tension that kept rising between them. "If you need anything, I'll be down here," he said, and left, adjusting the temperature before returning to his room. He shed his clothes and showered. He stayed beneath the spray longer than usual, taking his heavy cock in hand, eager to feel release, to no longer feel the fullness hanging heavy between his legs, as he had for what felt like days. Because it had been days. It had been weeks. He thought of how Ariadne had looked in that dress, the way she had obeyed when he told her to kneel before him, the way her eyes burned when she looked up at him, and perhaps it had been with hatred, but sometimes he did not know it from passion, and it didn't really matter because it fueled the fantasy. The potential of what could have been took over, and he imagined holding on to her perfect ass and helping her slide down his cock. She would be warm and wet and tight, and she would ride him like she had known his body forever. When she grew too tired, he would take over, pumping into her until everything in his body locked up, and all he could focus on was the pressure in his balls that spread all over his body before he came. There was something about opening his eyes and seeing his hand closed around the crown of his cock, semen seeping between his fingers, that left him completely unsatisfied. He washed again and stepped out of the shower, feeling no less frustrated than when he entered. He dried off and wrapped the towel around his waist, muttering to himself as he began to grow hard again. "Fuck me," he muttered. "I would, but you aren't really my type." "Fuck you, Hermes," he said. He'd sensed the god's magic the moment he'd stepped out of the bathroom. He didn't even turn to look at him as he crossed to his dresser. "Don't be angry about it," Hermes said. Dionysus ignored him and dropped the towel, changing into a pair of boxers. When he turned to face the god of mischief, he looked a little stunned. "You don't have a type, Hermes," said Dionysus. "You would fuck a rock if you found it pretty enough." Hermes found his speech again. "Hey, I have standards." "Which is why I said pretty," Dionysus mumbled, pulling back the blankets on his bed. He did not care that Hermes was here and likely wanted to talk. He was tired. "Aren't you the least bit curious about why I'm here?" "No. Considering the last time you paid me a visit, I dreamed that my testicles were burning off for a week." Hermes grinned. "Come on, that was funny." Dionysus glared. "What do you want, Hermes?" Dionysus lay down, still intent on sleeping, despite whatever the god had come to say. He propped his hands behind his head and stared at the god, but Hermes looked unnerved and swallowed hard. "Well, Hades tells me I am your keeper," Hermes said. "So I suppose I am keeping." "Do you always do what Hades says?" Dionysus asked. "Only when it's fun." "And checking up on me is fun?" "Well, it was when I could set your balls on fire," Hermes said, pausing. Then he raised a brow. "Though, I suppose nothing's changed." Hermes laughed, and Dionysus's eyes darkened as he glared. Hermes choked and cleared his throat. "Anyway, what I really came to tell you was that Harmonia has been attacked." Dionysus's brows lowered. "What do you mean?" "Just as it sounds," Hermes said. "She was beaten, and her horns were cut." Dionysus sat up. There were several shocking things about this news, including that of all the gods, Harmonia was one of the least threatening, but also that someone managed to get close enough to harm a god at all. "Beaten," he repeated. "By who?" "We do not exactly know, but you should be aware. It's likely the same people targeting gods who are also looking for the Ophiutorus, which means they have some kind of ability to suppress our powers." "By people, do you mean the impious?" he asked. "Or triad?" Hermes shrugged. "Possibly.
It is too early to make a sound judgment.
Is there really any doubt? Dionysus asked.
Hades prefers evidence before making such a call.
You would think Hades was your king with the way you hang on his every word.
Hermes narrowed his eyes this time. Perhaps if you were not so threatened by his leadership, you might see the value in his counsel.
What counsel? At this very moment his decisions have us facing defeat.
Hades had openly admitted he was the reason the Ophiutorus had been resurrected. He had no choice, Hermes defended.
There is always a choice,
Dionysus said, and then he snapped his mouth shut, realizing too late that he sounded like his foster father. It sounds as though you have yet to make one, said Hermes.
I chose a side, Dionysus spat.
You didn't choose a side. You picked the best route for your revenge. Hermes sounded like Silenus.
And?
Hermes shook his head. You stand for nothing, he said. Dionysus ground his teeth. It's probably a good thing Hades doesn't trust you, Hermes added. It doesn't sound like he should. And with that, he left. Dionysus fell back in bed with a sigh, staring up at the ceiling. The god's words frustrated him, and he found himself wanting to argue that he did stand for something. That was the whole reason he began rescuing women, offering them refuge, and training them to defend themselves in ways that meant they would never come to harm again. It was why he had spent years infiltrating the pleasure district and various trafficking circles. Yes, he wished for revenge against Hera. She had made his life a living hell. She had murdered his mother. He wanted her to suffer. But that did not negate the fact that he also wished to protect other women as a result. Unable to sleep, Dionysus rose from bed and headed to the kitchen for a drink. But as he rounded the corner, he found Ariadne. She had yet to notice his approach as she reached over her head for a glass, her shirt rising over her ass as she did.
Fuck me.
Need help? He asked. She gasped and turned to face him. How long have you been there? She asked.
Not long, he said, approaching her.
She did not move, pinned against the counter as he reached over her head for the glass and handed it to her. Thank you, she said, and then stepped up to the sink to fill it with water. He watched her for a moment and then grabbed another glass to do the same. They stood side by side, sipping water. Does Hermes visit you often? Dionysus choked his water.
What?
He asked. You weren't exactly quiet. Dionysus tilted his head, narrowing his eyes.
What did you hear?
Noises, she said. Voices.
I didn't fuck Hermes, Ariadne.
Okay, she said. He stood there in stunned silence, staring at her.
How could you think?
Can you just drop it? She asked, frustrated. He didn't want to drop it. He wanted to know why she thought he would fuck Hermes, especially after he had clearly wanted to fuck her instead. Silence stretched between them, and Ariadne downed the last of her water. I should go to bed, she said, and brushed past him. But Dionysus did not want her to leave.
When did you learn to dance like that? He asked.
She froze and turned to face him. I took lessons, she said, as if it were not impressive or even a surprise.
So you could do what? Dionysus asked, assuming she'd done so to add to her skill set. Work undercover?
No, for exercise.
You learned to strip for exercise?
I don't strip, she said, but I do dance. You should try it sometime. It's great cardio.
Don't tempt me, he muttered,
and caught a hint of a smile on her face. He didn't think he'd ever managed to make her smile before. She took a breath and seemed to shiver with it. I wanted to say, I am sorry for earlier. For a moment, he thought she was apologizing for the kiss, but then she added, I had no idea Mikhail would recognize me.
You could not have known.
I should have, she said. I should have been a better detective.
You're perfect, Ariadne, he said.
Her gaze rose to his, eyes widened. He wasn't sure why she looked so surprised.
It was the second time he'd told her tonight, which made him think of how he had let himself go in those heady moments after she'd climbed into his lap at the brothel. The urge to talk about it danced under his skin. He wanted to know what it meant, that they had been able to play their roles so well. He wanted it to mean something. "Eri," he began, and took a step toward her.
"Good night, Dionysus," she said.
He stared a moment, and then managed a ghost of a smile and nodded. "Good night, Ariadne." He watched her turn and disappear down the hall. Chapter 15. Hades. Hades heard Persephone take a sharp breath, and his head snapped in the direction of the bed where he found her sitting up, looking wide-eyed and confused until she met his gaze and relaxed. Before he could ask what had startled her, she spoke.
"Did you sleep at all?"
"No," he said. He'd lain beside her for a few hours after they had sex, but never drifted off, so he rose and dressed and waited for her to rise. He was eager for her to get ready for work, because he wanted to take her to Alexandria Tower and show her the floor he hoped she would agree to use for her work on the Advocate. There were enough offices for everyone in her employ, at the moment Helen, Luce, and Sybil. He felt ridiculous that he had not offered it before, though there were times when Persephone was so independent he wasn't sure how or when to help her. She certainly would never ask. "Nightmare?" he asked, worry twisting deep in his gut. If she had dreamed of Pirithous, he was sure his actions had triggered her. He had been too much last night.
"No," she said, shaking her head. I thought I overslept."
He wasn't sure he believed her, but perhaps that was his own fear speaking. He finished the last of his drink, leaving his glass behind, and went to her. She held his gaze as he approached. She was like a siren in a sea of black silk. One look, one call, and he bent to her will.
"Why didn't you sleep?"
she asked as he caressed her cheek. "I didn't feel like sleeping," he said. The longer he lived, the less he needed. It did not help, however, that the majority of the business he conducted happened in the dead of night.
"I thought you would be exhausted."
Her eyes flashed, and she sounded a little cross. He smiled, amused. "I didn't say I wasn't tired." He smoothed his thumb over her bottom lip, and she took it between her teeth, and then sucked it into her mouth. Fuck. He was trying to be good, but he found himself twisting his hand in her hair, dragging her face closer to him, level with his cock. He considered ordering her to take it out, to suck him until he came in her mouth, but something about it didn't seem right, so he just held her there, aching. She released his thumb and frowned.
"Why are you holding back?"
"Oh, darling," he said, voice rumbling. "If you only knew."
"I would like to,"
she said, and dropped her blanket, exposing her breasts. He wanted to groan. Perhaps he did. He didn't really know because his ears were ringing, and he was doing everything in his power not to fuck her again like he did last night. She had work, and while that usually wouldn't matter to him, it did today. "I will keep that in mind," he said, his voice quiet and even. He wished she knew how difficult it was to speak each word in the face of her beauty, in the face of her temptation. "For now, I'd like you to get dressed. I have a surprise for you."
"What could be more of a surprise than what's going on in that head of yours?"
He laughed and kissed her nose. "Dress. I will wait for you." He released her and stepped away, heading for the door.
"You don't have to wait outside,"
Persephone said, sounding confused by his actions. Obviously, this was unusual for him, but his usual would include following her into the bath to fuck her against the wall. It was better this way. She could get ready in peace. He paused at the door and looked back at her, and he hoped she could see how difficult this was for him, rather than feeling it was rejection. She would understand later. "Yes, I do," he said, and stepped into the hall.
He waited there like an idiot while she showered, which felt like a completely different type of torture. He found himself leaning his head against the marbled wall to cool his heated face as he thought about her on the other side. "Are you all right, my lord?" Hades opened his eyes to find a spirit standing at the end of his hallway. He employed many of them in the underworld. They were different from souls, as they were not dead, and they had minor power and influence over very specific emotions. Alethea, who stared at him with wide eyes verging on terror, was the spirit of truth and sincerity. Of all the spirits who resided here, her influence was probably the least threatening. "I am fine," he told her. She hesitated as if she did not know what to say, and then managed, "May I get you anything?" A bucket of cold water, he thought. "No, Alethea." Her eyes grew even wider when he spoke her name. "Thank you." The spirit nodded and then wandered off, as pale as a ghost. Hades considered teleporting to the baths to dunk himself in one of the pools, but instead he remained and waited until Persephone emerged from their room, dressed in the most complicated outfit he'd ever seen. Why were there so many layers? "What?" Persephone asked, clearly feeling self-conscious beneath his gaze. "I'm trying to assess how long it will take me to undress you." She arched a brow. "Isn't that why you stepped out of the room?" "I'm merely planning ahead. For later, when it wouldn't feel so wrong to take her." He took her hand and pulled her against him, teleporting to Alexandria Tower. When they arrived, he released Persephone, and she looked around in silence for a few minutes. It wasn't until he heard her clear her throat that he realized this place was making her emotional. "Why are we at Alexandria Tower?" He felt a rush of panic, and then realized why she was struggling. This place reminded her of Lexa. Fuck. He should have been more discerning. The least he could have done was prepare her for her return here, but he hadn't thought about it at all. Now he feared she would reject his idea outright. Still, he had to try. "I would like for you to office here," he said. It was the perfect place. He owned the building and every business that operated out of it, including the Cypress Foundation, which he hoped to see Persephone become more involved with. Being so close to Katerina would ensure collaboration. What mattered most, though, was that Persephone didn't see it as some kind of prison. She met his gaze and seemed more surprised than anything. He couldn't tell if that was a good sign or not. "Is this because of yesterday?" "That is one reason. It will also be convenient. I'd like your input as we continue the Halcyon project, and I imagine your work with the Advocate will lead to other ideas." "Are you asking me to work with Katerina?" "Yes. You are to be queen of my realm and empire. It's only fitting that this foundation begins to benefit your passions as well." Her silence worried him, and he watched as she made a circle around the room. "You are opposed?" he asked, unable to help it. He needed to know what she was thinking. "No," she said quickly, and then turned fully to face him. "Thank you. I can't wait to tell Helen and Luce." Relief flooded him. "Selfishly, I will be glad to have you close." "You rarely work here," Persephone said. "As of today," he said, stepping closer, "this is my favorite office." "Lord Hades, I must inform you that I am here to work," she said. Her voice was low, her smell intoxicating, and as she spoke, she looked at his mouth. "Of course," he said, guiding a strand of her hair behind her ear. "But you will need breaks and lunch, and I look forward to filling that time." "Isn't the point of a break not to do anything?" "I didn't say I'd make you work." He held her close and leaned in to kiss her, but before he could, he felt Katerina approach. She cleared her throat as a way of announcing herself. Hades couldn't decide if he found that annoying or courteous. He released his hold on Persephone, who chose to take a step away from him, which he found irritating. Perhaps he needed to remind her that they did not have to abide by the same kind of rules as others. He would show as much affection as he wished, which included fucking her in his office. "My Lady Persephone," Katerina said, full of her usual sunshine, and dressed like it too. She bowed respectfully, and Persephone smiled. "Katerina, a pleasure," she said. "I apologize for the intrusion," Katerina said, glancing at him before returning to Persephone. Still, in that one look, he knew whatever Katerina had to tell him wasn't exactly the best news. Fuck. His mind went straight to the prophecy she'd given him at the park. Had it changed? "As soon as I heard Hades had arrived, I knew I would have to catch him before he vanished." "I will be along shortly, Katerina," Hades said. She looked at him and smiled, but that same brightness didn't touch her eyes, which only made him dread what she had to say more. "Of course," she said, and then looked at Persephone. "We're honored to have you here, my lady." When she left, Persephone looked at Hades. "What was that about?" she asked. Apparently, Katerina's concerns hadn't escaped Persephone's notice either. "I will tell you later," he said, after he figured it out. "Just as you were going to tell me where you had been the other night?" she challenged. He narrowed his eyes. "I told you I was bargaining with monsters." A non-answer if there ever was one. He let out a frustrated sigh. "I do not wish to keep things from you. I just do not know what to burden you with in your grief." She hesitated and then said, "I am not angry with you. I was joking, mostly." "Mostly," he said with an incredulous laugh. She was mostly joking, mostly content, mostly angry. He supposed he had to be okay with that, because he was also only telling her mostly everything. "We'll talk tonight," he said. It was the only thing he could promise for now, because he needed to figure out what Katerina had to say, and she needed to work. He held her gaze a moment longer, his stomach tightening. He'd have liked to kiss her, to do something other than stand here like an idiot. But if he started, he wouldn't stop. So he took a step away and headed down the hallway. He felt her gaze on his back until he turned the corner and found himself in Katerina's office. "What is it?" he asked as he closed the door. Katerina glanced around, as if she were anxious to speak. It was not as if anyone could hear them in her office, but the walls were all glass. "I had a dream about the Ophiutorus," she said. Hades was quiet for a moment, and then asked, "And how do dreams work for you?" All oracles were different. Dreams were said to be the only peek gods and mortals had into the minds of the fates. Sometimes their dreams foretold the future exactly as it would unfold. Sometimes they were warnings for what might come to pass, but the details were still malleable. Sometimes they were simply fears. A good oracle could tell the difference, and since Hades knew Katerina was a good oracle, it likely wasn't just a fear. "I have never dreamed something that did not come to pass," she answered. Hades felt like something heavy had settled in the bottom of his stomach. "Tell me," he said. She shook her head. "This creature, the Ophiutorus, its death is the catalyst to a battle that rages for years, and by the end, the world will split in two." "But what did you see?" he asked. "Fire in all directions, and bodies burning within it," she said. "There was nothing left of this world as we know it, as if we had gone back to the dawn of the earth." "Did you recognize any of the bodies?" he asked. He knew she had because she wasn't giving him the details that mattered, and what mattered was who was in the fire. "Hades," she whispered, her eyes glassy with tears. "Did you see Persephone?" he asked. She shook her head, and it was like he could breathe again, unlike Katerina, who seemed to have frozen. "I saw you." Hades had never considered how it would feel to face his own death. but he imagined this was as close as he would get. A prophetic dream from an oracle who was never wrong. "Anyone else?" he asked. She swallowed. I couldn't look beyond you. Perhaps other oracles have had similar dreams." Hades nodded, his mind scattered. "So the Ophiutorus is the catalyst to this end?" he asked. "Do you mean to say that whoever slays it has the power to bring about this end?" "You know how this works, Hades," she said. She could only give him the words and the visions. It was up to him to figure out what they meant and how to stop them. He hated this game. "Fucking fates!" He lashed out, punching one of the glass walls. It cracked beneath his fist. To her credit, Katerina did not even flinch, and after a moment she said in a very quiet tone, "I'll inform Ivy. She can have it fixed by the end of the day." Hades swallowed hard and nodded. "Thank you for the information, Katerina." A few tears streamed down her cheeks. She had obviously not liked giving him the news any more than he liked receiving it. Hades left her office, returning to Persephone's floor. What he needed right now was the comfort of her presence, but a sudden, strange smell filled his senses, halting him in his tracks. It was cooling and almost medicinal. It was laurel. Hades froze. Fuck. He hurried down the hall to where he had manifested with Persephone earlier to find her gone, and the smell of Apollo's magic lingering in the air. The god of music had taken her. Hades strolled into his office and snatched the phone from its cradle. "Ivy," he said.
"My lord?"
She said cheerfully, oblivious to his frustration.
"I did not know you were here."
"Send Zophi up," he snapped.
"Right away, my lord,"
she said. He had summoned Zophi to the tower this morning to act as security, but she had not seemed so necessary since he was near. He supposed he was wrong. Hades paced the room outside Persephone's new set of offices, frustrated. Despite giving her space to work here, he could not protect her from everything, and one of those things was Apollo. Did the god realize how much danger threatened Persephone? He should. After all, he had been the one to perform Adonis's autopsy. He had been the one to experience Harmonia's attack secondhand. He had to understand that whisking her away to play companion at this time was not in her best interest. While he could follow Apollo's magic and snatch her away from the god of music, Hades also knew that the two had a bargain, a contract in place that Persephone had to honor. He hated it. She should have gotten out when he'd given her the chance, and he could not understand why she hadn't. When would she learn she could not change people? Apollo would eventually disappoint her, just as Hades would, he was certain. The elevator announced its arrival with an annoying beep, and Hades looked up to see Zophi as the doors opened. Before she could step onto the floor, Hades spoke. "Persephone's at the Palestra of Delphi with Apollo." He knew because he could track the stones in her engagement ring. Each had a unique energy, and he could sense it no matter how far she went. "You must go and keep watch, even if you do not make yourself known to her." The Amazon's eyes widened.
I did not know. I am so—"
"Don't be sorry, just go," he ordered. While Hades had hired Zophi to keep Persephone safe, he was starting to think he needed someone who had more than just battle skills. As an Amazon, Zophi had little to no ability to handle magic. He wasn't even sure she realized she was no match for it, and would probably die trying to go up against a god. But that was the loyalty and dedication of an Amazon, even those who had been exiled.
"Of course,"
she said, hesitating a moment before pressing the button for the bottom floor. There was an awkward pause, and then Hades spoke. "Teleport, Zophi," he said.
"Right,"
she said, and then vanished. Hades sighed, planting his face in his hands. "Fuck me," he said. "Totally would," said Hermes, appearing in a flourish of cloudy magic. Hades let his hands drop and tilted his head. Why the fanfare? He said. You aren't in public. I wanted to surprise Persephone, Hermes said. I don't think she's witnessed my effervescence. Hades raised a brow, and Hermes looked around. Where is Persephone, anyway? Your brother just took her, Hades said. Perhaps you should go get her back. No, Hermes said. I had to do a lot of atoning when I stole his cattle. Do you think I want to do it again after stealing Persephone? Did you just compare my wife to cattle? Wife? Hermes asked, waggling his brows. Already practicing? Fuck off, Hermes, Hades growled. Hades stalked into his office. Ice had begun to stick to the windows, obscuring his view of New Athens, though at this moment there wasn't much to see, as the city was shrouded in mist and heavy snow. Demeter is big mad, Hermes said. Hades looked at him in confusion. Big mad? You know, really mad, Hermes explained, and then shimmied his head and shoulders as he added, mad as fuck. Why not just say that instead? Because it isn't cool, Hades, Hermes said. If you're going to fit in, you need to learn the lingo. Lingo? The language. Hades chuckled, and Hermes narrowed his eyes. I hate you, he said, crossing his arms over his chest. They were both quiet for a moment as they looked out at the world. Hades had expected the weather to worsen, but seeing it in real time brought on a greater sense of dread. You know who I hate more than you? Hermes asked. I think I can guess, Hades replied. Demeter. I haven't seen anything like this since ancient times, Hermes said. Not since the goddess of harvest had caused a drought after a Thessalian king burned down a grove of her sacred trees. It took the Olympians months of begging to convince her to stop. Hades was not among those who pleaded with her, uninterested in rewarding her childish behavior. Though that did give him an idea. Could he draw the goddess out by desecrating something sacred to her? I wonder what the others think of it, said Hermes. By others, he meant the rest of the Olympians. I imagine the only two upset at the moment are Athena and Hestia, Hades said. The others will not care until their worshippers begin to die. Because fewer worshippers meant less power, and that was when they would come after him and Persephone. I doubt you came to watch the weather, said Hades, or even to show Persephone your effervescent magic. So what is it? Do I have to have a reason to visit my best friend? I thought I was your best friend, Hades said dryly. Listen, there's plenty of me to go around, Hermes said. You don't have to fight. Hades turned his head to look at Hermes. He sighed. Fine. Aphrodite sent me to inform Persephone that Harmonia was awake. Just Persephone. She specifically said not to involve you, Hermes said, rubbing the back of his head. I can already feel the consequences of this one. Would you rather my wrath or hers? Hades asked. Clearly yours, Hermes said, annoyed, then muttered, Some friend. Hades was relieved to hear that Harmonia was awake, but not so happy that Aphrodite was trying to exclude him from any conversations she had with Persephone. They had agreed she could look into the attack, but the part he needed from this was open communication, and he did not appreciate the goddess of love trying to fuck that up. Harmonia is just the beginning, said Hades. There will be other gods. Hermes stiffened beside him. Do you really think they can kill us? I think anything is possible, Hades said. Mortals have their own magic. It was technology and science, and combined with the power of the gods, they had the potential to be unstoppable. Adonis and Harmonia were tests, and with each one they would hone their attacks. It was only a matter of time before someone died, and for the sake of the world, he hoped it wasn't Aphrodite. If any one of the gods was underestimated in their power, it was Hephaestus. If anything happened to his wife, the world would come to know just how terrible he could be.
Chapter 16. Hades. Hades took a seat behind Persephone's new desk. It had been 2 hours since Apollo had taken her, and he was growing impatient. But then he could taste something metallic on the back of his tongue, and Persephone appeared. She looked freshly fucked, though he knew that wasn't the case. Her hair was windswept, her cheeks and nose reddened from the cold. Had Apollo kept her outside, in this weather? His irritation grew. She seemed to realize where she was and looked up at him, wide-eyed, and then her expression grew almost shy. "Hi," she breathed. "Hi," he replied, still frustrated and unable to really hide it. Her gaze trailed down his body and then back up, eyes bright and lively.
"Are you well?"
"Harmonia is awake," he said.
"How is she?"
she asked, breathless. "We're about to find out," he said, getting to his feet. He rounded her desk and stopped only a few inches from her. The proximity did not help the tension he felt between them. If anything, it only made it burn hotter. "Did you enjoy your time with Apollo?"
"On a numeric scale, I'd give it about a 6.
His lips twitched, and she frowned when she realized her humor wasn't working.
"I'm sorry you are not pleased."
"I am not displeased with you," he said. "I'd just rather Apollo not cart you off to Delphi during your mother's tantrum, and while Adonis and Harmonia's attackers are still out there."
"Did you follow me?"
He held her gaze for a moment, and then reached for her left hand, lifting it between them so her engagement ring was on display. This ring, to him it represented so much more than just a promise of their impending marriage. It symbolized what they had gone through to get to this moment. It was a testament to his hope, and a reminder of all the times he'd lost it. "These stones, tourmaline and dioptase, give off a unique energy, your energy. As long as you wear this, I can find you anywhere." "It wasn't intentional," Hades said. The stones he put in her ring didn't matter. He could still track them because of his power over precious metals. "I didn't set out to put a tracker on you."
"I believe you,"
she said, her voice quiet. She looked up at him through her lashes, that strange shyness returning.
"It's comforting."
It was a comfort to him, especially with everything happening outside this space. "Come," he said, adding something he never thought would leave his mouth. "Aphrodite is waiting." They returned to the island of Lemnos, appearing outside a large, modern mansion. The fact that Hades had not been able to get them inside said a lot about how Aphrodite felt today. They were past the point of an emergency and on the path to vengeance, but he would be damned if she attempted it through Persephone.
"Can't we just teleport inside like last time?"
Persephone shivered beside him. "We could," he said, "if we had been invited."
"What do you mean? Didn't Aphrodite let you know Harmonia was awake?"
He didn't want to answer because he didn't feel like he could lie.
"Hades."
Persephone's voice was laced with disapproval. "She sent Hermes for you. He found me instead." He met her gaze as he added, "You won't do this without me." Her lips flattened, and she looked away, but not before he realized what he'd said had hurt her. Fuck. "Persephone," he started, her name a desperate plea. But the door opened, and Lucy answered the door. She was one of Hephaestus's creations, a nearly human animatronic who took care of their household.
"Welcome,"
she said.
"My lord and lady are not expecting guests. State your names, please."
Hades entered the house.
"Excuse me,"
Lucy shouted.
"You are entering the private residence of Lord and Lady Hephaestus."
He had made it halfway down the entrance hall when he heard Persephone speak.
"I am Lady Persephone."
Then, with as much disdain as she could muster, she said,
"That is Lord Hades."
The god of the dead turned to her. "Come, Persephone." She folded her arms over her chest and glared.
"You could show some courtesy. You weren't invited, remember?"
He ground his teeth. Gods, did she have to be so stubborn?
Lady Persephone! Lucy exclaimed, her voice bordering on a shriek that was supposed to sound like surprise. You are most welcome. Please, follow me. She allowed Persephone into the house and made her way toward Hades. As she passed, she turned up her nose. Lord Hades, you are most unwelcome.
She definitely had characteristics from Aphrodite. Hades fell into step beside Persephone and took her hand, frustrated when she tried to pull away. Normally, he would let her go, but for some reason he couldn't this time. He held on, rubbing soft circles into her skin, and she seemed to relax. Hades did not make a habit of coming into Aphrodite and Hephaestus's home. Mostly, when he visited, he was met by either one outside the house. For two people who rarely seemed to get along, their space seemed to be a perfect balance of their personalities. Aphrodite's luxury and Hephaestus's practicality. Lucy led them down a bright hallway and into the library, announcing them at the door.
My Lady Aphrodite, Lady Harmonia, Lady Persephone and Lord Hades are here to see you.
Aphrodite sat beside her sister on a small couch. Harmonia looked far better than yesterday, but that was only because Apollo had managed to heal her cuts and bruises, and she had scrubbed her skin and hair free of dirt. She was still pale, almost gray, like souls when they first entered the underworld. And her horns, mutilated pieces of bone, they still bore saw marks.
Thank you, Lucy, Aphrodite said, and Lucy bowed before leaving the room.
The goddess's eyes narrowed on Hades.
I see Hermes failed to follow instructions. You can thank Apollo for that, Persephone said.
Persephone and I are doing this together, Aphrodite, Hades said tightly. Harmonia did not react to their exchange. She kept her hand on her dog, who lay curled up in her lap, sleeping.
Persephone, please, have a seat, Aphrodite said, her voice sickly sweet.
It was fake. Hades hoped Persephone could tell.
Tea?
Aphrodite continued.
Yes,
Persephone answered, shivering. Hades frowned. Was she still cold?
Sugar?
Hades crossed his arms over his chest, growing impatient with Aphrodite's hospitality. It was a ruse.
No, thank you. Cucumber sandwich? No, thank you, Persephone said again.
There was silence as Persephone sipped her tea, and then Harmonia spoke, her voice soft, barely audible.
I suppose you are here to speak with me. If you are feeling well enough, Persephone said, we need to know what happened last night.
Harmonia looked between him and Persephone.
Where shall I start?
Where were you when you were attacked? Hades asked.
I was in Concordia Park, she said. In the snow? Persephone asked. I go for a walk there every afternoon with Opal, Harmonia explained. We took our usual route. I didn't sense anything untoward, no violence or animosity before they attacked.
The fact that Harmonia walked through the park often and took the same route probably meant that someone knew her routine and planned the attack. The snow also ensured few witnesses. How did it happen? Hades continued. What do you remember first?
Something heavy consumed me. Whatever it was took me to the ground. I could not move, and I could not summon my power.
She paused for a moment, her hand shaking a little, even as it rested atop Opal's fur.
It was easy for them after that. They came out of the woods, masked. What I remember most was the pain in my back. A knee settled on my spine as someone took my horns and sawed them off. No one came to your aid? Persephone asked. There was no one, Harmonia said. Only these people who hate me for being something I cannot help.
Hades felt uncomfortable about his next question, but it had to be asked. After they took your horns, what did they do?
They kicked and punched and spit on me, she said.
her voice just a whisper. "Did they say anything while they attacked you?"
"They said all sorts of things. Broken things."
She swallowed, her mouth quivering.
"They used words like whore and bitch and abomination, and they sometimes strung them together into a question like, 'Where is your power now?' It was as if they thought I was a goddess of battle, as if I had done some sort of wrong against them. All I could think is that I could have brought them peace, and instead they brought me agony."
"Is there anything else you remember? Anything that you can recall now that would help us find these people?" He recognized that he seemed aggressive in his questioning, and paused to add, "Take your time." She was quiet for a moment, her brows lowering.
"They used the word lemming. They said you and your lemmings are all headed toward destruction when the rebirth begins."
"Lemming," Persephone said, and met Hades' gaze.
"That is what the woman at the coffee house called me."
Harmonia touched her broken horns. It was hard to watch, to know that she had been violated in such a horrific way.
"Why do you think they did it?"
she asked, her voice thick with tears. "To prove a point," Hades said.
"What is the point, Hades?"
Aphrodite snapped sharply. "That gods are expendable," he said. He had no doubt that whoever did this would eventually go to the media, or at least use Harmonia's horns as a type of trophy to prove they could get close enough to a god to wound them. Unfortunately, it would inspire others to try what they had once feared. And they wanted proof. It won't be long before news of your attack spreads, whether we want it to or not.
"Are you not the god of threats and violence?" Aphrodite asked. "Use your seedy underbelly to get ahead of this."
"You forget, Aphrodite, that we must discover who they are first. By that time, word will have already spread, if not among the masses, among those who wish to see us fall. But we must let it go for now."
"Why? Do you wish for this to happen again? It has already happened twice."
Her eyes were alight with fury, and she had every right to her anger. One person close to her had been murdered, another seriously injured.
"Aphrodite!"
Persephone snapped, which drew the attention of both the goddess and Hades. She'd spoken her name as a warning, and she looked like a queen doing it, perched on the edge of her chair, back straight, hands folded atop one another, completely unafraid of putting Aphrodite in her place, even in her own home. Harmonia cleared her throat.
"I understand what Lord Hades is saying. Someone is bound to let their knowledge of my ordeal slip, and when they do, you will be ready. Won't you, Hades?"
He nodded. "Yes, we will be ready." Chapter 17. Hades. They left the island of Lemnos, and as soon as they appeared in the underworld, Hades took Persephone into his arms and kissed her. She tasted divine, and she smelled so sweet, and the longer he kissed her, the more his chest tightened, and the more he wanted to part her perfect thighs and bury himself inside her perfect body. He would take his time and warm her body slowly, pleasing her to the beat of her heart, the sound of her breath, and when he slid inside her, her heat would set his entire body on fire. Fuck, she would feel so good. He pulled away to meet her gaze.
"What was that for?"
"You defended me to Aphrodite," he said. "I am thankful." When she smiled, it warmed his chest, but he recalled her anger just before they'd entered Aphrodite's house and frowned. "I hurt your feelings." At his comment, it was like he stole her light. She looked away as if to gather her thoughts, and then met his gaze again.
"Do you trust me?"
He was surprised by her question, having no idea that her thoughts had gone in quite that direction. Persephone. "Whatever you're about to do, stop," Hecate announced as she appeared in their room. She had one hand outstretched, her palm flat. Her other hand covered her eyes. "Shall we undress before she opens her eyes?" Hades said, looking down at Persephone. She smiled.
"The souls are waiting," Hecate said, dropping her hand. "You two are late." "Late for what?" Persephone asked. "Your engagement party," Hecate exclaimed, and reached for Persephone, pulling her from his side. "Come, we don't have much time to get you ready."
"And me?" Hades asked. "What shall I wear to this party?"
Hecate looked over her shoulder as they headed for the door. "You only have 2 outfits, Hades. Choose one."
Hades stared at his closet, which contained exactly what Hecate had said. Several of the same 2 outfits. A black suit for every day, and black robes for special occasions. But even the robes did not seem distinct enough. He sighed, gritted his teeth, and did the only thing he knew to do: summoned Hermes. The god of thieves appeared in a puff of white smoke, except this time it was far too much. It filled the room in a great cloud, blinding and choking Hades. "What the fuck, Hermes?" he growled between fits of coughing. He had to close his eyes to keep them from burning as he made his way to the door and pushed it open. The smoke began to dissipate, and Hades came face to face with Hermes, who wore a bedazzled, light blue leotard with the center cut out, exposing part of his chest and stomach. Perhaps the worst part was how it stuck to his privates, outlining his balls and semi-hard dick. "Why are you like this?" Hades asked.
"What?"
Hermes asked, looking down at his outfit.
"You don't like it?"
"I'm not even going to honor that question with a response," Hades said. "I need help. The souls have arranged a surprise engagement party, and I want to look—"
"Less like a goth?"
Hermes prompted. "I want to surprise Persephone," Hades said.
"We could swap outfits," Hermes suggested. "That would really surprise her."
Hades glared.
"Fine,"
Hermes huffed, and then stalked over to him.
"Stand still."
He placed a hand on his chin and then made a circle around Hades, assessing him from head to toe. "What are you looking at?" Hades asked, growing impatient. "Shh," Hermes ordered, waving his hands back and forth.
"You are interrupting my genius."
Hades rolled his eyes.
"I saw that," Hermes snapped. "Do you want my help or not?"
Hades crossed his arms over his chest.
"Put your arms down."
Hades let out a frustrated breath and put his arms at his sides, fists clenched.
"Unclench your fists."
"If you tell me what to do one more time,
Undress,"
Hermes declared. "What?"
"You asked me to dress you for your engagement party," he said. "So undress."
"I didn't ask you to dress me," Hades said. "I asked you to help me choose something to wear."
"And the outfit I choose requires that I dress you."
"Then pick another outfit."
"No."
They stared at each other for a long moment, and then Hades gave a frustrated sigh. It was a common occurrence when he was around Hermes. He straightened and then shoved off his jacket.
"Oh, we're doing it the mortal way," Hermes said, grinning.
Hades paused as he started to unbutton his shirt. He thought using magic would make it seem like he was too eager, but Hermes was making him feel like he was performing a striptease. "Fuck it," Hades said, and snapped his fingers, naked except for a pair of underwear.
Said Hermes, and a swath of dark fabric appeared in his hands. "Briefs. Who knew?"
Hades tensed as Hermes draped the fabric over his left shoulder and then proceeded to wrap it around him in the style of a traditional Hammadian, keeping part of his chest exposed. "I could have done this on my own," Hades commented, as Hermes smoothed his hands down the front and back of the garment.
"Probably, but would it have looked as good?" Hermes asked, pushing him toward the mirror,
and when Hades saw his reflection, he couldn't disagree. The fabric was the color of the night sky, and the edges were trimmed in silver, as if they'd been dipped in the brightness of the stars. Well? Hermes demanded. I suppose you are right, Hades said, crossing his arms over his chest. Hermes grinned. Now, let's do something about that hair. Hermes spent what felt like an entire hour brushing out his hair. Then he tied half of it back away from his face. Drop your glamour, Hermes said. Hades lifted a brow and met Hermes' stare in the mirror. It wasn't that he minded his true form. It was the order from Hermes that bothered him. It's hotter, Hermes added. Hades rolled his eyes, but let his magic fall away. Mostly, he did not notice the difference in how it felt to carry around an illusion all day. But there were times when it felt particularly nice to shrug off the heaviness of his magic. Tonight was one of those nights. As he sat before the mirror in the bathroom in his natural form, tall horns spiraling from his head and eerie blue eyes flashing bright, he almost did not recognize himself. Or rather, he felt as though this form belonged to a god who no longer existed. It was the form he'd been given at birth, the one he'd used as he'd waged wars against the Titans, the one he'd used as he received thousands of colorless souls into the underworld, the one he'd used when he and the other Olympians had come to Earth during the Great War. It was this visage that people had come to dread. He wondered if there were souls in Asphodel who would see him tonight and remember their fear. He curled his hand into a fist on the counter. You need a crown, Hermes said. Hades focused on the god, who still loomed in the background, studying him like a painting in a museum. He didn't argue and called on his magic. Shadows broke away from his body and slithered through the air, twining on his head to form a crown of iron spikes. Before it was finished forming, he rose to his feet and turned toward Hermes. Thank you, Hades said, and then looked the god up and down. Have fun, doing whatever you're doing. It's okay, Hades. You can say it. I look fine as fuck. The corners of his mouth lifted. Sure, Hermes. With that, he teleported to Asphodel, arriving at the very edge of the village. Lord Hades! He grinned as several of the children broke into a run, colliding with his legs hard. He pretended to stumble, and they giggled at their strength. Play with us, one said. His name was Dion. He pulled on Hades' hand. Please, 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 a couple others chanted. Hades chuckled and reached to pick up a smaller child who had pushed her way to the front of the crowd and buried her head against him. Her name was Lily. What shall we play? He asked. The children replied at the same time. Hide and seek! Blind man's bluff! Ostrakinda! Their answers continued, some choosing games that had been played since the ancient times, while others chose more modern versions. It reminded him just how long some of these souls had resided here, and that, at some point, they would ascend to the upper world, to be born to new parents and birthed into new bodies, and they would forget everything they had learned here. It was strange that the thought of life brought him more grief than death. Well, he said, I suppose it's just a matter of which we shall play first. The children began to shout again, taking his comment to mean they should tell him which game they wished to begin with, but their voices only faded into the background when he looked up and met Persephone's stunning gaze. Her divine form inspired nothing but awe, because she glowed. She was like a fucking star in the sky, burning away the darkness, setting fire to every horror he had ever known. This, he thought, is her truest form. She was wild, free, and beautiful. Her hair was unbound, curls falling thick and heavy around her shoulders and down her back, crowned with white flora from which her horns seemed to rise. Her gown was pink and airy, and gave the illusion that she was simply gliding over the earth. He swallowed hard and gritted his teeth, hoping to oppress the heat stirring low in his belly. Some of the children seemed to notice Hades was distracted, and turned, then bounded toward Persephone.
Lady Persephone, please play.
They collided with her and pulled at her hands, and a smile broke out across her face. Hades never really considered that beauty would be the weapon to stop his heart, but here he was, barely breathing. She made it so easy to forget every weight he carried: the Ophiutorus, the attacks on Adonis and Harmonia, the dangerous relics and weapons, the anxiety of Demeter's storm.
Of course,
she said, lifting her eyes to his again, and then glancing over her shoulder.
Hecate? Yuri?
No, Hecate declined quickly.
But I shall watch and drink wine from the sidelines.
The children were already pulling them to the field, and as they did, Hades came to stand close to Persephone. She turned her head and met his gaze.
Hi,
she said. Hi, he replied, grinning. He wanted to lean into her and kiss her, but refrained, turning his attention instead to the crowd of children who had gathered. We have a lot of games to play, Hades said. Which shall we play first? He called out the name of each game and let the children decide. They began with hide-and-seek, which excited him at first. Perhaps he could manage to get Persephone alone. But that turned out to be impossible, as each time he went in search of her, she had a child in tow, clinging to her skirts or cradled in her arms. He was again hopeful when they moved on to Blind Man's Bluff. He would gladly grope at her blindly, but before they could begin, she dashed his dream.
Lord Hades is not allowed to be it,
she said. He tilted his head. And why is that, Lady Persephone? She cocked a brow.
Because you cheat.
What a wild accusation, he replied, affronted.
Do you deny it, Lord Hades, that you cheated during hide-and-seek, vanishing from sight just when you were about to be found?
It's called using your resources, he replied. She was not amused. The last game was Ostrakinda, which was played in ancient Greece. It was basically the most chaotic game of tag to ever exist, but Hades was looking forward to it. They formed two teams, the night, led by him, and the day, led by Persephone, each represented by a shell, which was painted white on one side and black on the other. Their teams stood opposite one another, and Hades never took his eyes off Persephone, even as one of the children tossed the shell between them. It landed white side up, meaning night would chase day. Screaming ensued as the children immediately scattered, but Persephone had yet to move, her eyes riveted to Hades. He wondered what she was thinking, because he was wrestling with what he would do when he caught her. He would like to tackle her and teleport them to bed before she even hit the ground. But he had a feeling Hecate would arrive and drag them back to Asphodel. He'd have to be content with a kiss, even if it just made the evening far more tedious. He smiled, and something within his gaze must have told Persephone to run, because she spun on her heels. He reached for her, barely catching her arm as she whirled out of his grasp and bolted across the field. He wasn't wrong when he'd observed how she seemed to glide over the ground, because she did so now, bounding ahead of him like some graceful gazelle, leaving flowers in her wake with every press of her foot to the ground. He wasn't even sure she realized it, because she never once looked back at him. But he didn't take his eyes off her, which was how he witnessed the sudden change in her. The flowers that had bloomed in her wake vanished as her steps faltered, and she came to a sudden, shocking halt. Hades slowed to a walk and came up beside her, his hand brushing hers at her side. She didn't look at him, her gaze fixed somewhere on the horizon. Are you well? She took a shuddering breath.
I just remembered that Lexa was not here,
she said, and when she looked at him, tears welled in her eyes. It hurt his chest to see her like this, so broken, and in the aftermath of a moment of complete bliss.
How could I have forgotten?
Oh, darling, he said, and pulled her to him, pressing a kiss to her forehead. He held her close for a moment, uncertain of what to say because he knew there were no words that would bring comfort. This was her grief and her guilt, and the only thing either could do was wait until the feelings ebbed. He only let her go when she seemed ready to move, and then he took her hand and led her to the picnic area, where the souls were gathering to feast. Yuri led them to their blanket at the very front of the field, beneath the eaves of Persephone's grove. He helped her sit, and he fed her and filled her cup with wine, unable or unwilling to take his eyes off her as he watched joy creep back into her expression, and it all seemed to come from watching the souls, his people. "What are you thinking?" he asked, curious. She was sitting with her legs crossed and picking apart a roll in her lap. At his question, she seemed to realize what she was doing and set it aside, brushing the crumbs into the grass. "I was just thinking about becoming queen." "And are you happy?" She seemed to be, but he remembered a time when she would have resisted that title. "Yes, of course," she said, and paused. "I was just thinking of how it will be, what we will do together, if, that is, Zeus approves." Hades stiffened at her final comment, frustrated that she was even thinking about Zeus at all. He supposed it was more that she obviously doubted his promise, that they would marry even if his brother did not approve. "Just keep planning, darling." A small smile ghosted across her lips, and she looked away, her gaze trailing over the vast field, to Asphodel and to the castle that loomed in the distance like a dreadful shadow. "I would like to speak about earlier," he said, before we were interrupted. "You asked if I trusted you." She stiffened at his comment, and he noted how she hesitated before she spoke. "You did not think I'd come to you when Hermes summoned me to Lemnos," she said. "Tell me, truthfully." He swallowed something thick in his throat, and a feeling of shame washed over him. He let his eyes fall to his hands. "I did not," he admitted, and then quickly met her hurt gaze. "But I was more concerned about Aphrodite. I know what she wants from you. I worry you will try to investigate and identify Adonis and Harmonia's attackers on your own. It isn't because I don't trust you, but because I know you. You want to make the world safe again, fix what is broken." "I told you I wouldn't do anything without your knowledge, and I meant it." Her eyes and tone were fierce. He had often sworn oaths to her, and this felt like one now. He believed her. "I am sorry," he said. He felt so wrong for doubting her, worse for letting her think he did not trust her. She did not say it was okay, or even that she accepted his apology. Instead, she used his words against him. "You once said words had no meaning. Let our actions speak next time." He nodded once. For a moment, a strange tension lingered between them. Hades almost felt as though he needed to say something else, to apologize again, but he also knew those words wouldn't matter. It wasn't long before they fell into an easier silence, and Hades shifted onto his back, resting his head in Persephone's lap. She laughed as he did it, but seemed content to thread her fingers through his hair. He liked the feel of it, and it lulled him into a sense of calm. "Hades," she said his name in a hushed tone, as if she feared he might be sleeping. He opened his eyes and met her gaze, not quite prepared for what she said next. "What did you trade for your ability to have children?" He wondered what had brought on her curiosity. Had it been their time with the children in Asphodel? The question gave way to more. Was she having second thoughts about their marriage? Had she decided she truly wished to become a mother? "I gave a mortal woman divinity," he said. At the time, it had felt powerful, but it was also why Dionysus owed him a favor and had little choice but to bend to his will. The god of wine had come to him after his mother, Semele, was killed by Zeus, her death ultimately the result of Hera's jealousy. He begged Hades to set her free. Hades wished he could say he had been motivated to go to the Fates purely out of sympathy for the god, but he was more interested in binding Dionysus to do his bidding. The Fates agreed to grant Semele divinity, but in exchange, Hades had to give up his ability to have children. He hadn't even had to think about the trade then. It was the easiest decision he had ever made. He had no great love, only lovers. This, he thought, was a true blessing. But the Fates had known better. He should have known better. Now his head rested in the lap of his truest love, and he couldn't make her a mother.
Did you love her?
Persephone asked, misunderstanding his reasons completely. No. I wish I could claim it was out of love, or even compassion, but I wanted to claim a favor from a god, so I bargained with the Fates.
And they asked for our children?
There was something about the word our that hurt in ways he could not even express. What future had he sacrificed for them in exchange for the favor of a god who hated him? He sat up and faced her. What are you thinking? He needed to know if that was something she wanted, because if it was, he would find a way.
Nothing, she said. I just am trying to understand fate.
Fate does not make sense. That is why it is so easy to blame. She held his gaze a moment and then looked away, and he could not help feeling like she was actually trying to decide if she could really do this. He reached for her, letting his fingers linger on her skin as he spoke. If I had known, if I'd been given an inkling, I would have never—
It's all right, Hades, she said. I did not ask to cause you grief.
You did not cause me grief, he said. I think back on that moment often, reflecting on the ease with which I gave up something I would come to wish for. But that is the consequence of bargaining with the Fates. Inevitably, you will always desire what they take. One day, I think, you will come to resent me for my actions.
I do not, and I will not,
she said, as if she were insulted he suggested it.
Can you not forgive yourself as easily as you have forgiven me? We have all made mistakes, Hades.
He searched her gaze, uncertain of what he was looking for, but only felt her love and kindness peering back. Despite how hard it had been to handle her trusting view of the world, it was also something he admired about her. She reminded him of the good that existed, no matter how little. He brought his mouth to hers and guided her to the soft ground. She felt so good beneath him, and his body filled with a delicious heat as her eager hands sought an opening in his robes. He drew in a ragged breath when she found his length, already throbbing with need, and jerked him up and down. Each time her palm smoothed over the head of his cock, he felt light-headed, but he kissed her harder and moved his hips, thrusting into her grasp, until she released him and gathered the ridiculous cloud of tulle around her waist and guided him to her heat. Once he was inside, he lowered himself onto his elbows, his face only inches from hers, and began to move. She shuddered on his first thrust, and then moaned on the second. By the third, her head was pressed into the ground, and his mouth was on her neck, scouring her skin. Fuck, she felt so good. And it took everything in him to set a steady pace, to not drive into her as he had last night. He had been a different person then, someone far more primal and possessive. But this felt like a claim of its own, a promise of something far greater than what had already been taken away. I will give you the world, he whispered, his mouth hovering over hers.
I don't need the world, she said. I just need you.
He kissed her, made love to her, and brought her to release under his sky. Chapter 18. Dionysus. Dionysus was surprised to find Ariadne awake and sitting in his living room. He expected her to avoid him, though perhaps things had only changed between them from his perspective. He could not look at her the same way anymore. Before, she had only mildly annoyed him, and while that was, in part, due to his attraction to her, nothing compared to how he felt now. She was fire beneath his skin, and all he thought about was how he felt when she kissed him. It did not help that she looked so at ease in his home, like she belonged right there, at the center of his life. She sat on the couch with a book in her lap, wearing his shirt, her long, bare legs crossed in front of her. She had even made coffee. She looked up as he came into the room. "How did you sleep?" he asked. "Fine," she said. "You?" "Fine." He wasn't sure why he sounded so passive-aggressive. Maybe it was because he was lying. Silence followed his reply, and for a moment all he could do was stare at her. "Where are you going?" she asked. Dionysus hesitated. He had not expected her to ask. "I have a meeting," he said. "You can stay here if you prefer, or I can take you back to Becaia." He should not give her the choice to stay, but selfishly, he liked the idea of coming home to her. It was ridiculous, given he rarely stayed here, but it wasn't as if he'd had a reason to be here before. Ariadne seemed just as surprised by his offer. I think I'd like to stay here." Dionysus swallowed, frustrated by the relief he felt at her choice. "The Maenads will guard the house," he said. Ariadne's eyes hardened. "Is that a warning?" "It's only a warning if you are planning your escape." Her mouth tightened. "Have you thought any more about your plan to rescue Medusa from Poseidon?" The reality was that he had thought about it, and his meeting was actually with the god himself. But he did not want to tell Ariadne that, because he did not wish for her to accompany him. The fewer women he could put in Poseidon's path, the better. "I'm working on it," he said, with far more frustration than he intended. "You're moving too slow," she said. "Can you just trust me once?" Dionysus snapped. He should have stopped talking then, but he couldn't help himself. He continued. "You're used to shoving your way into situations that don't concern you because you think you have authority, but you have none here. The sooner you realize that, the better." She slammed her book closed. "You wonder why I don't trust you." "I don't wonder," he said. "I know." She shook her head. "You don't respect me. You don't value anything I have to offer." That was not true, but he dared not say that aloud. "I could say the same about you," Dionysus said. She set the book aside and stood. The hem of her shirt barely grazed the tops of her thighs. Whatever anger he felt for her, it also spurred his desire. He clenched his fists. "Take me to Becaia, then," she said. "What difference does it make where you stay?" Dionysus said. "It is not as if you will escape me." "You're the one who offered the option," she said. "So let me choose." "You already have," he said, though he was distracted, noticing how the soft material of her shirt clung to her breasts, molding around her hard nipples. When Ariadne noticed, she crossed her arms over her chest. Dionysus looked away, clearing his throat. He needed to go. "I'll have the Maenads bring you some clothes," he said, vanishing before making an even greater fool of himself. Dionysus stood beside Silenus at the edge of a pier that extended far into the waters of the Gulf of Poseidon. Behind them, New Greece was shrouded in mist and heavy clouds, but the snowstorm did not seem to have touched this part of Poseidon's realm. They had been waiting for an hour with no sign of the god of the sea. Given their history, Dionysus would not be surprised if he did not show at all. "It is not as if anyone remembers that war," said Silenus. "I remember," said Dionysus. The war Silenus was referring to was a battle Dionysus had waged against Poseidon long ago over a nymph named Bero, who they had both fallen in love with. Each had appealed to Aphrodite for her love, but the goddess was not swayed by their gifts, and instead ordered them to fight. So they did. Dionysus lost quickly. It was one of the most embarrassing and shameful moments of his life, and another reason he did not want Ariadne involved where the god of the sea was concerned. He did not trust Poseidon, and believed that if he laid eyes on her, he would pursue her. Dionysus feared what he might do if that happened. It did not matter that he did not love her. She meant something, even if he could not figure out exactly what.
"So, how's the girl?"
Silenus asked. Dionysus ground his teeth.
"She's a woman, Silenus, and she's fine."
He could feel his foster father's gaze.
"So, have you fucked her yet?" "For fuck's sake, Dad," Dionysus said.
"Shut up!"
"Can't a father be concerned for his son's well-being?"
"No," Dionysus snapped. It was not even that he had been celibate, but since he'd met Ariadne, his desire for other women had ceased.
"Fine,"
Silenus said.
"Fine. I just think it would improve your mood."
Dionysus's stomach twisted. Hadn't he told Ariadne something similar in the pleasure district? Gods, he hated that he sounded like his foster father.
"One more word," Dionysus warned, "and I will push you into the ocean."
Thankfully, the satyr listened, and the sound of the sea filled the silence between them, though Dionysus was not certain he liked it any better because it left him with his thoughts, which only centered around Ariadne. He was fucking hopeless.
"Looks like Poseidon decided to come after all,"
said Silenus. Dionysus looked up to see a white yacht sailing toward them, and his heart raced. It was packed with people, and they were mostly nude, though some wore swimsuits. Music blared as they danced on every available surface. At one time, it was an environment Dionysus would have thrived within, created even, but that was long ago, and now it only filled him with a sense of dread. It was easy to recall how the madness had felt in these moments, when the liquor was strong and the music pulsing. It took him a few moments to shake the feeling, but by the time the yacht came to port, he had managed to gain control. Poseidon's staff extended a ramp from the ship to the pier, and Silenus was all too eager to board. Dionysus placed a hand on his foster father's shoulder. "No drinking," he warned. "We are not here for your pleasure."
I know,"
the satyr said, shaking him off and ascending the plank. They boarded, and it was like stepping into a massive orgy. Some passengers danced, but most were engaging in varied sexual acts. "This way," said one of the attendants, who had lowered the ramp. He turned and cut through the crowd. Dionysus followed and dragged his foster father along, not releasing him until they entered the interior part of the yacht. It was just as crowded, but at least his fuckery would be contained. Inside, the music was muted, the environment far more calm. People lounged about in various positions across the floor and furniture, save for a large circular couch, which was where Poseidon waited. He sat with his arms stretched out across the back. Unlike other gods who often concealed their true forms, Poseidon rarely wore glamour. Because of this, he seemed to glow, his aura gilded and brilliant. He wore gold cuffs and a gold crown that sat at the base of his striking spiral horns. If Dionysus didn't know better, he would assume Poseidon was just more comfortable in his god form, but the reality was that it made him feel bigger and far more powerful than everyone else in the room. "Dionysus," Poseidon said, eyes glittering, as if he were already amused by his presence. "Come, sit. Have a nap." Dionysus ignored him and jumped straight to business. "I've been informed that you may know the whereabouts of a woman I'm searching for," he said. Poseidon tilted his head to the side, eyes narrowing slightly. "You used to be so fun. What happened?" "You know what happened," Dionysus said. Poseidon studied him for a moment, and then took a breath. "You know what makes men weak, Dionysus?" Dionysus waited for the god to continue, though he knew he would not like his words. "Women," Poseidon said, holding up a hand before Dionysus could speak. "Hear me out. Hera has stolen your peace, changed you into this sullen man. She has made you weak." Dionysus's fingers curled into fists, his anger roaring to life. "I'm not interested in your opinions, Poseidon. I've only come to ask if you know a woman by the name of Medusa. She was apparently last seen on your shores, and now she is missing." "How should I know? So many women come and go," Poseidon said airily. "A woman is missing. She might be in trouble or worse, and that is all you have to say?" Though he was not surprised, Dionysus was still disgusted. "I cannot imagine why you care so much about this one woman. Have you not rescued thousands on your little mission to end trafficking? By the way, how is that going?" Poseidon paused, his brows lowering. "Do you ever tell them about your past? When you would strike women with such madness they would fall on your dick blindly?" "You know nothing of what you speak," Dionysus said, his body vibrating with anger. "Well, perhaps we remember the past differently." "This was a mistake," he said. He should have listened to his gut and not tried to please Ariadne. "The girl staying at your house," Poseidon says. "Has she fallen on your dick too?" Dionysus froze. He wasn't sure why everyone seemed so obsessed with his dick. "Since when do you care who I fuck?" "I suppose it's been a while," Poseidon mused. "As it is, I do not care. But my son cares who she fucks." "She does not belong to your son." "I think we both know that isn't true." "What are you saying, Poseidon?" "I'm saying I do not think you wish to go to war over a woman again. It did not end well for you last time." Last time, Dionysus had had Zeus's help, and given Poseidon's support of Theseus, he did not think the god of the sky would be so willing to intervene this time. "I did not come here to discuss Ariadne," said Dionysus. "Right. You came to see what I knew about Medusa," Poseidon said. "I fucked her and left her. I don't know what happened after. Perhaps she begged Hades to die. Pity, though. If I had known the value of her beautiful head, I'd have cut it off where she lay." Dionysus glared, his nails biting into his palms. Poseidon leaned forward, his elbows on his knees, hands clasped. "Tell me you knew. They say she can turn men to stone, but only after her head is separated from her body." He paused and offered a horrible smirk. "Just like a woman, isn't it?" he continued. "To be useful only after she's dead." Chapter 19. Hades. Hades woke because Persephone jerked beside him. "Persephone," he asked, twisting toward her as he sat up. She writhed, her fingers fisted into the sheets, her back arching. "Persephone," he said, placing his hand on her belly in an attempt to ease her back onto the bed, but she wrenched away, a low moan on her lips. He shook her. "Persephone, wake up." He didn't know what else to do to draw her from this nightmare, but it seemed to have its claws buried deep because she would not rouse. Fuck. He shifted onto his knees and tried to hold her still. "Persephone!" This time her eyes opened, but she did not seem to be awake. She thrashed, and he could barely hold her still, his knees shifting close to her body as he straddled her. "Persephone, it's me. Shh." It was when her nails dug into his skin that he knew this was a losing battle, but he did not know how else to wake her, and he would be damned if he left her to face the horror of this nightmare. But as he tried to settle back, her knee came up and hit him square in the face. Hades fell, catching himself before he landed on his back as Persephone pushed herself away, hitting the headboard as if he'd cornered her. "Persephone!" He started toward her, but she screamed, and all of a sudden, a horrifying tearing sound followed as vines and thorns burst from her skin. He could smell the blood as it mixed with her magic, which he usually found overwhelmingly sweet, but now just tasted sour. He was going to vomit.
Persephone! This time when he said her name, it was painful. He summoned a fire to the hearth, and in that horrible light, he could see the mess she'd made of herself. His stomach twisted, but it was made worse by her wide-eyed and horrified expression. She was fully awake now, fully aware of what she'd done, and she broke, sobs racking her body. "Look at me," Hades ordered. He had not meant to snap at her, and he hated that she had flinched at the sound of his voice, but he was almost hysterical, and it was all he could do to stay calm. He reached for the thorns protruding from her skin, and as he touched each one, they vanished in a cloud of dark dust. Once they were gone, he focused on healing her gaping wounds, a slow and agonizing process. His body was on fire, and his ears rang so loud he could not hear a thing. He wasn't even sure if Persephone was still crying. The only thing he could do to keep from breaking down himself was grind his teeth until his jaw ached, until the burn in the back of his throat and eyes ceased. Except it didn't. And even when he was finished, he felt like all he could see was the trauma to her skin. Maybe it was because she was covered in her own blood. "I will take you to the baths," he said instantly. And then he stood, rubbing his palms on his thighs, thinking at first he would dry them, but remembered he was naked and his skin was just as damp. He summoned his robes, hoping it would make him less slippery. "Can I hold you?" He felt like he had to ask. He should have been more discerning before and not touched her while she slept. Was he the reason this time was so bad? Persephone nodded, and as he went to gather her into his arms, he felt like he didn't know how to hold her anymore. Which way would hurt her less, scar her less? But taking her to the baths was better than letting her sit here in a pool of her own blood. He carried her down the hall and took her to one of the smaller pools where he set her on her feet. He thought she would hurry into the pool, but she did nothing. She just stood there, staring at him. He wanted the blood off her body. "Can I undress you?" She nodded numbly, and it made him hesitate to touch her, but he did, helping her out of her nightgown. He pulled his robes off next. There was nothing sexual about this. His desire was solely to know that she was well. Carefully, he brushed a strand of her golden hair over her shoulder, and she closed her eyes as she shivered deep. He dropped his hand. "Do you know the difference between my touch and his?" "When I am awake," she whispered. So he had made it worse. He felt his throat might close up, his breath freezing in his lungs. "Can I touch you now?" "You don't have to ask," she said. "I wish to," he said, and took her into his arms again. "In case you aren't ready." This time, it felt a little easier. He ascended the steps into the pool, and as she moved through the warm water, the blood slowly washed away. She didn't push away from him, so he didn't let her go. "I don't understand why I dream about him," she said after some time. "Sometimes I think back to that day and remember how afraid I was, and other times I think I should not be so affected. Others—" "You cannot compare trauma, Persephone," he said, interrupting her, knowing what she would say next. "Others have had it worse. There was no man in the world who would claim such a thing. Only women were taught their pain was never enough." "I just feel like I should have known. I should have never—" "Persephone." He couldn't hear her say what she should have known or done. She should have never been put in the situation to begin with. She was the prey, and Pirithous the predator. "How could you have known?" he asked. "Pirithous presented himself as a friend. He played on your kindness and compassion. The only person who was wrong here was Pirithous." She wouldn't look at him as he spoke, but he knew she had started to cry. It was slow at first, a few tears she tried to brush away, and when she couldn't stop them, she buried her face in her hands. He didn't know what else to do except hold her. The only time she pulled away was when she managed to collect herself and she scrubbed her face in the pool before they left and returned to their room. Hades poured them both a glass of whiskey. "Drink," he said, as he handed it to her, and he watched her sip it before downing his own. "Do you wish to sleep?" He asked because he didn't, and he wouldn't blame her if she never wished to return to their bed again. Right now, he wasn't certain he could. She glanced at the bed. He had burned away the blood with his magic so that no trace of it remained, though he knew that would not erase the memory. At least that was true for him. "Come sit with me." Hades sat by the fire, barely touching her as he guided her into his lap. But once she was settled and she rested against him, he held her tighter. Her body grew heavier against him, and her breath evened, and it was not long before she was asleep. For a long while he did not move, afraid to disturb her, but then he feared that if she began to dream again, he would only make it worse by holding her. There was another issue at play, and it was that the longer he relived what had happened tonight, the more violent he felt. He didn't like to feel this way, especially while he held Persephone so close. He rose to his feet and carried her to bed, laying her down on his side before covering her with the blankets. As he straightened, he summoned Hecate in a whisper. She appeared, pale in the night. "What is it?" she asked, worry coloring her tone. "I need you to stay with Persephone," he said. "Only for a little while." He told her of the nightmare and her magic, the way fear had made her nearly explode. As he spoke, bile rose in the back of his throat. "I just need someone to be here in case she has to face him again." "Of course," Hecate said. "But where are you going?" He studied the goddess's face. "Do I really need to say?" "I suppose not." Hades left then and arrived at the edge of the Forest of Despair. Opposite him, a weak and dazed Pirithous appeared. As soon as his feet touched the ground, he collapsed. "Get up," Hades ordered. The demigod looked up, meeting Hades' gaze, and a guttural cry burst from his mouth.
"No, please," he begged. "Please, my lord."
"Get up," Hades said again. The command was low, but it vibrated the very air, a warning that brought Pirithous to his shaky feet, though he continued to plead as he sobbed.
"Please,"
he said, and it turned into a whisper as he said it over and over again.
"Please, please, please."
"Did Persephone beg for you to stop too?" Hades asked.
"She would forgive me,"
Pirithous insisted through clenched teeth, and the words cut through Hades like a blade. There were a number of things he wanted to say, but he settled on one as he dropped his glamour, the magic curling away from his body in the form of sharp shadows, with only one purpose: to hunt. "Run," Hades ordered.
"Please, no,"
Pirithous said as he stumbled back and fell, quickly scrambling to his feet. Hades ground his teeth. That fucking word. His hands curled into fists, and as he did, clawed hands burst from the ground, tipped with sharp nails. They grasped Pirithous' ankles, and he fell into more rotting hands. He struggled against their deep hold and managed to free himself, though they had gouged parts of his flesh. Still, he ran farther into the forest, and Hades trailed behind. He would be witness to this, to Pirithous' greatest fears, his living nightmare. "Did she say that word?" Hades asked aloud. And though Pirithous struggled a distance ahead, Hades knew his voice echoed through the forest. The demigod hesitated at the edge of a lake that seemed endless in every direction he turned. It was a reservoir, fed by the rivers Phlegethon and Cocytus, but he did not know that, and taking a step in, he found that the water was thick and it burned.
He howled, unable to pull himself free. Then, suddenly, Pirithous was jerked from the edge of the shore and hauled into its center, where the water churned violently, burning every inch of his skin. He screamed in one continuous wail until he disappeared beneath the surface of the water. Hades let him suffer there for a while, then parted the tar-like water until there was a clear path from one side to the other. At the center of it lay Pirithous, body scorched and barely breathing. With a jerk of his hand, Hades drew the black water from his lungs. The demigod gasped and rolled onto his back, breath coming in wheezing rasps. "Did you let her go when she begged?" Hades asked as he approached. Pirithous struggled to rise and managed only to get to his hands and knees, yet he crawled, and when he could move no longer, he collapsed. Despite his burned flesh, the whites of Pirithous' eyes were still visible, his words a low grind that sounded as if it came from his chest. At least he could no longer say please. "Was it worth it?" Hades asked, and when the demigod closed his eyes, Hades' rage tore through him, and he let it overtake him. He beat Pirithous until his bones were jelly beneath his fists, until he had no stiffness to his body, until each impact felt like punching nothing but the thickened water in the forest of despair, and he only stopped because Hecate halted his hand. "That's enough, Hades," she said. Their arms shook as they resisted one another, but once Hades met her gaze, he relented, and then took a step back, though Hecate did not move, like she didn't trust him not to begin again. But he was drained, and there was no fury left to fuel him. He could feel her eyes on him as he stared at the remains of Pirithous, a broken soul. "He's never coming back, Hades," she said, and he knew that was true. "And you are needed elsewhere." He finally met her gaze. "Persephone?" She shook her head. "Ilias and Zophi came. They have located the woman who attacked Persephone." Hades returned to Persephone, who woke as he arrived. When she saw him, she froze. His body still hummed with the violence he'd executed on Pirithous, and he hated that she could feel it. "You went to Tartarus," she said. He didn't respond, and she rose to her feet, taking his face into her hands. "Are you well?" she asked, and he leaned into her touch, holding her bright gaze like it was a beacon for his soul. "No," he admitted, and they held each other tight, unwilling to let go. "Ilias and Zophi found the woman who assaulted you," he finally said when he felt more like himself. "Zophi?" Persephone sounded confused. "She has been helping Ilias." "Where is the woman?" she asked. "She is being held at iniquity." "Will you take me to her?" "I'd rather you sleep," he said. "I do not want to sleep." "Even if I stay?" "There are people out there attacking goddesses," Persephone said. "I'd rather hear what she has to say." He frowned, his fingers twined in her hair, uncertain if this was too much, too soon. They could wait, confront the woman tomorrow. "I'm okay, Hades," she assured. "You will be with me." He only hoped he could be what she needed. It was clear to him that he hadn't been prior to this. Finally, he relented. "Then we will do as you wish." Ilias and Zophi had taken the woman to iniquity, where she sat beneath a stream of yellow light, held in place by venomous snakes. Despite the hatred she exuded, she remained still as stone, too fearful of a venomous bite and imminent death. Hades wondered then why she'd felt emboldened to attack his lover. As much as he wanted to take over this encounter, he understood it was not his to control, so he let Persephone lead, and she did so without fear, stepping close until she edged the light. "I do not need to tell you why you are here," Persephone said. "Will you kill me?" the woman asked. "I am not the goddess of retribution," Persephone said. "You did not answer my question." "I am not the one being questioned." The woman's mouth tightened.
"What's your name?"
Persephone asked.
The woman lifted her chin and replied, "Lara." "Lara, why did you attack me at the coffee house?"
"Because you were there and I wanted you hurt."
Hades' fists clenched. He wanted to hurt her.
"Why?"
The why did not matter. It was the fact that she had. The snakes reacted to Hades' own anger, hissing violently as they lifted their heads and bared their fangs. Lara closed her eyes and prepared for the bite.
"Not yet,"
Persephone said, and the snakes stilled.
When the woman opened her eyes and met her gaze, Persephone spoke. "I asked you a question."
There was a moment of silence, and then the woman broke.
"Because you represent everything that is wrong with this world,"
she said, tears streaming down her face.
"You think you stand for justice because you wrote some angry words in a newspaper, but they mean nothing. Your actions are by far more telling. You, like so many, have merely fallen into the same trap. You are a sheep, corralled by Olympian glamour."
This woman had been hurt by a god. Hades knew it, and Persephone knew it.
"What happened to you?"
Persephone asked.
"I was raped,"
she seethed quietly.
"by Zeus."
Hades wished he could say he was shocked by her answer, but the fact that he wasn't made him feel disgusted with himself. His brothers had existed in this role for some time, using their power to coerce and force women to do their bidding, and while they had faced some consequences, they were nothing compared to what they deserved, which was imprisonment and torture in Tartarus. Hades had sworn he would see that through, but victory was a long and tedious road with victims of its own.
"I am sorry this happened to you,"
Persephone said, and took a step forward. Hades sent the snakes away.
"Don't,"
Lara hissed.
"I do not want your pity."
"I am not offering pity," Persephone said, "but I would like to help you."
"How could you help me?"
Hades wasn't sure they could, even if they wanted to. Her hate was rooted deep, and no one could blame her.
"I know you did not do anything to deserve what happened to you,"
Persephone started, but Lara was already shaking her head.
"Your words mean nothing while gods are still able to hurt."
"How would you have Zeus punished?" Hades asked. Persephone and Lara looked at him, surprised, but Hades waited for her answer.
"I would have him torn apart, limb by limb, and his body burned,"
Lara said, her voice shaking with menace.
"I would have his soul fracture into millions of pieces until nothing was left but the whisper of his screams echoing in the wind."
"And you think you can bring that justice?" he asked. She had to know she was not capable of such retribution, so she had to have someone else in mind.
"Not me. Gods," she said. "New ones. It will be a rebirth."
New gods. Rebirth. Those were the words used by Harmonia's attackers, too. "No," Hades said. "It will be a massacre, and it will not be us who dies. It will be you."
"What happened to you was horrible,"
Persephone said, her hand threading through his.
"And you are right that Zeus should be punished. Will you not let us help you?"
"There is no hope for me."
"There is always hope," Persephone said. "It is all we have."
Hades looked down at Persephone. "Ilias, take Miss Sotir to Hemlock Grove. She will be safe there." The woman stiffened.
"So you will imprison me?"
"No," he said. "Hemlock Grove is a safe house. The goddess Hecate runs the facility for abused women and children. She will want to hear your story if you wish to tell her. Beyond that, you may do as you please." Hades squeezed Persephone's hand as he took her back to the underworld. Chapter 20. Hades. Hades saw Persephone to work at Alexandria Tower, which was harder than he expected, given the night they'd had. It was evident Persephone was exhausted, and though Hades was used to not sleeping, even he felt drained. He returned to the underworld and went in search of Hecate, finding her in her cottage. "Is that blood?" he asked, because whatever was in the jar at the center of her table definitely looked like blood.
"It is," she said simply. "Do you want it?"
"I most definitely do not want a jar of blood, Hecate."
"It's your brother's," she said, her voice taking on an enticing tone.
"My brother?"
"From the castration," she said.
"I see Lara's story filled you with rage," he said.
"As it should you," she said.
It did. The only thing he struggled to forgive was what she'd done to Persephone. Hades picked up the jar for a closer look, noting that 2 shriveled testicles also floated in the mixture. "Hecate," Hades said, setting the jar down again. "What are you going to do with this?"
"Keep it,"
she said. Her back was still to him as she packed small bags with herbs to make tea. "As a trophy?" Hades inquired.
"You know the dangers of god blood," she said.
"There's more than blood in that jar, Hecate," he said.
"I'm aware," she said, turning to face him. "They are also dangerous, whether attached to his body or not."
Hades knew the dangers. God blood was also called ichor, and it was poisonous to mortals. If it managed to drop to the earth, it had the potential to create other divine creatures, or even divine herbs. Really, the possibilities were endless and unknown. Testicles had the same power, though they often gave birth to gods or goddesses.
"Here," the goddess said, handing him some tea bags.
Hades studied the pouches and then lifted one to his nose to smell. "What is it?"
"It should help you and Persephone sleep," she said.
Hades frowned and then set the tea aside.
"What's wrong?"
Hecate asked. "Nothing," he said, and shoved his hands in his pockets.
"Do not nothing me," she said. "Tell me what happened just now in that little brain of yours."
Hades narrowed his eyes on Hecate, arching a brow, but he couldn't maintain the guise of frustration for too long. The burden of Persephone's nightmares was too much. "I worried over her sleep when I think I should have worried over her nightmares," Hades said. "I do not know what else to do to help her. Pirithous haunts her, and there is no pattern or consistency. Some nights she wakes me up. Other nights I'm afraid to sleep for fear I won't be able to help her. But last night I tried, and—" His voice trailed off, and he swallowed, unable to continue.
"You cannot help her confront a nightmare, Hades,"
Hecate said softly. He ground his teeth. "She should not even have to face this," he said. "She should have been safe where she worked."
"I do not disagree," she said. "Such is the world for women in a society dominated by men, even for those of us with great power."
"It must end." It was all he could think to say.
"As all things must," she said. And then she picked up the tea and handed it back to him. "Perhaps you should speak with Hypnos about Persephone."
Hades stiffened. "Hypnos is an asshole."
He was certainly not at all like his brother, Thanatos. "He is an asshole to you."
"He's only nice to you because you bring him mushrooms," Hades said.
She crossed her arms and lifted her chin. "Do not critique my methods," she said. "At least I manage to get what I want."
Hades' brows furrowed. "What do you want from Hypnos?"
"The use of the honorary, of course," she said.
The honorary were winged daimons who sometimes invaded dreams. If Hecate was asking for them, she was likely haunting a few unfortunate souls. Hades just used Hermes for that.
"If you wish to help Persephone, then he is worth a visit," she said. "But do not go without an offering."
Hades sighed and pinched the bridge of his nose hard. This was fucking ridiculous. Hypnos lived in his realm. That should be enough of an offering.
"It would be if he actually liked it here," Hecate said.
That was not Hades' fault. Hypnos was the one who agreed to help Hera put Zeus to sleep the last time she tried to overthrow him, which was how he ended up as a resident of the underworld.
"Do not be so difficult," Hecate said. "Think of Persephone."
"I always think of Persephone."
"Then stop pouting and find the god of sleep a gift."
Hades rolled his eyes and sighed. "Fine, I'll get him a goddamned gift."
Hecate smiled. "That's a good boy."
Hades didn't even honor her response with a glare, and vanished. Hades stared out the icy window of his office at Iniquity. The snow was falling so heavily the city was hardly visible. He had come to accept feeling dread every time he came to the upper world and witnessed how far this storm had progressed. But today felt different. Something was off. He could feel it in the air around him. A sense of impending doom. It was not as if he hadn't had similar feelings, and that was what worried him the most as he studied the world that had become Demeter's battlefield. Something terrible was coming. "Hades?" He turned and faced Ilias, who had managed to enter his office without his notice, which was just as unnerving. He was hardly ever this distracted. Ilias did not seem comfortable with the fact either, his expression concerned. "Are you all right?" Hades did not answer, and instead asked, "What do you have on Lara Sotir?" Despite the fact that the woman claimed to have no association with Triad or another organized divine hate group, Hades was not so certain he believed that. New gods, a rebirth, lemming. They were words Lara and Harmonia's attackers had used. It could not be a coincidence that they shared a common language. He suspected they were part of the same group, or at least consuming the same propaganda. Whatever the case, the goal seemed clear: to overthrow the ruling gods. It was not unusual for mortals or other gods to plot against the Olympians, but this time seemed different. The world seemed chaotic and unstable. With Demeter's unnatural storm, blatant attacks on the favored and the divine with weapons that could actually wound them, and the god-killing Ophiutorus on the loose, Hades worried over what might be next. Death, certainly, but there were worse things. Ilias handed Hades a thin file. He opened it to find a picture of Lara Sotir and a man walking down a street in New Athens. A second one showed them entering a hotel. "The man Lara is with in those photos is a demigod named Kai," Ilias said. "He is the son of Triton and a member of Triad." It seemed overthrowing the gods was a family affair, as Triton was also the son of Poseidon. There were two more photos in the file, one of Lara at a recent protest calling for an end to the winter storm, and another with Kai. Hades stared at the demigod. He could see parts of Theseus in his face, not so much in his features, but his expression. There was a glint of hatred and haughtiness in his eyes. This was a man who believed he was owed the world, likely to make up for the fact that he lacked the power of his father and grandfather. It was an entitlement Poseidon possessed as well, and it was clear he continued to pass on the belief. There was a knock at the door, and Hades met Ilias's gaze before nodding. The satyr crossed the room and answered the door to Theseus. Hades closed the file. "Ilias," he said, "leave us." The satyr bowed and pushed past Theseus, knocking into his shoulder. The demigod smirked, but Hades was not impressed or surprised. Theseus moved through life unaffected by his impact on others, caring only for himself. Hades moved behind his desk, wanting something between him and his corrupt nephew. "You have impeccable timing," Hades said.
"My ears were burning,"
Theseus replied. "Then word must have reached you about Harmonia and Adonis."
"There have been rumors. I take it you have assumed my involvement."
"Have you come to deny it?"
"I have," he said, his gaze unwavering. "It was not Triad."
"If not Triad, then impious all the same."
"I cannot be responsible for all impious or their impulsive decisions." I would not call their decision to kill Adonis and harm Harmonia impulsive. They seem rather organized. Perhaps organized, but not strategic, said Theseus. Would you really expect me to coordinate something so sloppy? Hades stared. Is that why you're here? You're insulted that I would assume you are responsible for these attacks because they are not sophisticated enough? Theseus shrugged. You may word it however you wish, he said, but I did not order those attacks. You did not order them, but have you denounced them? Theseus did not respond. Are you hopeful it will have the desired effect and spur Aphrodite into a rage? Theseus glanced out the window and then looked back at Hades. I do not think I need her rage to prove the wrath of the gods. Your future mother-in-law is illustrating the point perfectly well. They stared at one another for a moment, and Hades stiffened, sensing Persephone's magic. In the next second, she appeared behind Theseus, looking almost dazed until her eyes met his and then slid to Theseus. Hades fought the urge to go to her, to shield her from him. If he'd had his way, Theseus would never have met her. Darling, Hades said, his tone both questioning and concerned. Theseus turned to look at her, and Hades curled his fingers into fists. So, you are the lovely lady Persephone, Theseus said, and a shock of rage heated Hades' skin as the demigod looked her up and down. Theseus, I think you should leave, Hades said, his voice almost quaking, a hint at his fury. Of course, the demigod said, nodding at Hades. I am late for a meeting anyway. As he exited, he stopped in front of Persephone and held out his hand. Pleased to make your acquaintance, my lady. She did not move to place her hand in his, and Hades was glad for it. He was not certain what he would have done, and he did not trust any reason why Theseus might want to touch her. Could he clean thoughts, memories, perhaps even dreams with a simple touch? His powers were unknown to Hades. Theseus dropped his hand and chuckled. You are probably right to not shake my hand. Have a good day, my lady. As soon as he left, Hades came out from behind the desk. Are you well? He asked immediately. Persephone was looking at the door when she turned to meet his gaze. Do you know that man? As well as I know any enemy, Hades said. Enemy? He nodded toward the closed door where the demigod had disappeared. That man is the leader of Triad, he said, but he did not wish to discuss Theseus now. She had obviously left work for a reason, and as soon as she had manifested in his office, he had known something was wrong. He tipped her head back. Tell me. The news, she said. There's been a horrible accident. Hades swallowed hard. He had been waiting for this. For Demeter's storm to cause the devastation that would lead Persephone to realize she couldn't continue to be with him. Was this it? Was this the end? Come, he said, and took her by the hand. We will greet them at the gates. Chapter 21. Hades. The gates were the only entrance by which the dead entered the underworld. They were large and beautifully detailed, with symbols of his realm, crafted by the Cyclops who had also given Hades the Helm of Darkness. They remained closed until Thanatos, Hermes, or another psychopomp led souls to the underworld, at which point they opened to the Dreaming Tree, and beyond to the Styx, where Charon waited to ferry them across to the Field of Judgment. He watched Persephone as she observed their surroundings, which were dark, even the sky overhead. Here, outside the gates, it was always night, and it was within this night that the deities of the underworld resided. What clings to that tree? Persephone asked, nodding toward the gates and at the tree beyond, which was several feet wide and nearly as tall as the gates. Its branches were thick with foliage and heavy with teardrop-shaped orbs of light. Dreams, he replied, looking at her.
Those who enter the underworld must leave them behind. Her expression did not change, but he could sense her sadness.
Must all souls walk through these gates?
Yes, it is the journey they must take to accept their death. Believe it or not, it was once more frightening than this. She looked at him.
I did not mean that it was frightening.
He touched her, drawing his thumb over her lips. And yet you tremble.
I tremble because it is cold, not out of fear. It is very beautiful here, but it is also overwhelming. I can feel your power here, stronger than anywhere else in the underworld.
Perhaps that is because this is the oldest part of the underworld, he said, summoning a cloak that he draped around her shoulders. Better?
Yes,
she said, pulling it closed. Hades sensed the arrival of Hermes and Thanatos, who appeared, peeling their wings away from their bodies to reveal several souls, all of various ages. It was not so surprising, and yet never easy to see the young among the dead. Lord Hades, Lady Persephone, Thanatos said, bowing. We will return.
There are more?
There was surprise in Persephone's voice, and the fact that she thought this was all made him feel guilty, as if he had been the one who summoned the storm.
It's all right, Sephi, Hermes said. Just focus on making them feel welcome.
He and Thanatos vanished. A man who stood with his daughter fell to his knees.
Please, take me, but do not take my daughter. She is too young.
You have arrived at the gates of the underworld, Hades said. I am afraid I cannot change your fate. He worried over his words, wondered whether they would strike anger in Persephone's heart. For those who lived outside his realm, death was hard to accept, and so were his limitations, given that he was a god. The man scowled.
You are a liar! You are the god of the dead! You can change her fate! Lord Hades may be god of the dead, but he is not the weaver of your thread, Persephone said. Do not fear, mortal father, and be brave for your daughter. Your existence here will be peaceful.
Then Hades watched as she knelt before the young girl.
Hi, my name is Persephone. What's your name?
The girl was shy, but she smiled at Persephone and answered,
Lola. Lola. I am glad you are here, and with your father, too. That is lucky. Would you like to see some magic?
The girl nodded, and Hades felt a rush of Persephone's power as she manifested a single white flower, which she placed in the girl's hair.
You are very brave, she said. Will you be brave for your father, too?
The little girl nodded and went to her dad, taking his hand, and the man seemed to calm. It wasn't long after that more souls arrived, and despite the growing numbers, Persephone never wavered in her dedication to greet everyone with the same kindness and enthusiasm. Hades marveled at how comfortable she seemed, despite how distraught she had been when she'd first come to him about the accident. There was a part of him that knew she was still disturbed, that this experience would leave her changed forever, but she did not let her distress show, and carried herself like a queen. He took her hand as the gates began to open and drew her toward them. Welcome to the underworld. They led the souls through the gates, and beneath the dreaming tree, everything they had hoped and dreamed from their life above was drawn from their mind. Think of it as a release, he said, squeezing Persephone's hand. They will no longer be burdened with regret. They would be content. Beyond the tree were the lush banks of the river Styx, and waiting in his ferry boat was Charon, a bright beacon against the dark waters. He grinned as they approached. Welcome, welcome. Come, let's get you all home, Charon said, and he stepped into the crowd, choosing the souls who would be first to board the boat. He stopped at only 5. No more, he said. I will return. Persephone looked at Hades, confused.
Why did he not take more?
Remember when I said the souls made this journey to accept death? Charon will not take them until they have.
What if they don't?
Most do.
And, she persisted, what about the rest?
It is a case-by-case basis. Some are allowed to see how the souls live in Asphodel. If that does not encourage them to adjust, they are sent to Elysium. Some must drink from the Lethe.
And how often does that happen?
It is rare, but inevitably, in times like these, there is always someone who struggles. Like Lola's father, who remained on the bank of the river.
Lola, said Charon, extending his hand.
It is time.
No!
Her father knelt and gathered her into his arms.
She doesn't go alone. She can't.
She can, said Charon. It is you who cannot.
We go together or not at all.
What are you afraid of? Persephone asked. The man held her gaze, almost comforted by her presence.
I left my wife and son behind.
And do you not trust, after all that you have seen here, that you will see them again?
But
your wife will have comfort because you are here with Lola, and she will wait to be reunited with you both here in the underworld, in Asphodel. Do you not wish to make a space for them, to welcome them when they come? Her words sent chills down Hades' spine. In all his years as god of the underworld, he had never convinced a soul to enter Asphodel in this manner. It was kind, compassionate, and thoughtful. It was exactly why he loved her. As she spoke, the man started to cry, and he kept crying. Charon and Hades exchanged a look, but Persephone waited patiently until he was finished and announced he was ready. Charon smiled. Then welcome to the underworld, he said, and the two clambered into the boat. Hades and Persephone followed. It was a journey Persephone had made once before when she had wandered into the underworld and fallen into the Styx, though he imagined this was far more pleasant, given that she was safe within Charon's boat, where the souls that swam beneath the surface could not reach her. He recalled that time with some discomfort. It was her first visit to the underworld, the first time he had felt responsible for her, especially when she discovered she had been injured. It was the first time she'd met Hermes, though not the first time he'd tossed the god of trickery across the underworld. It seemed like so long ago. Persephone looked at him and smiled softly. "What's wrong?" she asked. "Nothing," he said, "just thinking about how beautiful you are. Beautiful in so many ways." Her brows rose, as if she were curious, or perhaps suspicious of his thoughts. But if she were going to comment, it was lost once Lola spoke.
Look!
Persephone's gaze shifted to shore, where the other souls waited, and while her attention was no longer on him, he did not take his eyes off her. Lola and her father were helped onto the pier by Yuri and Ian, welcomed with music and food by the other souls in Asphodel as they made their trek to the field of judgment. Charon's soft laughter drew Hades' gaze. "They certainly shall never forget their entrance into the underworld." "Do you think it will overshadow the suddenness of their death?" Persephone asked. He smiled. "I think your underworld will more than make up for it, my lady." He bowed, stepped into his boat, and returned across the river. "Is it still a fate woven by the fates if it is caused by another god?" Persephone asked. Hades looked down at her, frowning. He knew she asked because Demeter had been responsible for this, but that did not mean the fates weren't involved. "All fates are chosen by the fates," Hades replied. Lachesis had probably allotted an amount of time to each of them that ended today, and Atropos chose the wreck as their manner of death. Your mother's storm provided the catalyst. He knew his words were not comforting. They were just what they were, the reality of fate. "Let us leave this place. I have something to show you." Today, Demeter had hurt his lover, his goddess, his future wife, and if she thought for a second he would not repay the favor with fury, she would soon learn. He brought her closer as he teleported to the temple of Sangri, to the bottom of the marble steps, untouched by ice or snow.
Hades, why are we at my mother's temple?
Visiting, he said, and held her gaze as he kissed her hand.
I do not wish to visit, she said.
Your mother wants to fuck with us, he said, as he ascended the steps, Persephone following at his side despite her resistance. Then we shall fuck with her.
Do you intend to burn her temple to the ground?
Oh, darling, Hades said with a smile. I am far too depraved for that. As they came to the top of the steps, Hades called on his magic, and the doors of the temple burst open. Priests and priestesses froze in place as they saw him approach, eyes wide with fear, though some looked on with hatred.
Lord Hades!
A priest attempted to stop him at the doors, though he shook. Leave, he commanded.
You cannot enter the temple of Demeter. This is a sacred space,
a priestess said. Hades ignored her. Leave, he said again, gathering his power, knowing they could feel it lifting the hair on their arms